Reincarnated as an energy with a system. Chapter 151, Invitation. Dust flew everywhere as the sound reverberated throughout the entire arena. People gasped when they saw the bald man attack his already down opponent. "What are you doing?" the host shouted and flew to where the bald man was. The different elders nearby ran up front as well. Even the important elders from the audience had come down. One of the elders blew away the dust and was finally getting to witness the scene in front of them. Ahead was the blue-robed man on the ground with his entire face bleeding. The red-robed man was right next to him, however, the club had never reached his target. In between the two was Ning, who had managed to casually catch the club mid-swing. He looked to the shocked red-robed man and said, "Don't attack a man who is already defeated." Ning then pulled away from the club and threw it behind him in front of the shocked disciple. The elders ran up and started scolding the red-robed man, who still wasn't out of his shock. The strongest attack of his was blocked just like that by the person in front of him. He looked very young to his eyes, but the strength was not what he was expecting. "Are you okay, Dr. Ning?" one of the elders asked. "Ah yes, I am fine," Ning said and started treating the disciple in front of him. His nose was broken from the punch and Ning thus needed to immediately stop the bleeding before proceeding to fix it. He used a bunch of materials to up medicine to stop the bleeding and then bandaged the nose. The disciple was unconscious, so he asked someone to take him to the clinic. Ning then stood up and marched straight towards the bald man with a serious face. The bald man was a little scared seeing Ning walk directly to him. The elders also got a little apprehensive. "Brother Ning, I am sorry. That was my fault. I thought the competition was over after the final punch and got careless. Please let go of this disciple's mistake," the host said. Ning made a weird face but didn't stop. The other red-robed elder tried to stop Ning, but Ning was already in front of the disciple. He immediately grabbed the disciple's shoulder and tore off his robes. The elder tried to stop him, but then realized what he was doing. "You are bleeding quite bad. Sit down," Ning said. He was trying to treat the disciple. The other elders took a sigh of relief and laughed at themselves for thinking Ning was petty enough to attack a disciple. Ning quickly made a paste and applied it both to the shoulders and the man's face and told him it was going to be okay. Once the disciple walked away, Ning turned around, only to find a buff man with short hair right in front of him. "I apologize for my disciple's misbehavior, doctor," the man said. Ning recognized the man. That was just a young man being impulsive. "You have nothing to apologize for, sect leader," Ning said. The man in front of him was the sect leader of the Red Tiger sect, named Jun. "Dr. Ning, are you all right?" Priso walked up to him. "Ah yes, Elder Priso. I am fine," he said. "Haha, of course, you would be. You are Anya's master. It would be weird if you actually got hurt," Priso said. Anya's master? What does that mean, the third elder?" Jun asked. "Ah, sect leader. Dr. Ning was the one that taught Anya to cultivate and got her to how strong she was," Priso said. "Oh, that is surprising," Jun said. Yelka, the sect leader of the Blue Dragon sect, walked forward and asked, "Are you truly okay, Dr. Ning?" Ning nodded and said, "Yes." "But, your hand? Is it not hurt by the attack?" the sect leader asked curiously. Any normal person would be quite injured if they had to stop such a strong attack with their bare hands. "See, I'm fine," Ning said while showing his hands. "Whoa! You are very strong, Dr. Ning. To think you are so strong while being a doctor. Not to mention you are only 22 years old right now," one of the elders said from the side. Suddenly, all the major elders' eyes went wide in the crowd. "Dr. Ning, you are only 22 years old right now?" Yelka asked. "Yes. I haven't kept track of my age for a while, but I should be less than 23 years right now," Ning said. Yelka looked towards Jun and gave a knowing look. Jun Tu gave a knowing look and nodded, as if to confirm the other person's idea. The elders looked at them weirdly, while the higher status ones seemed to realize what was up. Dr. Ning, Yelka said. Would you mind joining the sect as a disciple? He asked. Hey! Ning was surprised. What brought this along, he wondered. I don't think I will stick around this island long enough to want to stay as a disciple of the sect, Ning said. Ah, that sucks, Jun said. When do you plan on leaving? He asked. In around 6 months, Ning said. The two sect leaders whose eyes were downtrodden suddenly seemed to be revitalized. In 6 months? That's perfect, Jun said. Ning was surprised. Dr. Ning, the thing is, we want you to join the sect so that we can have you take part in the competition. You are so young and so strong. You will be a major asset to the island if you were to take part in the triennial tournament in 5 months, Yelka said. Ning started thinking. He was only going to be there for half a year, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to join. Okay, he said with determination. The sect leader and elder smiled and welcomed Ning. As such, Ning was now a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect just so he could take part in the triennial tournament. Chapter 152, Sea of Qi. Alright, everyone. The competition is over. These 15 disciples of our Blue Dragon sect and Red Tiger sect are going to take part in the triennial tournament, the host spoke out loud. Host. Why is there an elder in the midst of the disciples? Yet, wasn't the final participant going to be someone from the losing group? Why is there an elder amongst them? Numerous complaints appeared from the group. Dr. Ning is our physician. However, he is also very young and talented. He has a high cultivation base and is very strong. As such, under the dual decision of both the sect leaders, we have taken Dr. Ning as a disciple. If you have any complaints, go talk to the sect leaders, the host said. No one was stupid enough to question the decision of the two sect leaders, so as such, the competition ended. The next 2 months passed just like that. While Ning was a disciple in name, he was still the physician of the sect. The only difference was that after learning that Ning would soon leave, they had hired another doctor in the last few weeks. So, Ning was finally starting to have some free time. He used this free time to do exactly 2 things. The first thing he did was use the spirit stones he had to cultivate. A normal spirit stone gave a lot of qi directly to the person, and that was helping Ning immensely in speeding up his cultivation. He still needed to keep the qi on his body somehow, but thanks to his earth-shattering, heaven-tempering art, his meridians had gotten very robust. So they could now hold more qi than a normal cultivator. So, after starting using the spirit stones for just a few days, he was starting to feel bloated. However, this was where he suffered his first, real bottleneck. Since he was closing in on the first major realm change in his cultivation, he needed something more than just everyday cultivation. He needed to do something else to advance in his cultivation. Thankfully, there was the library, and he had managed to read up on advancing to the foundation establishment realm all he could. I need to condense the qi in my navel area, he wondered as he read the information in the book. He read more and came to a general understanding of what he was supposed to do. First of all, he had to condense the qi he already had. Throughout the qi condensation realm, he had gathered and condensed them, but now it was time to take it one step further. Since he couldn't collect any more qi, he could only use the qi that was in his body. He closed his eyes and started meditating to slowly jam his qi into his navel area, a place the cultivators liked to call the Sea of Qi. It was a place that could hold a certain amount of qi, and thus, the more condensed the qi was, the more it could hold. It took some time to condense even the most little amount of qi into the Sea of Qi. As its name, the qi inside the Sea of Qi was so thick, that it was basically a liquid that floated around. Which was why it was called a sea in the first place. The condensation couldn't be completed in a single day and took a lot of time. So, he had to stop for the day since his work was going to start again. Over the next few days, he took his spare time and used it to condense his qi. Thanks to his robust meridians that held more qi than normal, it took him a little more than normal cultivators to complete the process. However, he was happy knowing that once he was done, he was probably going to be stronger than normal cultivators once the process was over. Finally, after a week, he witnessed a change in him. The sea of qi that he had to force his qi into was starting to suddenly work on its own and started collecting the qi in his body to condense it. He no longer had to force the qi into the sea as it was now automatic. He still couldn't collect any more qi, so he waited for the qi inside of him to empty into his sea of qi. He just had to use his cultivation technique and the qi would automatically turn into the liquid in his sea of qi. After a few more days of this, he finally managed to completely convert all of his qi. Suddenly, a change occurred. The pores in his body slowly opened up and waste products in his body started getting pushed out. He was experiencing the same thing he did when he first entered the qi condensation realm. And now he was experiencing it again when he was entering the foundation establishment realm. Just as this was happening, another change, much higher in importance, was taking place at the same time. Even with his eyes closed, Ning was starting to see everything that was going on in his body. His body, the pores, the waste, the sea of qi, and the qi inside of it, he could see everything. He had finally unlocked divine sense. He wanted to see more with his divine sense, but now was not the time, so he focused on the sea of qi. The sea was really tumultuous as new areas were being built around the sea. Slowly, the amount of space for the qi that could be gathered was starting to expand. It expanded such that the amount of qi that could be stored was doubled. It continued to increase and soon it was tripled. After that, it became so large that he could fit 4 of the current sea in the new space. Then 5, then 6. It kept on going more and more. Finally, when it was 10 times as large as it originally was, it stopped and stabilized. Ning had officially entered the foundation establishment realm. Chapter 153, Training. Ning didn't bother with anything else and immediately checked his current cultivation. As expected, he was in the first realm of foundation establishment. A wave of power unlike before rushed through his body. There was no more qi on his body itself as they were all concentrated on his meridian. He finally opened his eyes and looked at himself. He was filthy. Oh right. Forgot about this, he thought and quickly went to his bath to clean himself. He returned back after 15 minutes or so and went to the fields. He had just entered a new realm and needed to familiarize himself with it. So he went out to do the second thing he could do now that he was free, train. He was given access to the different techniques and he had chosen 2 of them. He was going to train in them now. The first one was a sword technique. He was now using a sword, and while he had a good technique, he didn't know how to use the sword itself. So he needed a physical sword art that didn't rely on qi. He found a nameless sword technique for now and started learning it. He decided that instead of focusing on learning a good sword art right now, he would instead buy a great one from the system that matched his criteria. Swish! His sword moved around in the heavy rainfall, cutting off the raindrop as they were falling. There weren't many disciples on the training ground, so he got a little more space to himself. He started noticing things while practicing that he couldn't before. He could now see his forms due to his divine sense, which was impossible for him before even when he had an omnidirectional vision. Swish swish swish. He practiced some more and got familiar with his body. He was now a lot faster than before and was much stronger in general. It was his first jump through a major realm and that was a way too massive a jump for him to immediately get used to his new cultivation. Suddenly, he disappeared from the spot and appeared elsewhere. He was very fast and took the rain along with him. He had learned a new, better movement technique called the floating cranes movement technique. The technique allowed the user to effortlessly glide around whether they were on the ground or in the sky. It was also very fast and made it seem like the user disappeared from the initial place. Once Ning was in the other place, he once more bent down his body and released his chi to push himself around at a very fast speed. He kept practicing the two swords and movement techniques until it was time for him to go back to the clinic. There weren't many people practicing, so there weren't many people injured either. So, he had quite a free time for the day. He used this time to check up on the new divine sense he had unlocked. He couldn't tell where it originated from or if he had a steady supply of it, but he could feel the new sense emanating out of him. He closed his eyes and tried to look with just his divine sense. It was much better than his omnidirectional vision for sure. Not only could he see all around him, but he could also see in places his eyes couldn't see as well. Behind something, under something, inside something, these were all possible with divine sense. I probably won't have to worry about seeing in places with no light either. That means I won't have to buy that night vision 3 when the system comes back, Ning thought. The range of his divine sense was only 10 meters for now, but he was sure that would slowly increase over time with his cultivation. He spent all the free time of his next 2 weeks doing nothing but training the new things he had gotten, and he got really good at it. From time to time, the disciples of the sect would call him to practice with them, and he would have no problem beating them. He was too strong for his similarly aged disciples. After the 2 weeks, he went back to cultivating. He noticed that this cultivation method had changed as well. Every time he drew in chi, it would enter his meridian and stay around until it got little by little condensed into the liquid form that would then get collected in his sea of chi. He was a little disappointed by how slow the process was, but took solace in the fact that it was supposed to be slow for everyone. He wouldn't be able to break through as fast as before, but when his system came back, he wouldn't need to. He kept on practicing his cultivation method and the tempering method to increase his chi, body, and mind's strength. Soon, another month passed. The new doctor was fully working now and Ning had much more free time. So, he would now take the time to go to the Red Tiger sect for a few days a week. It had been a while since he had seen Anya, and he wanted to make sure she was doing great. Anya had grown much taller in the 8 months he hadn't seen her. She had long flowing hair, wore red female robes, and looked much more feminine now. "Wow, you look great," Ning said as he patted her head. "Master, you finally came to see me," she said with teary eyes. "Sigh, yes. I was busy working and only got free time now. How is your learning going? Did you learn all the medical knowledge I passed you?" he asked. He didn't need to ask about her cultivation since he could see that she was already at the 7th level of body cultivation, and the 6th realm of chi condensation. Ning was surprised at how fast she was but didn't say anything. "Yes, Master. I read everything. I still need practice, but I know all the knowledge," she said. FEENV.com. "Good. Here is some more advanced knowledge," Ning said and took out 2 more books he had written in the last 3 months. Chapter 154, A Proper Goodbye. Over the last 3 months, Ning had taken small time out of his free time to write the different knowledge that was in his mind. He had spared no effort during the last time he taught her, but she was too amateur to be handed everything at once. That would just overwhelm her. So instead he had only passed along the basics. Of course, the basic alone was more advanced than anything the people in the pure cleansing sect could have learned. Anya happily took the book and flipped through it. Her eyes turned wide when she saw new knowledge she wasn't aware of previously. "Whoa, thank you, Master," she said. Ning felt happy seeing her face. Maybe I really like being a teacher, he thought. He spent a bit longer with Anya and returned back to the Blue Dragon sect. He wanted to break through just once more, so he seriously cultivated for the remaining 2 months. During this period, his time was separated into 4 parts. Dealing with the disciples' injury along with the new doctor, training new techniques, going to meet Anya from time to time, and cultivating. Cultivation took the majority of the time. Unfortunately, even by the end of the 2 months period, he couldn't break through. He knew it was impossible, but he was still hoping to be able to do so. He went to visit Anya one last time and said his goodbye. Learning that this was perhaps the final time she was going to see Ning, she cried a lot. Ning got a little teary-eyed as well. He never really got to say goodbye to anyone before. His parents died before he could say goodbye, the orphanage kids left without notice, and he himself died with no one to say goodbye to. After reincarnating, he had met Freya, who he couldn't say goodbye to either. And then there were the Clavi people. He cared for the entire village and he couldn't say goodbye to any of them. This was the first time he could properly say his goodbyes, and that made him nearly cry. "It's okay. I will come to check up on you when I ever have that ability," Ning said. But you will be so far away. Can you really come to visit me?" Anya asked. Ning smiled a little and said, "It may be impossible for others, but not for me. Once I am stronger, I can come to visit you in a snap of a finger." "Really?" Anya was a little skeptical. "Of course. So just continue cultivating and learning the books I gave you. Take care of your father and brother. I will see you later." "Goodbye," Ning said and patted her on her head one last time before leaving. Anya started crying harder, but Ning didn't turn around. He knew if he did, he wouldn't be able to leave. He kept on walking and left the sect grounds of the Red Tiger sect. He returned to the Blue Dragon sect and rested for the day. He didn't bother treating people or training or cultivating. He simply rested for the day and woke up the next day. A knock came on his door. He opened the door and saw a disciple. "It's time to leave, senior," he said. Ning nodded. It was time to leave for the triennial tournament. He packed everything that he could and left. There were 6 Blue Dragon sect disciples staying around with a few elders and Ning met them. Once they were all there, including the sect leader, they left. They started walking to the northern part of the island, towards the right ear, and met with the people from the Red Tiger sect who were already there. There was a boat waiting for them and they got on it. "Ah, good to see you, Dr. Ning. I hope you can bring glory to the Deep Skull Island," Jun said with a big smile. "I will try my best, sect leader," Ning said and started looking at the ocean again. No matter how many times he saw the ocean, it was still very unfamiliar to him. "How long will it take us to reach the hub island?" Ning asked. "Oh, it's quite a long way from here. We have to pass a few islands along the way, so about a day and a few hours. You should just go and do something to pass your time," Jun said. "I will do that later." "Thank you for telling me," Ning said. He talked with Jun for a bit longer and went to the deck to watch the ocean. He socialized with a few other disciples that were there. However, he could never talk to them as a peer due to his status as a doctor. That made him feel a little isolated. He looked at the ocean and the massive expanse that it was. "I see, so this is the speed we will move on, huh? No wonder we will reach Hub Island in just a little over a day. The ship is so fast," Ning thought as he looked through the map on his head. The Hub Island was about 2,000 kilometers away from Deep Skull Island. Normally, it would have taken a lot of time to reach there on a boat, but given how fast the boat was, it was going to be much less time. Ning felt the boat with his palm and thought, "Is this boat a spirit artifact as well?" There was no other reason why it would be so fast. After spending a few hours on the deck, he went to his room inside the ship and started cultivating. The chi was quite sparse in the ocean, so cultivation didn't help a lot. However, he was body cultivating and tempering his mental strength as well, so he continued it. He left his room from time to time to go outside and see the different islands that he would pass by, but most of the time he just spent holed up in his room. Finally, he felt the ship slowing down after a day. He walked out onto the deck and saw an island not far away. They had finally reached Hub Island. Chapter 155, Hub Island. Whoa! Everyone exclaimed when they saw the Hub Island for the first time. Ning knew the general structure of the island, but he too was unaware of exactly how it looked. It was amazing. Even a kilometer away from the shore, he could see the tall pagoda-like buildings deep in the city. The outer houses weren't fancy, but there were many, giving the illusion that there were a lot of people living on this island. A minute later, the boat docked on the shore and everyone got off. There were other boats there too from the other various islands in the scattered isles. From what Ning could read regarding the map of Kumia, there were about 500 islands with a diameter of over a kilometer. He didn't know how many of them were inhabited, all those that were would be coming to this competition for sure. Suddenly, a ship came down from the sky. Whoa, that's a flying ship artifact. Those sects must be very rich, a disciple said. The sect leaders looked at the emblem at the front of the ship and said, "Ah, it's the participating group from the Cloud Heaven Island. They are quite rich due to their cloud stone mines that can be used as ingredients for a lot of different artifacts." The disciples nodded when they heard the sect leader say that. Ning looked at the floating ship and was surprised as well. "I wonder if they are faster than planes," he wondered. "Oh right. Flying is prohibited in the city. You will be in trouble if you do that. You might even get disqualified from the competition, and in a worst-case scenario, disqualify the entire island," Yelka said. Everyone nodded in understanding. "All right. Let's go register our island and participants. Then we can freely roam the city as we want," Jun said and took the disciples to the registering area. There was a queue of people registering from the other islands, so they had to wait for their turn. Ning looked at the sun and realized that it was only midday, so they had time to spare. Finally, it was their turn to register, and they did. The elders registered as guests and the disciples registered as participants. Ning was a participant as well. Everyone was given a talisman that held their name, face, status, and chi aura. Ning wondered where he would have to use this, but he didn't have to worry, as the usage for the talisman came pretty soon. Just a little away was a moderately tall wall that was hidden behind the buildings. Only one game was available on the southern side, so they had to pass through here. Anyone without such a talisman would be rejected entry from the city. The Deep Skull Island folks had them, so they were freely allowed to enter the city. Only after entering the city did he realize just how massive it was. The city was actually around a small concave land where the middle of the city was in lesser height than the rest of the city. "Whoa," they all said. It was the first time for the disciples to see such an island, so they were truly surprised. The concave city had tall buildings all around it. There were 4 major roads that connected to the center of the island that was surrounded by an even taller wall than the outside. "You see that enclosure? That is where the secret realm lies, the place where the tournament will be held," an elder said. "A secret realm? What's that?" someone asked. "Basically, there inside lies a small pocket dimension that had a small space in it. You can freely enter and exit from it, however, it can be manipulated from the outside, and so that is where you lots will be participating in a few days," the elder said. "All right, you guys will understand it later on. Let's go find our hotel now. According to the register guy, it should be right over there," Yelka said and started moving. The group walked to the hotel. The hotel was a massive pagoda-style building with nearly 36 floors. The hotel was sanctioned off for the different participants of the upcoming competition. The group walked up to their floor and stayed there. The tournament starts 3 days later, so try not to do anything stupid and get yourself disqualified. You can go out and visit the city, or stay inside the hotel until the tournament starts. It's your choice. Just make sure to return back to the hotel every night. Also, try not to start a rivalry with another island. We don't want enemies before the competition even starts," Jun said. Everyone nodded and went to their own rooms. The floor had plenty of rooms for them, so Ning chose a random one and entered. The room was not very large, but it was enough for Ning to just spend a few days in. He slumped down on the bed with the soft mattress and closed his eyes. He was a little tired from the journey, so he decided to lay off on visiting the city for the day. He would do that the next 2 days. However, he wouldn't just sleep around. He got up from the bed and sat in a lotus position and started meditating. Vortex of chi slowly gathered around him and entered his body. Whoa, he thought when he realized that the quality of chi in this city was much higher than either the Deep Skull City or the Starsight City. Is it because of the shape of the city? Since it's concave, more chi can gather in it. Or is it because I am closer to the main northern continent, so the chi is much better, he wondered. He didn't have an answer right now, and would only have one once he went to the mainland. He ignored all thought and cultivated throughout the rest of the day and night, only waking up in the morning the next day. He finally stopped and got up. He would now go visit the city. Chapter 156, Dazzling Sect. It was early in the morning when Ning walked out of the hotel. The city was already alive and people were walking around in a hurry to get to their destination. Only a few cultivators seemed to be relaxed and were just walking around. Ning looked towards the place downhill that had the actual main markets in it and walked towards there. He looked around the roads at the different shops and started buying stuff he liked. Thanks to being a doctor for so long, he had a lot of money saved up that he hadn't used at all. He bought clothes, food, different trinkets, and other items that he didn't necessarily need but was simply buying them cause he could afford them. He went to restaurants to eat, went to the library to read up on different things, went to the market to buy ingredients for different medicines, etc. He spent more than half a day doing just that before returning back to his hotel room. He then cultivated for the remainder of the day and the night. He felt like he had progressed a lot as a first foundation establishment realm cultivator, but he still wasn't full. He could only know that he reached the breakthrough point previously when he started feeling the lack of chi during his cultivation. However, now it was different. He could simply check the level of chi in his sea of chi and know how far along he was. From what he could see with his divine sense, his liquid chi had filled around 95% of the second level. So he was not far off from reaching the second foundation establishment realm. Once he filled that level, he would fill the third level to reach the third foundation establishment realm. So on and so forth until he filled all 10th level and reached the golden core realm. However, he was still very far away from that, so he would worry about it when he reached there. Once again, it was morning and he stopped his cultivation. He had learned about something interesting that was going to take place today and was very much looking forward to it. He went around the city for a few hours in the morning and finally came upon the place he wanted to visit. The auction house. It was still a few minutes away from opening and there were people gathered outside of the auction house. He could see many different people waiting around outside. Suddenly, someone tapped on his shoulders. He released his divine sense to check who it was and turned around with a genuine smile. Mr. Kazire, it's nice to see you again. I hope you are doing good. The one that had just tapped him was none other than Kazire. He looked to the side and saw Michaela there as well, so he greeted her too. Ah, it really is you, Volunteer Ning. I almost couldn't recognize you with that long hair, Kazire said. Kazire seemed a lot older than a year ago when Ning had left the Starsight City. Haha, yes. Are you guys here for the tournament too? Starsight City must be doing good enough if it can send people here, Ning said. Kazire's face frowned all of a sudden and he simply just shook his head. I'm afraid Starsight City is no more. We tried to stay and keep it going for as long as we could, but when there is no public staying in the city anymore, it's hard to run a business going. So, both Mist Origin Sect and we had to move to separate cities. Mist Origin Sect moved to the Grey Forest Island, and we moved to the Bluestone Island. So, today we are here representing Bluestone Island instead of Starsight like we did the past years, Kazire said. Oh, Ning got a little sad hearing that. It seemed that a sect couldn't last in a place where the people didn't stay. Mist Origin Sect has beasts to feed. Without the materials from the city, it would be hard for them to survive, he thought. Michaela suddenly nudged Kazire and nodded her head towards somewhere. Ning turned his head to see a group of people walk into the auction house even though the others weren't allowed yet. Every single one of the orange robe-wearing people was allowed free access to the auction house. "Ah, I see they are here as well," Kazire said. "Who are they?" Ning asked. "They are the Dazzling Sky sect from the Hero Island and are the strongest sect in the Scattered Isles. Their sect leader is a golden core cultivator and thus they get a lot of fame and fortune. I hear they have exceptionally competent participants this time around. Those kids just now must be it," Kazire said. Ning hadn't managed to catch their faces since they had entered so quickly but didn't think much about it. He would do what he could and leave the rest to fate. "The Hero Island, that's a little up north from here. Are they stronger because they are north?" Ning wondered. He talked with Kazire for a few more minutes and then the auction house opened. People entered in droves and Ning didn't want to be late either. "I will see you later," volunteered Ning. "We too have a room to ourselves, so we will be going there," Kazire said and left. Ning nodded and walked to where the rest of the people were being taken to. He finally entered a massive hall with thousands of seats inside. He walked to a random free one and sat on it. He looked around and saw people seating down around him as quickly as they could to get their hands on a seat. Soon the thousands of seats filled very quickly and suddenly there were no more people entering. It must be first come first serve, Ning wondered. He waited around a few minutes, listening to the murmur of the crowd when suddenly the curtain on the stage opened up. The auction was now starting. Chapter 157, Jade Sapphire Spear. As the red curtains parted, light shined onto the stage revealing a vacant podium. No one was on the stage right now, but that didn't mean it was going to remain that way. Footsteps sounded from the stage and suddenly everyone grew quiet. A young girl in a red dress walked out from backstage and stood in front of the entire audience. Her fair, confident face and a wide smile showed that this was not her first time here. "Welcome everyone, to the Titan Auction House. I, Naya, will be your auctioneer for the day," she said. "The auction will now start." A trolley of items was hauled out from backstage, each one hidden behind a black cloth. Ning tried to guess what it was but the shape was impossible to guess. Naya took off one of the cloths and revealed a talisman. "Our first item is this talisman. This is a defensive talisman that can block a single serious attack from a 4th Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. It's a single-use talisman and will be destroyed after it had blocked the attack. The item will start selling with a price of 140 gold coins. Your bids must have a 5 gold coin minimum increase," she said. "Please begin." This was Ning's first time in an auction hall so he was very surprised when the crowd suddenly erupted into a cluster of sounds as everyone started bidding on the item. 150 gold coins. 155 gold cons. 165 gold coins. 170 gold coins. Ning was surprised how much the people were steadily increasing the bid. Is this item worth that much, he wondered, but then soon realized that the people bidding for it were in the chi condensation realm. It's probably worth it to them, he thought. Thankfully, Ning didn't need the item, so he didn't bother bidding. However, he was curious to see that if the first item was this, what the following items would be like. Soon the bidding reached 240 coins, 100 coins higher than the original price, and stopped. Ning looked up and saw a slew of rooms on a floor higher than the one he was sitting in. The current bid that won the talisman was from one of these exact rooms. "Congratulations to the VIP guest on room 32 on winning this talisman," Naya announced. Some people clapped, some grumbled, while others just waited for the next item. Ning just looked at the rooms on the upper floor. So that's where the VIPs are staying, hui. Those dazzling sect fellows must be up there. Now that I think about it, Mr. Kazire and Michaela may be up there as well, Ning thought. Naya walked up to the trolley and removed another cloth to reveal the next item on the auction. A book. The book was a cultivation technique known as killing flames. It helped the user create fire with extremely high temperatures that one could use to fight their opponents. The higher one's cultivation base, the better the fire would be. Naya started the bid with 150 gold coins and soon it reached 280 gold coins where a VIP guest from the room above acquired it. More and more items started being auctioned off. Sometimes it was a brush to make talismans. Sometimes it was a dress with defensive techniques. There were a few books that either taught knowledge, cultivation technique, or a cultivation method. Those sold for quite a lot. Ning tried to bid for a few of them, but he was very easily outbid. Especially by the ones in the VIP room. He didn't really want those items, so he let go of the bidding war each time. Slowly the price of the items was getting higher and higher. After a while, artifacts started being sold. The first artifact that Naya showed was a low-grade spirit artifact armor that could block all damages from anyone below the second foundation establishment realm. This was heavily preferred by everyone around him and immediately everyone started bidding. Ning didn't need such a low-level defense so he just stayed put and didn't bid on anything. The surrounding people, especially the younger ones, were rabid and bid whenever someone else didn't. The armor that started at 600 gold coins soon reached 1,500 gold coins in the bid and it was still going up. Ning was really surprised how much these people were willing to pay for armor that didn't do a lot in his opinion. Body cultivation is quite good, hey? These people wouldn't be throwing away money like this if they just knew it, he thought. The final price of the item was 2,000 gold coins and it was bought by a rich person in the VIP rooms. Damn, that's what I made in 2 months while working as a doctor, and these people just spend it like this, hey? Their sex must be really well off, he thought. Once the bid was over, Naya passed along the armor and brought out something else. What she held was a long staff-like object wrapped around in black cloth. She brought it out in the spotlight to show it to the crowd as she opened the cloth and revealed what was inside the cloth. Oh, Ning thought in a little surprise when he saw what it was. Inside the cloth was a spear. The handle was made up of a deep blue material and was about 1.5 meters in length. The blade was abnormally long at about 0.5 meters and was made up of white, silver-like metal. Overall, the spear looked very unique and one of a kind. Naya moved the spear around to show it to the audience and spoke, "This spear is called the Jade Sapphire Spear. The body of this spear is made of ocean jade, and the blade is made up of metal sapphire. It is one of the best low-grade spirit artifacts sold in the auction as of yet. So, the starting bid for this spear will start at 1,000 gold coins, and each bid much is a 10 gold coin increment. Please begin." Chapter 158, Winning the Bid. 1,010 gold coins. 1,020 gold coins. 1,030 gold coins. 1,100 gold coins. Before most people could even realize the bidding had started, the bid had already increased by 100 gold coins. 1,110 gold coins, Ning bid as well, but his voice was quickly drowned in other bids of higher value. Ning then decided to keep quiet and wait for the number of people bidding to lower. It didn't take long for the price of the item to double as the bid reached 2,000 gold coins. Only then did it even remotely slow down. It took a bit longer for the bid to reach 2,100 gold coins when there were only 3 people bidding. 2 people were from the VIP rooms on the upper floor and one of them was from the hall below. 2 to 2,160 gold coins, the guy on the hall below hesitated for a bit before increasing the bid. It didn't seem like he had much more money to bid. 2,170 gold coins, one of the people from the VIP room bid. He could hear a young man's voice, but couldn't see anyone there. 2,180 gold coins, a much elderly-sounding voice shouted from the VIP room. The man on the ground lost all hope seeing the 2 of them instantly increase the bid and decided to drop out. 2,190 gold coins, the younger man in the VIP room's bid. 2,200 gold coins, the older man bid. The back and forth went on for a bit longer until the older man started hesitating. 2,450 gold coins, the older man bid after nearly 5 seconds, instead of the instant bid he was doing a bit ago. 2,460 gold coins, the young man didn't hesitate at all. The old man deliberated for a bit and bid, 2,480 gold coins. 2,490 gold coins, the young man once again bid instantly. The old man didn't bid any longer. There was silence for a bit and then he finally spoke, "Sigh, all right, you win. I don't want that spear anymore." "Thank you, elder," the young man spoke from inside the VIP room. "Haha, since there are no more bidders, I think we can proceed to the next item," the man said. Naya on the stage nodded and said, "Going 2,490 gold coins, once. Going 24. 2,500 gold coins." Ning decided to finally step in and bid. The audience was a little surprised that someone from the lower hall was actually bidding so high. 2,510 gold coins, the young man bid without hesitation still. 2,520 gold coins, Ning wasn't stopping either. 2,530 gold coins. 2,540 gold coins. 2,550 gold coins. 2,560 gold coins. The bid continuously increased as neither of them backed down. Soon, the bid reached 2,800, at which point the young man Indiana the VIP room started to get a little nervous. He had quite a few gold coins, but he still needed to save some for the better items that would be sold later on. So, he decided to negotiate. "Brother, I have a spear I currently use that costs around 1,500 gold coins. I will sell it to you for only 500 gold coins if you let me take this spear," the man said. Oh, Ning was a little surprised that the man was actually so desperate for this spear. Unfortunately, he wanted it as well. "Is your 1,500 gold spear as good as the one currently being auctioned?" Ning asked. No, not REA. 2,820 gold coins, Ning didn't even let him finish and directly bid. The young man was shocked and continued bidding, but at some point he decided to stop. Spending so much money on an item like this wasn't worth it to him. Especially since he already had a good enough spear of his own. Ning waited for the next bid but nothing actually came. Naya realized this as well and decided to end the bid. "Any more bids?" she asked, but nobody responded. 3,070 gold coins going once. 3,070 gold coins going twice. 3,070 gold coins going thrice. "Sold to the gentleman on seat 583, Naya announced to the crowd. The spear was taken away by the staff and soon a staff member walked up to him in the crowd and handed him a slip of paper. That was to identify that he was the one that bought the spear. Ning let out his divine sense to check the paper and felt some sort of energy in it. "Oh, it's a talisman. Nearly didn't recognize it because of its shape," he thought. "Do I really need a talisman to show that I am the bidder? Or are they afraid I will run away after bidding and are using this as a tracker?" he wondered. Either way, it didn't matter to him since he would buy the spear. To be honest, he didn't have to buy the spear. He could have simply waited for a little longer and he could have bought a better spear from the system. But he didn't know exactly when his system was coming back and needed a spear for the upcoming competitions. The auction went as per usual, but nothing came up that really interested Ning anymore. There were a few cool stuff that was put up on auction, but none of it was something he wanted. The most valuable item sold on the auction was actually a journal of a cultivator's journey from being immortal all the way to him reaching the nascent soul stage. It had vivid explanations of what he did and how he reached that stage. Unfortunately, the cultivator was long dead, but the information lived on. That book was sold for exactly 50 spirit stones. Once the auction was done, Ning walked to the staff who took him to get his spear. He paid the bid price and stored the spear in storage space before walking out of the auction house. Along the way, orange-clothed, handsome-looking man kept staring at him as he left. Ning didn't understand at first but soon realized that that was probably the man he stole the spear away from. Whatever, not like he can do anything inside the city anyway, Ning thought and went to visit the rest of the city for the day. Chapter 159, The Arena. Ning spent the rest of the day just roaming around the city. But the novelty of the city had worn off by the second day, so he just went back to his hotel and started cultivating. He took out a spirit stone and held it in his hand. Sigh, I spent nearly all of my gold in the auction today. If I had bid any more, I would have had to resort to using these spirit stones to buy the spear, he thought. He could use the spirit stones for speeding up his cultivation, so he really didn't want to use any of it. Fortunately, the auction hadn't come to that. So, he started cultivating and used a spirit stone to speed up the chi gathering process. His sea of chi was filling much faster and it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the next realm. So, he took it slow and cultivated for the entire night. The next day he woke up. Today was the day of the competition. To be honest, he was very much looking forward to it. The last few months, he had been training different techniques very diligently and he couldn't wait to test them out in real battle. He walked out of the room to go meet up with the sect leaders. Yelka and Jun were both outside their rooms with a bunch of other disciples. Sect leader, do we leave now? Ning asked. Yes, the tournament should begin in around 2 hours. We should start going there soon. Let's wait for the other disciples to come, Jun said. They waited for a few more minutes as Ning decided to ask a few questions. Jun answered what he could about the competition, but according to him, the competition differed a little each time. However, one thing he did confirm was that the competition was separated into 2 parts. The first one was a normal competition where people did stuff to earn a chance to get into the second competition. The second competition was where the true fun of the competition, the 1v1 fight, took place. Ning nodded after learning all of this and couldn't wait for the tournament to really begin before he could really find out what he was supposed to do in them. Soon the other disciples came outside and everyone started walking out of the hotel. The downward slope to the center of the town was filled with hundreds of people walking there. Even though it was 8 a.m. in the morning, everyone seemed to be overly hyped for the competition. Are the non-participants allowed in? Ning asked along the way, shooting the question to anyone that would answer it. Yes, but they don't have to, Yelka said. They don't have to? Ning asked with a confused face. Outside the walls of the arena, the hub island shows the inner happenings of the secret realm to everyone. So regardless of whether one enters or not, they can see the entire show from outside, Yelka said. Actually, entering the arena costs 100 coins per day. So the audience actually prefers watching from outside, Jun added. Oh, but you guys get to go it right? Ning asked. Yeah, there is a maximum limit of 10 extra people per island, but we get to go in, Yelka said. Maximum limit? So if others come with them, they can't enter? Ning asked with surprise. They can, but the island would have to pay in their stead. There are a total of 200 islands participating in this competition. If they allowed everyone to enter for free, the arena would be filled by the participating sects alone. So there is a maximum limit on it, Jun said. Ning nodded in understanding and didn't ask any further questions. Soon they reached the arena at the center of the city. There were hordes of people staying around the arena, but thankfully, the tournament holders had made an open area for the incoming participants to walk through. Ning looked around and was truly shocked at how many people were participating. 15 people from 200 different islands. 3,000 people, he thought in shock. He hadn't bothered to calculate until now, but now that he did, he couldn't fathom the number. 3,000 didn't sound a lot, especially when considering the size and population of the planet. But when Ning saw the numbers, he was shocked. These wasn't the real numbers either, as they were scattered throughout the 4 sides of the arena, trying to get in, but just seeing the hundreds of different colored robes, all with high cultivation bases, made Ning realize how big this world was. He was sure that even without the crowd trying to watch the competition, the outside of the arena would be full of just the people trying to get in. It took them 15 minutes to finally reach the gate and show their paper slips to get in. As soon as he got in, Ning was once again surprised, this time by what was inside the arena. The arena was a large stone slab in the middle of the field, surrounded by stadium-like seats that could house tens of thousands of people. Yelka and Jun took their group and walked to an area full of stone seats and sat there. "Let's just wait for the tournament to start," Jun said. Ning looked around the stadium and saw it slowly fill up. But until now, it was only the participants. There was not a single audience member that had come in yet. He then looked at the middle of the stadium where lied a single stone stage and searched for something. He looked around for a few minutes, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any clue about it. Not wanting to search anymore, he decided to simply ask the sect leader. "Where is the secret realm?" he asked, catching the attention of the two sect leaders who suddenly had mysterious smiles on their faces. If it were so easily found, it wouldn't be a secret now, would it? Chapter 160, Secret Realm. Suddenly a small buzzing sound appeared from the stage and a small, circular white light flashed in there. Ning immediately turned his head to look at it and was surprised by what he saw. The white glow was abnormal as it didn't originate from anything on the stage and it looked like the space itself bent on the stage. As soon as it appeared, however, the light disappeared and the stage was back to normal. It wasn't only Ning that was surprised. The other disciples that had come along were a little surprised too at the paranormal event that had just taken place. Ning could see people from the other islands getting curious as to what had just happened as well. "What was that?" someone asked. "Tisk. And here we thought of keeping it a surprise until later on." "Sigh, whatever. That is the opening to the secret realm. Once you enter there, you are teleported to the secret realm," Dion said with a disappointed face. "What is the secret realm exactly?" "Another universe?" Ning asked. "Another universe? Haha, you think way too grand, Dr. Ning. No, it's either just a simple pocket dimension or the more possible answer, a simple portal to another location somewhere on this planet," Yelka said. Ning finally understood a little. "Maybe I will know if the place is on the map or not once I enter," he thought. There were no more such flashes. People steadily entered the arena and soon the arena was almost filled. A group of people walked onto the stage and stopped around the location where the white portal had previously flashed. "What are they doing?" Ning asked the group. "Ah, they are finally here. The tournament will begin very soon then," Jun said. "Just keep watching, you will see." The 5 men who had just entered the stage suddenly took out a long metal rod with a weirdly iridescent cloth at the top. "Is that a formation flag?" Ning wondered. He was correct. The 5 people had taken out formation flags and planted them in 5 separate spots around the place where the portal had appeared. They then placed a bunch of spirit stones just inside the formation they had just created and started silently activating it. Soon, everyone in the arena could see turbulence in the space inside the formation. The space started twisting and turning until there was a tear in it. A visible crack in the space shocked everyone who was new to the place. Subsequently, the portal appeared once more. However, this time, it wasn't wibbly-wobbly like the last time and seemed very stable. The 5 men had managed to make the portal stay open permanently. "Is it as stable as it looks?" Ning asked. "Yes. They do this every 3 years so they are quite good at it now. See? Not a single fluctuation in space," Dion said. "Now that the portal is ready, I think you guys will have to leave soon. Remember, help each other whenever you can." "Of course, that is if you happen to meet each other," Yelka said. "What do you mean if we happen to meet each other, sect leader?" someone asked. "Well, basically, you will all be separated once you enter. So, when you are inside you will have to fend for yourself," Yelka said. Good morning everyone. I am your host for the tournament. My name is Trivax. Before I announce anything else, will the participants please gather onto the stage? Trivax said. Alright, good luck to you guys. Do as well as you can. No pressure, Jun said. Have faith in your training, you guys will do fine, Yelka said, before sending off the participants. Ning and the other 14 disciples as well as the other 3,000 participants walked down to the arena, nearly filling the entire thing. Wow, I see this every single tournament, and this still somehow surprises me. There are always so many of you, the host said. He waited for the rest of the people to come down and then started speaking. Alright, listen up carefully. I will now explain how the tournament will be held. The tournament will be divided into 2 segments. The first one will take place in the secret realm, while the second one will take place on this stage, the host said. The one starting right now is the one that will take place in the secret realm. For this tournament, each one of you will be given a bunch of storage bags and a single talisman that you will have to forever keep on your chest. Your task inside the secret realm is the either gather ingredients or kill the monster and then gather their corpses as much as you can. Each ingredient and monster will give you a certain number of points that will be recorded into your talisman. The talisman is also your saving grace. The talisman will immediately teleport you out of the secret realm if you ever are about to face a fatal injury. If those damage or injuries are to be caused by the participants, you will lose half of your points then and there to your killer, the host said. The participants got a little nervous as well as exciting, learning that one did not have to hold back in fear of accidentally killing the other. The host continued. Here is how we will count your points. The points for the ingredients are very random and are determined based on their rarity, so you can't know for yourself how many points they will get you. You can however see how many points you have in your talisman at any points and find out. As for the monsters that you will kill, most of the monsters are only up to the 9th realm of chi condensation, so you will get points based on what realm there are. The monsters in Foundation realm that you will rarely find will start at 50 points with 5 extra points for each higher realm it is in. Chapter 161, Rules. The participants were a little confused at the explanation for the Foundation establishment beasts. A few of them raised their hands to ask and the host picked one. I am a little confused, say I kill a second Foundation establishment realm beast, how many points do we get? 55 or 60? He asked. The host smiled and answered, as I said, the Foundation establishment realm starts at 50, so the first Foundation establishment realm beast will give you 50 points. Second will give you 55, third will give you 60, all the way up to 9th realm which will give you 90 points, but you guys don't have to worry about them, since those don't exist in there. The participants made a small noise of understanding. Now, let's move on to how the competition itself will take place. Once you enter the portal to the secret realm, you will all be teleported to a different place at random. No one can tell where you will end up. You will then begin to look for points with the talisman on your chest. Remember, you will not get points if the talisman is not on your chest. Every day, at exactly noon, you will once again be teleported randomly to another location in the secret realm, while the traversable land will be cut in half. So in 4 days, the land will be 1/8 of what you started with. To win in this competition, you will need to be in the top 128 people with the most number of points by the end of the 4 days. Now, moving on to rewards, the host said. Suddenly, all the participants' bodies got straighter as they got more attentive at the rewards part. The reward for this competition is, you get to keep part of the corpses and ingredients you acquire in the secret realm, the host said. Hey, was the sound that unanimously rang through the entire group. Ning was a little confused too. We will get to keep what we acquire, he didn't expect the competition holders to be so benevolent. Let me explain, the host said as he quieted down the crowd. Not everyone will get a reward, only those who do well will succeed in getting better rewards too. The talisman you all hold will record two types of points. One is the total points you acquire or lose through either killing or dying at the hands of either the monsters or the other participants. This is what will choose the rank you are on. The other points will be purely the ingredients and corpses you acquire by yourself. Depending on the percentile of the rank you are on, you will be forced to hand over a minimum of 50% of everything you collect. If you are on the first percentile, you will have to give 50% of everything you get, and if you happen to end up on the 100th percentile, you will have to hand over 100% of everything you collect. What you will have to hand over will be based on points of the items. However, there is also a variety between those that come in the top 128 and those that don't. Only those that come in the top 128 can choose what they want to keep and what they want to give. Everyone else will have to hand over their ingredients for use to choose. I hope you guys understood that, the host said. The people started murmuring. Most of them understood and were quite surprised at the shamelessness of the tournament holder. Others that didn't understand asked their friends. Ning thought for a bit and quickly understood what was happening. So no matter what, I have to get onto the top 128, right? He thought. Soon, staff of the tournament holders started walking out and handed every single one of them a few storage bags and a single talisman that they forcefully stuck onto their chests. Ning got pasted one on himself too. He looked at the talisman and was mesmerized by the intricate runes on it. Once everyone got their hands of the storage bags and talismans, the host spoke once more. All right, listen up. There are a few rules that you will have to follow if you want to stay in the tournament. First of all, the storage bags are linked to the talisman you have. So if you don't keep the ingredients and corpses in the storage bags, you will flop. Secondly, you are not allowed to steal other people's storage bags. If you are found to have stolen it, you will face direct disqualification, and all of the materials you got will be confiscated. Even if every one of you is sent out, the secret realm won't close until all of the 4 days are over. So do try to survive until then. Teaming up, stealing what others got before they could store it, backstabbing, or whatever other things you can think of that doesn't break the rules is fully allowed. The host then looked at the sun in the sky and realized that it was time. We will now start the tournament. I will call out your island's names. 15 people from that island, please walk forward and enter the portal. Yellow Bush Island. A group of people walked out of the thousands and walked towards the portal. The moment they reached the portal, a suction of sorts suddenly pulled them in and they all disappeared. High Sky Island. Another group walked in and disappeared. Hero Island. People wearing mostly orange clothes walked up and entered the portal in front of everyone. Ning recognized one of the people in there and smiled. A bunch of other names was called before their name came up. Deep Skull Island. Ning and the 14 other people walked out of the crowd and went onto the stage. Even as he walked forward, Ning couldn't feel anything until he reached near the portal. Then, suddenly one of the people at the front disappeared. Followed by another, and another, and another. Until finally, he too was sucked into the portal and disappeared. Chapter 162, First Day. Ning suddenly fell onto the ground, but he quickly rolled and got up. He looked around the place and couldn't help but ask himself, is this the secret realm? From what he was told, he assumed it was a jungle most of the time, but where he had appeared was actually grassland. As for the trees, he was told, they seemed to be a bit further in the distance. Hey, so it's not all forests, hey? Well, I'm glad there are some scenic changes from time to time. I don't think I would like it if it were all just forests, he thought. He then started walking through the grasses. Along the way, he tried spreading out his divine sense to see if something was on the way. Although it was about 15 meters in radius, that was plenty for him. He happened to see a little squirrel-like beast run past him, hidden in the grass. If not for his divine sense, he would have likely missed it. You're quite sneaky, aren't you? He said and immediately stopped it. They made the squirrel float into the air and out of the grasses. Ugh, what's with those teeth? You must be buck-toothed squirrel. Your bites are quite nasty if I remember correctly, he said when he saw that the squirrel had two abnormally long front teeth. Let me guess, second realm of chi condensation. He asked himself and then analyzed the beast's cultivation base. Haha, I'm finally starting to get it right. Ning was quite happy to learn that he no longer needed the skill to check cultivation bases. He was starting to be able to do so himself. The squirrel struggled in the air, trying to move, but Ning's telekinesis was too strong. Ah, right. I need to kill you to get points, Ning said and simply flicked its forehead to give it a quick death. He put the corpse of the beast into the special storage bag and checked the talisman on his chest. As he had hoped, it noted down that he had 2 points now. Alright, let's try to get more. There must be quite a few materials and beasts in the forest, he thought and walked towards the forest in the distance. The grassland unfortunately didn't hold many beasts or plants that could be used as ingredients. Thankfully I at least know what the ingredients look like. That might be hard for most of the people taking part in the competition, Ning thought. While he didn't know where he could find many of the ingredients or even the least amount of knowledge about their origin, thanks to the medical knowledge he had bought, he had a perfect idea about their appearance. Well, all I can hope is that the competition holders know those ingredients as well, otherwise half of what I get might be considered useless to those people, Ning said. He did after all have more knowledge regarding these things than nearly everyone on the planet. Soon he arrived at the front of the jungle. By now, he had managed to kill a few more beasts, with the strongest one being only at the 4th stage of chi condensation. While it was okay by comparison to the forest in Starsight City, when compared to his strength, they were very weak. He had also managed to find a few ingredients along the way. He could have probably found some more if he had searched for a little longer, but he decided not to. He looked at the talisman and saw that he had 52 points until now. He hadn't kept track of the points after the first 2 beasts, so he wondered how he got so much. The storage bag only has 8 beasts and 6 ingredients. Meaning, one or more of the ingredients must have really high points, he thought. He quickly let go of all his thoughts and walked into the forest. Out in the arena, there were thousands of people including both inside and outside who were watching the screens that came up high in the air. Jun, Yelka, and the rest were looking at the hundreds of screens that were floating side by side. There were no sounds and the image seemed to be tied to the location so one couldn't follow a disciple around. Thankfully, the images were from hotspots in the secret realm where most great stuff was it, so one could find different participants on the screen all the time. Hey, can you guys see any of our disciples? Jun asked. Sect Master, Disciple Kale is right there on that screen. 23 down, 16 to the right, an elder said. Oh, I see. What is he doing? Fighting a beast. Jun tried to look but the disciple was at the edge of the screen and he couldn't see what was beyond it. There is another one on that screen on the lower left. Seems to be one of sect leader Yelka's disciples, another elder said. Who? Let me see. Ah yes, Gumi. I have quite great aspirations for him, the sect leader said. He then thought of something and asked, have any one of you seen Dr. Ning yet? Everyone turned their attention to the screen but none could find him. Even with hundreds of screens, the competition holders couldn't see the entire secret realm at all. Sigh, he is the strongest participant we have. He even broke through to the Foundation establishment realm a few months ago. I would love to see him in action, Yelka said. Everyone nodded with their sentiment. Suddenly, the secret realm's portal started fluctuating and before anyone could react, someone was thrown out. It's only been an hour, and someone is already disqualified. Poor guy didn't even get last a day, Jun said. The participant who was just thrown out happened to be from the group in front of Jun and Yelka, so when he returned to the group, they happened to hear what he said. I'm sorry elders, but the beast was too strong for me. Hearing an 8th Chi condensation realm participant saying this, the two sect leaders got a bad premonition about the future. Chapter 163, Emerald Mango. Ning looked at the deer-like beast in front of him and got very nervous. He wasn't nervous because it might attack him, but because it might run away at the slightest disturbance. The deer was very much heavier than him, so he couldn't use telekinesis on it to try and stop it. The deer was around the 8th realm of Chi condensation, and while he could easily kill it, he didn't want to run through the jungle following it. So, he trod slowly, making sure to not step on anything dry or could make sounds. As soon as he got close enough, he turned his palm into a fist and punched the air. EOL.O. Suddenly, blue energy appeared from his arm that took the shape of a fist and rushed towards the deer. Before the deer could even do anything, Ning managed to incapacitate it. Seeing the deer down, he immediately ran towards it and killed it with a normal punch. He then put the corpse inside the storage bag and sighed in relief. The first few beasts he came across in the jungle that was weaker than him but heavier, usually just ran away because of his aura. He killed every single one of them after running after them for a bit, but that was starting to get annoying. I need to learn how to contain my aura, he thought. His cultivation base was too strong now and he needed to be able to contain it in. It wasn't only for the sake of these beasts or the competition, he needed to be able to do this so that he could mix in with the mortals or lower level cultivators if he ever wanted to have a slow life, or if he ever wanted to act like a pig to eat the tiger. Can I do it? Ning wondered. From what he knew, the aura on one's body appeared when the chi continuously circulated throughout the body and some of it escaped from it. So, if I want to hide my aura, I either need to have the chi not escape my meridian or not have the chi in the meridian at all, he thought. Previously, he wouldn't think this was possible. If the chi that always stayed in the meridians were to be thrown away, he would have to cultivate overnight to gain the chi back. However, now that he was a foundation establishment realm cultivator, he could store the chi in the sea of chi. That was where all of the chi in his meridians originated from, to begin with. So what he needed to do now was cut off the supply. He sent his divine sense into his sea of chi and started controlling the chi flowing out of it. The chi was his, so he could control it. But the sea of chi had its own plan, it seemed. As Ning tried to control the chi, the sea of chi kept trying to force some more chi through. Ning tried for a while but couldn't entirely stop the flow of chi. In the end, he gave up and got satisfied with what he had. While the aura was still there, thanks to the lack of chi, it felt more like he was around the 5th realm of chi condensation at best. I can work with this, he thought. He used part of his attention to keeping the chi at bay and walked forward. Now that his aura wasn't as terrifying as before, beasts were more attracted towards him, thinking he was their prey. Ning cracked a smile every time one of them tried to sneak attack him. You can't sneak when I have my divine sense, you fools, he thought to himself and immediately turned around to kill whatever was behind him. Taken by surprise, they were usually stunned like a deer in the headlights. This is getting too easy, Ning thought as he looked at the corpse of the hyena-like creature in front of him. He quickly put it into his storage bag and walked on. He found a few more ingredients along the way and killed some beasts as well. He was walking forward when he suddenly noticed an opening that didn't have any trees. Am I out of the forest? He thought and walked forward. When he reached the open area, he realized that it was actually just a small place in the middle of the forest that didn't have any trees. That was probably because of what was in the middle of the open area. Holy sh*t, Ning couldn't help but curse when he saw the gigantic tree in front of him. The tree was around 4 meters in diameter and nearly 50 meters high. The trunk separated into dozens of thick branches that separated into more. All in all, the tree had about 30 meters in radius at the maximum span of its horizontal length. That wasn't the only thing great about the tree in front of him. There were multiple snakes wrapped around the branches of the trees, each at least 5th realm of chi condensation in cultivation. Can I fight them all without getting overwhelmed? They probably know, most likely have venom too, Ning thought. He started looking through the snakes and quickly started recognizing them. Geez, 90% of them are venomous, and those are just the ones I can see from here, he thought. He looked near every single snake and could see a green fruit hanging near it. He paid closer attention and suddenly his eyes went wide. Emerald mango! He shouted. That was the name of one of the most hard-to-find ingredients of all. It had many usages in healing pastes and other forms of medicine but was very rare, so no one used it. Now, here it was and he could get a lot of it as well. However, he would have to fight through the hordes to snakes to get to it. Whatever, he thought and was about to move forward when suddenly, he heard footsteps nearby. Chapter 164, Cerulean Horn Snake. People! Ning said in surprise. It had been nearly 3 hours since he entered the secret realm. While he knew that the secret realm was large, he hadn't expected it to not find a single participant at all the entire time. However, finally, he was hearing some footsteps that definitely belonged to humans. Ning looked to his left and saw a person walking out of the forest. It was an 8th Chi condensation realm man wearing a blue robe, slightly darker in color than the one Ning was wearing. I finally got to see someone, the man said. He looked at Ning up and down and frowned. Why are you so weak, brother? What are your elders thinking, sending such a weak disciple to the secret realm? The man complained. Ning was a little amused at the man assuming that he was weak due to his aura. Well, at least it's working, Ning thought. Brother, you might want to leave the secret realm soon, it's dangerous, the man said. Ning smiled and said, thank you for the concerns, but the secret realm will eject me automatically if I were to come across some mortal threat. Sigh, that's true, but you should leave when you have enough points to satisfy your elders, the man said. Suddenly, Ning ran forward with a fist targeted at the man. What? The man was surprised at the sudden attack and quickly took out his sword and attacked Ning. Ning casually parried the sword with the side of his left arm and punched near the man's skull. Ah! The man screamed and closed his eyes at the punch. Suddenly, fresh blood started flowing from the side of his skull. The man slowly opened his eyes to see the blood flowing down his left arm, but there was no pain at all. You should be more careful. It's better if you leave this place, Ning said and walked away from the man. The man slowly turned his head to the left and just managed to see Ning put a large snake corpse into his storage bag. I can see that you were concerned for me and I appreciate that. But, Ning said while pointing at the tree, you should be more concerned for yourself. The man looked at the tree he had been ignoring this whole time and saw giant snakes wrapped around the tree who were starting to make their way down to the ground after seeing their own kind die. The man's soul nearly left his body when he saw that. Oi, leave, Ning shouted at him and the man came back to himself. He hurriedly turned around and started to run away and stopped. Brother, why aren't you running? He asked when he saw that Ning was still there. Ha, why would I run when there are so many delicious points slithering in front of me? Ning watched the man run away and focused on the battle that was going to start. Ugh, I wanted to use the spear at least once, but I can't use that against so many enemies. I guess it's the sword again, he thought and took out the low-grade sword artifact. He got into his stance and waited for the closest snake to come nearer. When it was, he started. He immediately disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the snake. A thin line of blood appeared on the snake's neck as its head slid off its body and it died. That was one. He immediately kicked his movement technique into action and disappeared once more and arrived in front of another snake. Before the snake could even react, he sliced it through the head and the snake separated into 2 parts halfway through its body. That was 2. His divine sense was in full gear, so he saw a snake sneak behind him and lunge at him. The snake was smaller than him, so Ning didn't even look behind when the snake was stuck in midair. He simply turned around and gave it a good kick, blasting its head into hundreds of pieces. That was 3. There were hundreds of snakes, and Ning couldn't possibly keep count of how many he was going to kill. He was currently focused on 2 different things. The first was making sure he didn't get sneak attacked, as that could be bad. The second was trying to find the most venomous ones first so that he could kill them and be in less danger. Just as he was thinking that, he saw a sapphire-skinned snake about 10 meters in length with 2 tiny horn-like protrusions coming out of its skin. A cerulean horn snake, Ning said in surprise. That was one of the most venomous snakes he knew of. A single bite of those snakes had enough venom to kill 20,000 mortals at once. That's the one I need to kill first, he thought. He continued killing the ones that came up to him but didn't really care much in the ways of danger. But the cerulean horn snake was slithering towards him, and then Ning realized that he was in much greater danger than he thought he was in. The snake was in the first realm of Foundation establishment. F***ck, it's clearly one of the rare beasts the host told us about, Ning thought. He tried to run further away from the snake while continuously killing more and more snakes. But it was getting harder. He now needed to split his attention into 3 parts, and that was getting troublesome. He was starting to make mistakes. Bite. Ow! Suddenly, he looked down and saw a snake bite his leg. His leg muscle was very strong, but this snake's bite was also strong enough to puncture it just enough to send the venoms into his bloodstream. Ning quickly remembered what the snake was and killed it with a single swipe of his sword. But within seconds, the numbness from the venom started spreading in the leg, and he could no longer use his left leg. More dangerously, the venom was moving up and up to his body, and would slowly reach his waist area. At that point, he would be in serious danger. Chapter 165, Antidote on the Go. That was a lemon viper. Its venom travels from the origin of the bite until all the body is numb. My heart and other organs will stop way before my whole body goes numb. With the venom's travel speed, I have approximately 2 minutes before the venom reached my heart. The antidote requires ingredients that I don't have, unfortunately. Fortunately, Ning looked towards the tree and said, there is something much better. Ning was grateful to his past self for having the forethought of learning a new movement technique. If he had kept on using what he had, the twin-step movement technique would have failed right now thanks to his unmoving foot. Ning's sword turned black suddenly, and he unleashed an attack that cut all the snakes in the current vicinity. Suddenly, he flew. All the snakes were down on the ground, so it was the perfect time to fly. He propelled himself into the air and flew to one of the fruits up in the air and grabbed it. He quickly started bringing out the rest of the ingredients and started preparing the medicine. He didn't have time to properly make the medicine, so he started chomping down on the ingredients. He took out all the ingredients and bit into it but didn't swallow it. Once his mouth was full with the ingredients, then finally he started to chew them all. The snakes had already made their way up to him, and surprisingly, some of the higher ones even knew how to fly. This is going to be annoying, he thought. He wasn't used to flying, let alone fighting while doing so, and he couldn't fight properly on the ground until his leg was cured. So he could only grumble and do what he could to stay alive. Chi attacks started flying everywhere, injuring a lot of the snakes. But the remaining ones were more intelligent and thus knew when to dodge it. **T. They let the dumber ones come first to check the waters, and now that they've seen that I am a free target, they are ganging up on me, Ning thought. Ning needed to do better. He chewed the ingredients as fast as he could to mix them, but it was still going to take some time. He propelled himself forward once more and went towards some of the weaker snakes and cut them up. He then turned to the side and used a chi slash to catch a snake off guard. The snake didn't expect him to attack so fast and died. A black snake jumped onto his right leg. Ning tried to rush forward but couldn't do it in time as he hesitated due to the cerulean horn snake being right where he was about to go. The snake wrapped around his leg and bit it. Ning was scared that he was going to have to give up on another leg, but thankfully, he didn't. The snake's fangs broke into 2 when it tried to bite him. This snake wasn't as strong as the last one and couldn't pierce his leg. Ning accurately slid his sword between his leg and the snake and swung it outward, cutting the snake into multiple pieces along the way. Ning didn't lose his focus. He immediately looked around the battlefield. A lot of snakes were already dead, but the strong ones were still there. Especially the cerulean horn snake. It seemed to be waiting for him to get tired or injured before it could swiftly take care of him. Ning wasn't going to let that happen. He took a deep gulp and swallowed the medicine that had formed in his mouth by now. A cool sense washed down his esophagus as it reached his stomach. Once there, he could sense the medicine being sent to each and every corner of his body. Even as the snakes moved towards him, the sense on his left leg was starting to come back and he was starting to get his feeling back into his leg. That's much better, he thought as he finally used the twin-step movement technique to dash forward and cut a snake with his sword. The snake however survived but with a deep gash on its body. I guess you guys aren't going to be so easy to hurt now, are you? In an abrupt fashion, Ning stored his sword back into his storage bag. Now that there aren't that many of you, I can finally use it, he said as he took out a spear with a silver blade and a blue body. The spear had a much deeper blue than Ning's clothes or the cerulean horn snake. Ning swung it around a few and got used to its weight. Wow, this really is an amazing spear, he thought and started spinning it around from left to right. As he spun more and more, the power in his spear started increasing as well. He made a simple slash and the snake which just had a long gash in its body got cut into two. Damn, it feels good to have a spear with a long blade. Cutting is so much easier with this, he said. Is the blade itself better than the other sword? He wondered. He saw a snake sneak around his back and try to lunge at him. Without even turning towards it, he immediately swung behind him and cut the snake in half. The snake was weaker than the other one, but he wasn't sure he could completely cut it in half in a single blow without any techniques with the sword. Ning continued swinging his spear around and made his way across the entire battlefield, killing one snake after another. Thanks to their low amount, he could keep on revolving the spear around, stacking more and more power on the spear. Finally, he cut the last of the snakes on the battlefield as its body split in two. Then, he turned towards the cerulean horn snake. It was time for the two of them to fight. Chapter 166, Final Blow. Ning was bloody, but none of it were his own blood. Thanks to his higher cultivation base, he had been able to successfully kill off the rest of the snakes, while the one that was truly strong stayed behind in caution. It would have been bad if it really did decide to join them, Ning thought. He kept on swinging the spear around, steadily increasing the power in it. The cerulean horn snake slid across the body of its former friends as it prepared to attack Ning. Ning suddenly pushed himself off of the ground and dashed towards the snake. Seeing that he was finally coming after it, the snake also lunged towards him. At the last moment, Ning slid below the jumping snake and pierced its stomach as he went forward. However, all he could do was create sparks when the spear hit the snake's scales. Damn, I knew it was tough, but I didn't expect it to be so much, he thought. He slowly started moving his legs around, doing different maneuvers that made it look like he was dancing. The snake immediately turned around to attack, but it got a little slow all of a sudden. Ning thought he got the snake and jumped forward, but as soon as he stopped his hypnotizing dance, the snake was back to its normal self and attacked him as well. The fangs managed to block the spear without showing the slightest hint of breaking or even chipping. Damn, this snake is so strong, and it keeps making me stop using the revolution spear technique. I need to either stay away from it for a while or change my approach, he thought. So he decided to go a different route. Can I even get bit? This body will die if that ever happens. Although, maybe I will be sent out. But I wasn't when that other snake bit me. Did that not count as fatal damage? Ning thought. He didn't know the criteria for getting sent out of the secret realm, so he had to be careful. Suddenly, Ning punched with his left hand, sending out fist-shaped energy towards the snake. While that was happening, he immediately went behind the snake and used the one true spear strike. He launched forward with his spear and sneak attacked it. But the snake suddenly twisted its tail to slap him mid-flight and threw him towards the jungle. Ow, what the hell? How did it know I was AF*CK? I should have known. Ning wanted to slap himself for not thinking it through, but the snake's slap had done enough damage. Thankfully, the snake also took a little damage from the fist as it didn't have any other way to dodge and attack him at the same time. Damn, it weighed its choices and decided that hitting me was a better choice than dodging. What a terrifying intelligence, Ning thought. He once again rushed forward for a direct fight. The snake also slid forward and started fighting the spear of its tail. Tang 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 tang. Multiple sounds rang throughout the forests as their spear and tail hit each other. The snake was strong, but it didn't realize that by fighting directly, it was allowing Ning to gather power onto his spear. Ning took the chance to continuously gather more and more power as finally in one of the clashes, he managed to pierce the skin and cut deep into the snake's body. Oh, it's only the skin that is strong, not the muscles or bones, Ning thought. He had previously already checked the snake's abilities but had seen nothing worthy of worry. The only thing he needed to care about in this fight was the strong cultivation base and the beyond terrifying venom of the snake. The snake pulled back its tail and instead tried to bite Ning. Ning immediately used his spear to pierce the snake's head, but the fangs were too strong to hurt and so they clashed together and got into a power struggle. Ning was thinking of pulling back his spear and continuing to keep his spear's energy it had gathered due to spinning, but suddenly, something he hadn't prepared for happened. The snake, instead of continuing the power struggle, just opened its mouth further wide until its fangs were pointed towards Ning and sprayed its venom at him. Ning was scared out of his mind for a split second, but immediately gained control of his mind and did what the snake absolutely was not expecting him to. He stopped the venom mid-air. The snake was a little surprised seeing the greenish-yellow venom in mid-air and even a little afraid. Ning didn't want to keep the venom in the air for long as the fumes from the venom might end up being dangerous as well. That was when he noticed the snake acting a little different than usual. Could it be, he thought, and immediately sent venom flying back towards it. The snake tried to dodge it, and it did, but the venom once again stopped midair and changed its direction to fall onto the back of the snake. The snake started struggling amongst the other snakes' bodies to get rid of the venom, but it was too late. As soon as the venom had touched its skin, the part of that skin was shed off. The muscles, however, didn't have much damage to them. While the snake was resistant to its own venom on the inside, it seemed the venom was bad for it on the outside. Once the skin was gone and the muscles were visible, Ning knew the snake was as good as dead now. He immediately took out his sword and started controlling it with his chi and telekinesis to fight the snake, while he started looking for ways to attack the snake. The snake tried to dodge and run away, but Ning would always be there to attack. After fighting for a few minutes, Ning finally got his chance. Just as the snake was distracted thanks to his sword, he launched the one true spear strike and pierced directed into the snake's body, and struck its heart. Chapter 167, Another Grassland. The snake hissed for a moment and fell to the ground dead. Ning pulled out the spear and blood gushed out of the wound. Damn, that took way more out of me than I would have expected, he thought. He had never expected that fighting a First Foundation Establishment realm monster would be that difficult to win against. I need better techniques. The ones I currently have don't suit my cultivation base, he thought. While the one true sword strike and the revolving spear art were good techniques, they had a lot of things holding them back. Ning had gotten them for very cheap, whether it be with energy or with gold cons. So now that he was at a level that he couldn't afford to fight with these cheap techniques. Sigh, I guess I have to wait until the system comes back. When exactly is it coming back? I've lost count of the days, he thought. He started putting all the snakes into his storage bag. There were over 100 of them and it took him some time. He then proceeded to pick up all the fruits from the tree. The emerald mangoes should be able to earn him a lot of points. Once he was done with it all, he checked the talisman for the points and he smiled. I have no words. Truly magnificent. That's a strong participant for sure. Did you see how he used both a sword and a spear at the end? Damn, I wish I knew how strong those snakes were. At least 5th chi condensation realm, right? A few of them should be very weak. 1st or 2nd realm actually. Did you see how easily he kicked and they died? Well, some of them could fly, so they must be around 6th realm in general. I think the blue one was in the 8th realm at the very least, if not the 9th realm. What island is that disciple from? They must be truly proud of him. Due to the fact that there were so many snakes in a single spot, the audience seemed to have gotten the wrong impression that the reason it was a hot spot was the quantity of the beasts and not the quality of them. Dion, Yelka, and the rest of them were watching the screen in the air with massively wide eyes. They knew how strong Ning was, so when they saw him struggling, they knew that the beasts were strong. Whoa, Dr. Ning should have stopped being a doctor and just joined a sect as a normal disciple. He would have been a direct disciple by now, Dion said. I wonder why he decided to become a doctor when he had so much talent, Yelka wondered. Well, either way, he is great. Although, where is he now? He is gone from the screen, Jun said. The group looked back at the screen but Ning was gone and they couldn't find him anymore. So they focused their attention back on the screen at a different person whose current state interested the rest of the group. Ning walked out of the forest and into a small grassland that led to another forest. However, this grassland had really tall grasses and giant rocks in the middle as well as a few trees scattered everywhere. The sun was down and the visibility was low, but as a cultivator of both body and chi, Ning had no need to worry about vision. He walked into the grassland with a few different things on his mind. For one, he was confused as to how there was a sun in a realm that was supposed to just be a separate dimension. That did not make sense to him unless to him. Also, he couldn't figure out why no matter how much he walked, he didn't see the edge of this secret realm. Is this really a secret realm that is just a small hidden dimension? Would it not make sense that it's just a different land on Kumia just connected through the portal? Ning wondered. No, but that is wrong as well. The sun is exactly where it should be on the hub island. If it were anywhere else the angle and direction would be different, as well as the placement. So we should be exactly where we were in the arena, but yet somehow, not. Ning couldn't understand what was going on. He thought for a bit more, but his knowledge of secret realms and dimensions and universes was very minute, so he decided to give up on making sense of his situation. Instead, he just focused on finding the beasts and ingredients as per usual. Ning saw a flower next to the giant rock using his divine sense. He could also see a bunch of 2nd chi condensation realm worms hidden on the ground. He knew exactly what type of worms they were, so he stepped onto their ground without hesitation. The worms immediately walked out of the dirt thinking he was prey due to his low cultivation aura. As such, they fell into his trap. Ning didn't need any weapons for these lowly worms and easily finished them off by just stomping on them. He kept their corpse in his storage bag and picked up the flower as well. Once he was done there, he decided to move again. Oh, he thought as he turned around his head. Out in the distance, he could see 2 people, a boy and a girl, both wearing different colored robes following a wild horse with a bloody back. The horse was in fear and desperation as well as blind rage due to being injured. It suddenly saw Ning and ran towards him. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Ning still had his aura hidden for the most part, so the horse might have seen him as an easy target. However, before the horse could even reach him, Ning took out his sword swiftly and sent out a small slash at the horse's head and it immediately died, while its body, still with its momentum, slid on the grass until it came near Ning's feet and stopped. Chapter 168, Rude. Ning kicked the horse while keeping away the sword and checked if the horse was really dead. It was beyond a shadow of a doubt, dead. He checked the horse and realized that it was another spirit horse. These horses were known for their strong body and affinity to cold and dark places. It must have remained in the cold forest all the time, but the 2 people must have found it and attacked it until it was here. Well, not like it could have survived that much longer with its fifth chi condensation realm cultivation base, Ning thought. The two people reached Ning and stopped in front of him. The boy and girl were both older than Ning in age, but their cultivation base was nowhere close. "I'm sorry I killed your beast, it was trying to attack me and I couldn't see any other way out of it. You may take its body if you want to," Ning said. The lady suddenly snickered while the man started laughing out loudly. "You don't have to lie, brother. We saw the horse fall to the ground on its own. It died due to the wounds we inflicted on it. You don't have to try and take advantage of the situation to make yourself sound better," the man said. "What?" Ning got a little confused. Did they not see me attack the horse, he thought. Now that he thought about it, the horse did block their vision. So they didn't see him take out a sword and keep it back in. "Yes, young man. Are you trying to impress me right now? You should at least make sure that you are strong if you want to lie like that," the girl said. Ning was done with them. "Whatever, just take your horse and leave. I don't want to deal with you two anymore," he said and started to leave. "Ah, so rude," the girl said. "Hey, you wait. Apologize to us," the man decided. Ning stopped in his tracks and looked back. "Do what? Apologize to us? You were rude right there," the woman demanded. Ning felt the situation a little amusing. These people who were barely in the seventh realm of chi condensation wanted him to apologize. "Very well. I am sorry," Ning apologized with a bow. "That's more like it. Now you may leave," the man said. "Sure, but before that. It seems that you don't want to horse, so let me take it," Ning said and swiftly stored the horse before either of them could even react. He immediately turned around and started leaving. "What the hell? Where do you think you're going?" the woman shouted, prompting the man to react. "You dare!" The man couldn't believe what had just happened and shouted. He took out a sword and slashed at Ning. Ning had his divine sense active, so he just stepped to the side and caught the blade from the top before it even reached the ground. He pulled it out of the man's hand and without hesitation swung back. Before the sword could even reach the man, however, the talisman on his chest lit up and blocked the attack. However, at the same time, the man disappeared as well. "Oh, so that's what happens when you are about to receive fatal damage, hey?" Ning spoke out loud. The lady dropped to the ground seeing the man get taken care of so easily. Ning finally stopped stifling his chi flow and his cultivation aura came back to normal. As the lady sensed the aura increase, she knew she was in deep trouble. She and the man had accidentally found trouble with one of the strongest people in the competition. "PP, please forgive me. I didn't know you were." She tried to speak but the fear and despair wouldn't let her. "Sure, I'll forgive you. I killed the man, but you are a lady, so you can go," Ning said with a gentle smile. The lady smiled and started thanking him, but then Ning's face changed. "Wait a second. Isn't that a little sexist of me? Attacking a man, but letting a woman go? If it were anywhere else, it would even be considered rude, wouldn't it? And you just showed how much you disliked it when people were rude," Ning said as his smile came back on his face, except this time it didn't give hope to the lady. Instead, it gave horror. "Besides, you might think I'm trying to impress you by letting you go. You don't like that either, right?" Ning's smile was ever so big. The woman started shaking and immediately stood up to run away. Ning just watched her leave. He looked at the sword in his hand while shaking his head and grabbed the sword like a javelin. He then aimed directly at the lady and threw the sword at her with the full strength of his body cultivation. The sword flew through the air just like an arrow let go from a bow. It accurately landed on the woman's running back, but before it could even touch her, a protected barrier appeared from her talisman and she disappeared. Ning thought about the current situation and just shook his head. He wanted to go pick up the sword but it wasn't worth it. The sword wasn't even a spirit artifact, so he just left it there. He looked at the sky, it was already past evening, and was night now. So, he decided to stop hunting and searching for the ingredients for now. After fighting all day, his chi reserve was low. He was also close to a breakthrough, so he wanted to get there as soon as possible. So, he took out a spirit stone and sat on top of the giant rock next to him in a mediating position. He slowly breathed and started sucking in the chi from the spirit stones and condensed it into his sea of chi. He was a few days away from breaking through and thus cultivated throughout the night. Chapter 169, Shambles. Sun rose up in the sky and Ning opened his eyes as well. At some point through the Ning, the spirit stone had been emptied and he had to take out a second one to cultivate with. However, by the morning even that was gone. Thanks to cultivating all night, he was as fresh as ever and ready to go. He stood up from the rock, full of energy, and walked towards the other forest. Along the way, he found many monsters and found quite a few ingredients as well. I wonder if the people outside left the arena at night or stayed throughout the night, Ning wondered. Ning could understand the cultivators staying, but the mortals that came to watch stuff must have definitely left at night. He continued walking and soon reached the forest. The forest wasn't any different from the other one and Ning continued to exploit his hidden aura for more points. Beasts continued to target him for his weak aura, and he continued killing them. As such, quite a few hours passed. Ning was in the middle of the jungle and another beast with an aura that said it was in the 6th chi condensation realm tried to sneak attack him. It was a monkey with 4 arms and it sneakily climbed through the trees, slowly coming behind him to attack. As soon as it reached close to him, it punched his back as hard as it could. Ning swiftly turned around to catch its incoming arm. But even as he did, the talisman on his chest started glowing and soon a barrier appeared around him. Hey? No, it's not fatal. What are you doing? Ning shouted but he couldn't do anything to stop it. No. Even as he shouted, he disappeared. When he finally reappeared, he looked around where he was, expecting to see a horde of people looking at him near the portal on the stage. But instead, he found himself near a stream of water, in the middle of a grassland. What? He asked himself in confusion. Wasn't I disqualified? He thought as he looked around and then up. The sun was in the sky, directly on top of him. Oh, it's noon. F***ck. Can't they make the effect of teleportation and leaving the secret realm different? F***ing scared me for nothing, he thought and stood up. He looked around to see the best route to take now when he noticed something. Far away in the sky, he could see a slightly purple layer of barrier spanning everywhere he could see. Is that what they are using to stop us from moving any further? Ning wondered. He turned around looking at the other sides and realized that the barrier on that side was at the same distance from him. It was very far away, but he could tell the distance. He turned to the 2 remaining sides and realized that he had been teleported to the middle of the secret realm. Damn, where was I before? This is clearly the middle portion. I hope there aren't any strong monsters out there, Ning thought. All of a sudden, something entered the range of his divine sense. Ning looked at it and saw that it was a crocodile beast. It was a 7th chi condensation realm beast and was slowly swimming through the water, trying to stay hidden as it closed in on Ning. Ning didn't even bother trying to wait for the crocodile to reach him and just jumped at it. The crocodile was surprised and opened its mouth to bite at Ning, but Ning just stepped on the lower mouth and grabbed the upper mouth with his hand. He then pulled it away and ripped the crocodile in half. He stored the corpse and walked out of the water. Just as he did, 3 different people walked out of the jungle at the same time. However, they weren't together and came out of different sides of the jungle. Holy, so many people! I guess since the land is halved, you idiots would start popping up soon, a man as he walked out. He was wearing a green robe, in contrast to the other 2 who were wearing a red robe and a light blue robe. HOH, an idiot calling someone else an idiot? That's rare to see, the man with the light blue robe said. Ning looked at the three and saw that they all had the 8th Qi condensation realm. That was an incredibly rare occurrence. In contrast, Ning currently looked like he had 6th Qi condensation realm. The third guy in red wasn't speaking at all and kept looking at the other two with caution. Ning was no threat to him, so he didn't even bother looking at him. Ning was slightly surprised at the third guy's appearance but thought it was just a coincidence and focused on the two loud ones. You guys must have gathered quite a few points, right? Why don't you give half of it to me? The guy in green said. Sure, why don't you give some to me as well? I would appreciate it a lot, the guy in light blue said. They both looked to their side towards the third person, but he wasn't speaking at all. So they stopped bothering with him but kept a cautious eye on him. Why don't I get rid of this guy and we can continue this afterward? The guy in green said, pointing to Ning. And get half his points? Keep dreaming. I will be the one killing him. The guy in light blue didn't wait for any more words and directly jumped towards Ning. The guy in green also jumped towards Ning to deliver the final blow, as that would be what gave the people their points. Ning took out his spear and put it up horizontally to stop the swords. One hit the blade and another the hilt, yet even when together, neither of them could budge the spear. You guys talk really big, but do you have the ability to back it up? Ning said as he looked towards both of them and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Chapter 170, Hijaka. Ning's smile brought small traces of doubt and fear in the two men's eyes. They immediately backed up and looked at each other before looking back towards Ning. They got cautious. You are quite crafty, aren't you? Hiding your ability to strike at the right time, the man with the green robe said. It seems like he is quite strong. Why don't we work together to defeat him first before we fight amongst ourselves? The man in the light blue robe asked. Sure, the man in green said. He then turned to the third guy to ask, what about what they? He was surprised when he saw the man in red on the ground. Was he attacked somehow? How did he get there? He was just thinking that when he heard a voice right next to him. Are you sure you can ignore me? Ning said right next to the man's face. At some point, he had appeared right next to the man in green. The man in blue suddenly swung his sword and set out a slash made up of water towards Ning. The slash was very sharp and it accurately hit Ning. Oh, I could feel that one. Nice job, he said as wiped away the water from his face. The man in blue was stunned. One of the best known attacks of his sect was useless against the man. He is strong, he thought. He immediately turned around, decided to run. There was no way he was winning this fight and decided to use the man in green as a sacrifice to save himself. Nope, you don't get to go anywhere. Ning suddenly stopped the man with telekinesis. He was just a bit lighter when compared to Ning, so he was able to stop him. If it had not worked, Ning would have used his chi, but that was the last resort. It usually took a lot more chi and focus when trying to someone or thing with its own will. Thankfully, the telekinesis only needed his mental energy, which he had plenty by now. He pulled the man back towards him with his telekinesis and simply pointed his spear towards him. The man's mobility was fully stopped by Ning. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move at all. Even as he reached Ning, he was barely able to turn his head, only to see a sharp blade of a spear pointed right at his face. Before the blade could touch him, however, yellow energy appeared out of his talisman and he disappeared. That's one, Ning said. He turned to look at the man in green who was terrified out of his mind. Sigh, you guys can't even put up a brave front. Why do you act like hot stuff and then suddenly can't even put up a fight at the next moment? Come on, attack me, Ning said. The man couldn't believe what was happening. He couldn't even lift his sword out of fear. Ning saw that and didn't want to have anything more to do with him. He showed him mercy and directly sent him back outside of the secret realm. He then turned back to the last person, the man with the red robes. From the very start, this man had shown no aggression. When the fight had started, however, he had fallen to the ground, with no movement. "What's wrong with you? Why do you have your head down?" Ning asked. The man didn't move or do anything. Instead, he simply asked a simple question. "Is your name Ning?" Ning was a little surprised. He looked at the man's red robe and could guarantee that it was not part of the Red Tiger sect. The colors just didn't match. Could it be that the sect leaders made a secret agreement with another island for better chances in the tournament? Ning wondered. "Yes, that is me," Ning said. "Who are you?" The man finally looked up at Ning with a face of awe. "My name is Hijaka. I am the son of Usalanai," the man said to Ning. Ning was confused for a second, but hearing the names, a strange feeling appeared in his mind that he wanted to believe but didn't want to be disappointed. "The nephew of the chief and the grandson of the former chief, Heisi. It is an honor to meet you in Akaka." Hijaka immediately got into a kneeling position once more and started bowing to him. Ning was shocked. Even though at some level he had expected this after seeing the man's incredibly dark skin for the first time, he was still very shocked. You are a Clavian? You are Heisi's grandson?" Ning asked in surprise. "Yes, in Akaka," Hijaka said. "Haha." Ning had a blank look but a smile appeared as his face attained a proud look. "That kid got married, hey? Feels like yesterday that he was bullied for being so weak, and look at him now, what did you say? Former chief? He became a chief too, hey?" Hijaka looked at Ning with both reverence and awe. Ning's face suddenly lost all happiness and got solemn all of a sudden. "Tell me, and be honest. Is he still alive?" Ning asked. He closed his eyes, not able to listen to the possible answer that might come out of the mouth of the person in front of him. "He is alive and well, in Akaka. He is back in our ancestral lands and is living his life without any worry," Hijaka said. Ha ha, so he is alive, hey? He is alive. Who else is alive? Tell me, Ning asked. Nearly everyone is. Thanks to the cultivation techniques and knowledge you left behind, aside from the elderly who couldn't cultivate long enough to gain increased lifespan, everyone else has managed to successfully live till now, Hijaka said. Ning grew silent, and out of nowhere a single tear fell down his left cheek. Inakaka. Hijaka got worried. Thank God. Thank God they're alive and well. Thank God I will get to meet them again, Ning screamed to the sky as he started fully crying with tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. Chapter 171, A Changed Clavies. Ning had stopped crying by now. Hijaka didn't say anything and just stayed by Ning. How did you know who I was? It's been 165 years, right? Ning asked. Haha, your images are everywhere in the ancestral land. Every time I go there, grandfather makes me look at the statues and posters for hours on end, Hijaka said. What? Why would they have a poster of me? Ning was a little surprised. To the Clavian people, you are what led to their growth and expansion of the land. You are also what led to the people's long life as well as let us see the rest of the world. Thus, to the Clavian people you are not just a benefactor, you are a god, Hijaka said. Ning blushed a little. Aish, here I even told them I was a nobody and that they didn't have to call me a god, he said. So, wait. You said you were his grandson, how many children does he have? Ning asked. Grandfather only had 2 children, my uncle and my mother. Haha, he even named my uncle Ning after you, Hijaka said. What? That's a little. Ning didn't know what to say. Sigh, I guess I can't really say anything. Instead, I should be happy he even named his son after me, he said. Hijaka got silent for a bit and asked, why did you leave that day, Inakaka? What? Ning asked. Grandfather said that you fought the demon Fufulaki and won. But then you never returned. My uncle and the rest tried to convince him that you died, but the older generation never believed us. We even thought they were stupid for putting so much faith in you, Hijaka said. Yet, here you are. I can't believe you really survived, but why didn't you return? He asked. Ning stayed silent for a while and asked, they told you what I am, right? I know that you are not human, he said. I currently am, technically. And I was one before too. However, after I changed, I became an undying entity that could live without a body, he said. Like a soul? Hijaka asked. Kinda, but I'm more untraceable. Anyway, once I killed the snake, I lost my consciousness and stayed in the deep dark sea for 164 years. I only just came back to consciousness a few years ago, and have been trying to get strong to leave this place, he said. Grandfather said you can teleport. Can't you do that now? Hijaka asked. I wouldn't know where to go. I only know that I want to leave. So, I was thinking of increasing my strength before I leave, Ning said. I will leave this place after this tournament. Maybe go up north, although I don't know where, Ning said. I've heard of this place called Seven Lights City, up north to the east. I hear it's one of the most unique lands in all of the continent. Although, that is just hearsay. I've never been there myself, Hijaka said. Seven Lights City, that's around 20,000 kilometers to the right, Ning thought as he looked at the city's location on the map and its distance from where he was currently. All right, I will think about it. By the way, what sect are you from? He asked. Oh, I'm from the Young Jewel sect, but to better Clavia's relations with the rest of the continent, I was part of a transfer group and thus now, I'm in the Crimson Glory sect for a couple of more years, Hijaka said. I see. I guess that's enough dilly-dallying. Come on, we need to go get some more points, Ning said. Both Ning and Hijaka went into the forest and started looking for beasts to fight. The beasts were no problem for the two of them. Ning was obviously strong, but Hijaka's strength was no joke as well. He was fighting against a jaguar beast right now. The beast was in the 8th Chi condensation realm. The same as him, but he showed no fear. Are you sure you don't want my help? Ning asked Hijaka with a face of concern. He was already looking at the boy from of status of an elder, even though physically, he was older than him. It's okay, Inakaka. As I said, this beast is nothing, Hijaka said and pounced at the jaguar. The jaguar was ready for the attack and pounced on him too. The jaguar's paw landed on Hijaka's shoulders, while Hijaka's attack landed on the beast's chest. The beast was sent flying, but Hijaka stayed right where he was. Ning looked in surprise for a moment and immediately did an analysis on Hijaka. No wonder he was so confident, Ning thought. Even if Ning wasn't there, Hijaka would have perfectly been fine. After all, there was no way two people in the 8th Chi condensation realm could win against a man who had both an 8th Chi condensation realm cultivation base and a 9th level body cultivation. The jaguar had its ribcage broken and couldn't move anymore. Hijaka dashed forward once more and landed a strong punch with the force of both the cultivation base and physical body behind it. With a single smash, the jaguar's face was disfigured and it died. See Inakaka, it's easy, Hijaka said with a smile. Yeah, stop showing off. Come on, let's go, Ning said. They walked around for another few hours. During this time, both of them fought many beasts and picked many different ingredients as well. Ning helped Hijaka pick up rare ingredients that he didn't know were ingredients, or fight beasts in the Foundation Establishment realm when they did meet them 2 times. Without a strong defense like the cerulean horn snake, the Foundation Establishment realm monsters had no chance against Ning and died with ease. Finally, night fell and both of them decided to stop fighting. Hijaka however took Ning with him a little further until they were in another grassland and they finally settled down and started cultivating for the night. Chapter 172, the angel's touch. Ning felt some movement early morning. He got out of his cultivation and looked at what was happening. Hijaka was up and at some point had started doing some dance-like maneuver. Ning looked at him and got a little nostalgic. Waking up before the sun rises, completing your morning routine of the body cultivation technique, it was very reminiscent of his time in Clovis. He waited until Hijaka finished cultivating before asking, "You still follow that, hey?" "Of course, it's one of the best body cultivation techniques out there," Hijaka said. "Is it?" Ning asked. For him, the new technique he had right now was way better than anything he could expect from the sun god's morning cleansing technique. "Of course," Hijaka said. "It might not be the fastest and is location dependent, but if you manage to find the right spot where the sun never leaves, you can keep cultivating to great height for just 10 minutes a day. That is amazing when compared to how much time and suffering you have to put into the other techniques," Hijaka said. "I see. That does make sense," Ning said. However, he still felt his new one was way better since it didn't slow down that much in terms of cultivation speed even at higher levels. "Alright, let's go. We only have 6 hours together to get points before we separate again," Ning said. "Yes," Hijaka said, and they both left. They walked into another forest. The entire secret realm was nothing but a patch of the forest followed by a patch of grassland, followed by another patch of forest. It was almost like the entire land was nothing but a loop. Along the way, they found multiple beasts that they were able to take care of very easily. Let alone, Ning, even Hijaka had no problem fighting any beasts even at the 9th Chi condensation realm. Ning just focused on fighting his own share of beasts and finding ingredients for himself. He would only interfere in Hijaka's fight when he was outnumbered or if the beast was in the foundation realm. Ning stabbed a scorpion beast right through the inside of its head and pushed the spear outwards, yet the spear stopped at the skin. The scorpion was dead, but it wouldn't have been if Ning hadn't pierced it through a soft spot. God, why do some of the beasts have such incredible defense? This one is only at the 2nd realm and I can't even scratch its skin, Ning said. "Are you okay, Inakaka?" Hijaka asked. "Oh yeah, I'm fine. It's just that I need a better spear technique. The one I currently have is getting weaker the stronger I get," Ning said. The two moved on and fought more monsters as well as got more ingredients. Ning also asked about the new Clovis a little more. Apparently, after Heisi reached the peak of the Foundation realm, he started looking for better land to live in. He used the map Ning had given him to traverse the lands. He was gone for nearly a decade when he found the perfect land for the Clavian people. It was a desert with no mountains anywhere. But it also was very close to the sea and close to a massive city with access to forests and other cities. All in all, it was the perfect place. Heisi made friends with the mayor of the city and was allowed to move his people nearby. Soon, they formed a small city, which grew to a larger city, which soon grew enough to have the people transfer to multiple cities. In less than 100 years, Clovis was very well known amongst the western part of the northern continent. Ning nodded as he heard those things. He was quite happy and honestly surprised to see Clovis develop to what it was now. And it was all thanks to the little guy he tried to swindle to get himself some energy. Ning smiled as he thought of that. Soon the two of them were out of the forests and into another patch of the grasslands. Ning looked to the sky behind the forest on the other side of the grassland. He could still see the slightly purple barrier standing there. He looked to the left and right and saw that the barrier was equidistant on both sides of him. Could it be? He said softly and immediately ran forward to look behind him. Once he was far enough, he could see that he was at the very center of the secret realm. "Inakaka," Hijaka said. "Over there," he pointed to the distance. Ning turned around to see that there were a bunch of people gathered around something. He walked forward and saw that it was a lake that they were all looking at. "I wonder what's going on," he said and walked to the lake. He could see that there were about 12 people around the lake, but all of them seemed to be terrified. Their faces showed great fear, but they also showed great greed. What are they looking at? Ning wondered as he walked a little forward and saw a small land in the middle of the lake. The land was barely a meter wide, so it wasn't that great. But what was growing on that land was... In the middle of the land was a small, 2-meter-tall tree with a single fruit in the middle. The fruit was pure white with not a speck of another color and looked like it was slightly glowing even in the intense sun of noon. Ning's eyes turned wide when he saw it. The angel's touch, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was an angel's touch in front of him right in the center of the lake. Yet nobody was doing anything to reach it. What's up with suddenly, Ning stopped. Something moved in the waters. Ning slowly turned his head towards the water but the sunlight was making it hard to see, and his divine sense didn't reach that far. However, from the slight undulation of the chi in the air, he could tell that whatever the monster was, it was strong. Chapter 173, Serpent-like Beast. The angel's touch was an incredibly rare fruit using which one would simply have to eat the fruit at the peak of the golden core realm, and they would automatically make a nascent soul. You didn't have to bother breaking through or be stuck in a long bottleneck. You just had to eat this fruit and you were done. And that fruit was the one in front of him. If he got his hands on the fruit, he wouldn't have to worry about the nascent soul realm when the time came. However, getting his hands on the fruit itself was a bit of a problem. There was a really strong creature inside the lake and everyone including Ning could feel it. "Hijaka, I think you should leave this place immediately," Ning said. "What's going on in Akaka? What is that fruit? And what is that monster?" he asked. "I do not know what that monster is right now, but I do know that it is strong enough for you to not care about the fruit for now. Just leave this place. These other people are just waiting for their death." Just as Ning said that, one of the people had the stupid idea of flying to the fruit. "Hey, stop that!" Someone tried to stop him, but greed had overtaken his mind. He quietly flew past the beast, but just as he was about to reach the tree, a column of water shot up from the lake. When the water fell down, the man was no longer there. "Go!" Ning shouted. Hijaka stayed no longer and started running immediately. Before the people were even thinking of running away, Hijaka has already run over hundreds of meters away from the lake. Ning however decided to stay. With his cultivation base, he felt that he could run away whenever he wanted to. Besides, the fruit was too good to give up on. The monster in the lake started moving suddenly. The people got terrified by the aura of the beast and started running away. Ning knew it was too late for them to leave, so he thought, why don't I get the points instead of letting it go to waste? Suddenly, he brought out both the sword and the spear as he started slicing and stabbing with both his hands and chi blasts started flying everywhere. Unfortunately, he could only attack the people on his side of the lake, so he could only get around half the people. At the same time, blades of water suddenly appeared from the water, flying towards everyone in the vicinity of the lake. Both his attacks and the blades of water landed on the running people around the same time and they disappeared from the secret realm. Ning used his sword to block the attack and was thrown away from the lake. "Arg!" he said as he stood back up. "Did I get the points?" he wondered. He couldn't tell whose attack landed first or whose attack did the killing blow, but he couldn't check it right now. Instead, he turned around to look at the monster of the sea. A snake! He thought when he saw the long body of the beast that had arisen from the lake. This serpent-like beast wasn't as big as the yin demon serpent he fought in Clovis. However, when he looked closely, as more of the water dripped from the beast, he realized that it was not a serpent. Its body was long like a snake, it had scales like one, but its eyes looked a little different and it had some whisker on top of its mouth. It also had two tiny horns, actual horns, protruding from its head. If Ning wasn't feeling scared yet, he would now. This can't be. How is there something so rare in this secret realm? How is there a bloody flood dragon? Ning shouted. The beast of the sea was not a mere serpent, but a flood dragon. A flood dragon was a lesser dragon that had the physical appearance of a true dragon, but not its power or ability. Still, they had some blood of a true dragon mixed in them, so they weren't something everyone could fight. Ning looked at its majesty and nearly faltered. The fear in him did not just grow because he knew the type of beast and how strong it could be. He was also scared because he had just checked its cultivation base and body cultivation. Fortunately, it only had a level 3 body cultivation, so that didn't worry Ning very much. What did scare him was the cultivation base. He looked at the cultivation base once again just to be sure. 5th Foundation Establishment Realm. That was way too strong for him. Suddenly, he saw the flood dragon move. It opened its mouth and shot out a blast of water. This was the same thing that had killed the first guy in the lake. His sword would do him no good now, so he kept it away. He then immediately crossed his arms in front of his head and protected himself. When the column of water disappeared, all that remained there was Ning with both of his arms mostly skinless. The water was so strong that it had managed to scrape away his body cultivated skin. Ow, if I hadn't protected my head, I would have taken a lot of damage, he thought. The floor dragon sucked in the air once more and blasted out a much smaller column of water. Ning tried to block, but the column was so strong that he was hit right in the chest. Fortunately for him, he didn't suffer fatal damage from that. Unfortunately, that meant he would have to suffer through the attack now. His arms covering his body were blown away and the water landed on his chest. The spear he was holding was flung back into the forest. His chest somehow didn't lose skin, but he could feel his ribs crack due to the pressure. Suddenly, a yellow light appeared around him and he disappeared from the location once again. Chapter 174, Treating. What happened? Is he out? Jun asked in a surprised voice. They had seen all that happened around the lake and were surprised to see Ning get taken out so easily. That monster that was a flood dragon, wasn't it? Yelka asked with a serious face. That was a level of danger that they hadn't expected for the competition. That's it, elders. That's the monster that killed me. I couldn't even see what it was, a voice came from ahead of the group. The one speaking was the first person that had exited the secret realm. The group finally understood why he was thrown out so soon. So, did he lose or not? Jun asked, still not seeing a sign of Ning being thrown out of the secret realm. He probably got transferred along with the date change. It is the afternoon after all, Yelka said. If the attack had been fatal to Dr. Ning, he would have been thrown out of the realm much faster. The fact that he didn't mean that he is probably all right. Ning wasn't all right. Pain coursed through his body as the broken bones in his ribs hurt beyond imagination. Even his arms burned from being exposed to the air due to his skin being ripped off of them. He slowly got up from the long grasses he had appeared in. He saw that he was in another grassland somewhere. He looked around for the barriers and saw that it was really far away. He looked back and saw that the other side was right inside the forest behind him. Up close, the barrier looked iridescent rather than purple. He tried to walk but the ribs hurt a lot with movement. Even breathing was bad right now. So, he just got down and laid on the grass. He sent his divine sense inside his body and checked the problems. 3 of his right ribs and 2 of his left ribs were cracked really bad. Thankfully, they didn't protrude inside of him and he had no danger of them accidentally stabbing his lungs or heart. They just hurt a lot. Broken ribs weren't treatable in a day or 2. It took more than a week and that was with a cultivator's natural healing. His arms, however, he could treat just fine. He brought out some ingredients from his storage, some he gathered here, and some he got from the outside world. He quickly mixed them together with his hands and applied the resulting paste on his 2 arms. Soon, a cool feeling entered his arm from the place where he placed the paste. He moaned in relief. The medicine would soon heal the arm, but it would still take overnight for him. Next, he moved on to dealing with the ribs. While it wasn't possible for him to heal the ribs, he could deal with the pain. He quickly took out more ingredients. This time, however, he didn't make any paste. Instead, he just crushed the ingredients all together and brought it on top of his face. He squeezed the mess real strong and juices started flowing that went directly into his mouth. Soon, he could no longer feel any pain. Once that was done, he stood up and started walking. However, he made sure to not be hasty or make sudden movements as that may worsen the wounds. Suddenly, a boar appeared quite close to him. When he noticed the boar noticed him too. He quickly looked into his storage to bring out his spear, but he couldn't. There was no spear. What? He was surprised. He thought if he left it behind at the place he came from, but that wasn't possible. He had used his divine sense since then, so he would have noticed. Finally, he remembered what happened. Ah, the flood dragon, he said, and got disappointed at the fact that he lost such a good spear. Sigh, at least I have this sword, he said as he pulled out the sword. The boar was barely a 6th chi condensation realm monster and thus couldn't survive a single attack of his. Once he killed the beast, he took its corpse and moved forward. Along the way, he found a few beasts and found a few ingredients, but without question, he could say that the rate at which he was encountering both had significantly dropped since last time. Have we been killing so much that there just aren't that many anymore? Ning wondered. If he couldn't find beasts or different ingredients, then he wouldn't get many points anymore. Wait, that's not right. There is a third source of points, Ning thought as he realized why the tournament holders had reduced the land by so much. They want us to fight each other and gather points, Ning thought. Now that the land had been reduced by 4 times in size, he should be meeting more and more people soon. As he imagined, within the hour, he saw a man in a green robe walking out of the forest Ning was about to walk into. He looked a bit frustrated from the lack of monsters and ingredients as well, so when he saw Ning and his 5th chi condensation aura, he immediately smiled and ran towards him to attack with not a single word. Well, I like this more. No talking and just fighting, he said to himself. Ning couldn't really run forward like the guy due to his ribs, so he waited for him to come instead. The man took out a spear along the way and tried to stab Ning. However, there was no way that was going to work. The man was at the 8th chi condensation realm, and there was no way Ning was going to have problems dealing with the man. Ning grabbed the spear by the body just after the blade and pulled it towards him. The man couldn't control his body and was pulled along with the spear. Ning left the spear and made a fist with the same hand. With just a punch to the chest, the man's talisman worked up and he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 175, Guard. Haha, idiot. So weak, and you dare cultivate outside. A woman spoke from behind Ning. Ning slowly opened his eyes and looked back at her. The girl was riding an elephant beast which seemed to have bonded with her. Despite the night sky being cloudy and without light, Ning had no trouble seeing the reddish-brown color of the elephants. Sigh, that's just a normal earth-skinned elephant. It's not even at a high cultivation base, Ning thought. He looked at the woman and said, you do know that if I kill your elephant it will die for real, right? Only you will get saved, not the elephant. Oh, big words for someone about die, the woman said as she laughed. Let's hurry, Tiny. We need to go kill some more. Tiny? The elephant. The corner of Ning's lips twitched as he forced himself to not laugh. What sort of psycho names their elephant Tiny, he thought. Tiny walked forward and slammed its trunk on Ning. Ning didn't move however and simply stopped the trunk with his left hand. With his broken ribs, he couldn't afford to move very fast. He easily stopped the trunk and grabbed it with both his hands. The woman was shocked at the scene. But before she could even do anything, Ning turned around and pulled the elephant by its trunk before slamming it on the other side of him. The woman was still on top of the elephant, so when it was slammed on its back, she was the first that would hit the ground. Just before that, however, a yellow barrier appeared around both her and her elephant, and both of them were sent outside the barrier. Oh, Ning said in surprise. So if I kill the master, the beast follows them out, hey. He learned something new. He got back on the rock below the night sky to cultivate once more, but no more than half an hour later, another person appeared. This time, however, Ning was pissed. He needed to cultivate properly to heal his wounds. If he didn't, it would take a really long time for them to heal. *CK, he cursed. He didn't want to have to do this, but it seemed he had to. With a flick of a hand, a golden light appeared in front of him. The light soon turned into a massive 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide beetle with a golden back and a horn with a trident-like tip that extended a meter more in height. The golden-shelled beetle appeared. Go kill him, Ning said. Despite being a defensive creature, the beetle's offensive abilities were nothing to cough at. The beetle dashed forward, without even opening its wings when its horn started lighting up with golden light. Like a golden arrow being let loose in the darkness, the beetle accurately hit the incoming man with its horn. If it had been any other time, the man would have been pierced through the stomach and died, but with the talisman, he was excited to the outside world. Ning checked his own talisman and nodded. He had expected it, but still, it was good to confirm that he didn't have to kill the participants himself to get the points. As long as the one doing the killing was refined, or bonded by him, he would get the points. The beetle flew back with a little confused face. It now had enough intelligence to know that what just happened was weird, but it wasn't sure why. I will cultivate, protect me, Ning said. The beetle nodded. Ning was a little surprised to see that. Whoa, the system did say mental strength really started at the Foundation establishment realm, but I didn't expect it to be so intelligent too, Ning thought. He threw away any other thought and got back into cultivation. Throughout the night, he was brought out of his cultivation a few times, but every time the problem would be solved before he even had to say anything. His points continuously increased throughout the night, but he mostly remained unaware. The golden-shelled beetle was good enough to kill most of the intruders before Ning was even aware of their presence. Finally, morning hit, and the daylight arrived. Ning slowly opened his eyes as well as his palm. The spirit stone he had been using throughout the night had run dry, so he just threw it away. He had actually run dry a while before he got out of cultivation, but he never changed it because he had finally managed to hit a bottleneck. His second level in the Sea of Qi had been filled to the brim and he only needed to break through now. However, that would take a few days, so he was in no rush. He called the beetle back to him and looked at it. Damn, you really are tall, the height was still a shock to him. I can't really walk yet, so you will have to carry me for a bit, Ning said. The beetle understood him and nodded. It then tried to take him on a princess carry, but Ning immediately stopped it. He instead flew up to its head and sat down on its shoulders. All right, either walk slowly or fly slowly, whichever you prefer, Ning said. The beetle seemed to have misunderstood Ning and instead started to jump and fly a few seconds to hover and fall down to the ground before taking another leaf and hovering a bit, all while moving forward. It was like the beetle was taking gigantic steps. I guess this works too, he thought and accepted what was happening. The beetle carried him until a bit further where he found a few people and entered the forest. Once inside the forest, the beetle had a hard time maneuvering due to its huge body and many branches, so Ning decided to store it back and walk himself. As he walked forward, he heard some noises up ahead. He cautiously walked there and noticed that a giant bird was fighting two cultivators to protect something. Ning looked to see what it was and thought in surprise, eggs. Chapter 176, Group Attack. The bird had a really long yellow beak and a body full of red feathers. It was around 2 meters in length and was bleeding slightly from the head. In front of it were many cultivators all wearing orange robes. They were all from the Dazzling sect. The bird was around the second Foundation establishment realm. Most of the cultivators didn't have that high of a cultivation base here. However, the two that were fighting did. They were both in the second foundation establishment realm. Ning looked at the current scene of battle. A bird protecting its eggs, against two assailers surrounded by many others in a field that looked like it was charred. Ning looked at the bird and realized what it was. A blazing toucan, he said with a bit of astonishment. They weren't very strong creatures, but that was according to Ning's standard. To the normal people of the Shattered Isles, this bird would be worth a lot. Those 3 eggs especially would sell for a lot, he thought. He looked towards the 2 men and was even more surprised. One had a sword in his hand, while the other one held a spear. It's him, Ning thought. The one holding the spear was the man from the auction house that had looked at him weirdly. The toucan suddenly breathes fire out of its mouth like a flamethrower. The man with the spear suddenly spun it, creating a barrier out of water in front of him. The flames never passed through the water and were completely stopped. The other guy suddenly jumped up and slashed down at the bird with a very strong gust of wind. The poor bird couldn't move away due to its eggs being behind it. A second foundation establishment realm bird and 2 other men with similar strength, as well as a crowd of other men at various lower strength. Ning didn't like that. *T, I need to get out of here, he thought, and slowly tried to move back. However, unfortunately and nearly comically, he stepped on a branch that made a rather loud sound. Most of the people didn't really hear it over the sounds of the fight in front of them, but the 2 people that were surrounding the fight closest to him did and turned around. Ning didn't even wait and started running, but as he did, his ribs started hurting once more. Due to the sudden movements, the mild pain relief from yesterday that was starting to end suddenly couldn't stop that much pain at once. Arg! He screamed as he held his chest and stumbled to the ground. Someone's here, the guy closest who had seen Ning shouted, letting the others in the crowd know. The 2 fighting the bird didn't bother with a random nobody showing up and kept on fighting the bird. The others, however, immediately ran to Ning to see who would get the points first. Before they even reached Ning, they already had their weapons out. Some were even shooting arrows at Ning. However, that wouldn't do much damage to Ning right now. *CK, I can't move properly right now. It hurts, he thought. He took out the sword and started blocking the arrows that were coming for him. Then, he called out the beetle once more. The great shelled beetle immediately deterred a lot of threats, but with the crowd, there was always confidence. Even when something seemed stupid or impossible, when people got together, they would always choose to do that. It was the same here. Despite seeing and feeling how strong the beetle was, the crowd rushed toward the beetle to attack it. Protect me, Ning gave the order. That was all the beetle needed to know what to do. Immediately, the beetle spread its wings and flew to the nearest man. Its horn was glowing yellow, which the man tried to stop with his armor, but that didn't work. A 7th Chi condensation realm cultivator could not survive the attack of a first foundation establishment realm beetle at all. He immediately turned to yellow lights and disappeared. If the beetle itself wasn't a great deterring factor, the current event was. Seeing a beetle kill one of their sect members scared them a bit. Hey, he was weak. We are much stronger than him. Don't be afraid, a man said, immediately lifting the other's spirit. *CK off, Ning shouted and swung his sword at one of the men. The man tried to block with his sword, but he was instead blown away and quickly disappeared in bright yellow light. *T. He is strong too. Everyone, split in half of you attack the beetle, the rest attack that guy, another person shouted. There were about 10 of them remaining aside from the 2 fighting the bird, so 5 of them started surrounding Ning and the beetle each. Ning looked around. He wasn't very worried about them wounding him or his beetle. He was more afraid that the movements would lead to his wounds getting worse and him having to leave the secret realm early even. Also, the 2 cultivators away right now weren't nobodies either. The beetle immediately flew back and stood near him. Its orders were to protect him, so it would prioritize that. Ning slowly got up with his left arm on his chest and his right hand holding the sword. Come! The people immediately released nearly a dozen attacks on Ning. The beetle got in front of him and protected him. Ning then immediately sent out another attack with his sword. This time it was a black slash. He targeted the weakest one of the group he could find. The last remaining 7th Chi Condensation Realm Cultivator. 2 men came up to him and swung their swords, but the beetle got in front of them. They were surprised at how agile the beetle surprisingly was. "Move," Ning ordered, and the beetle flew up. With the 2 attackers exposed, Ning immediately swung at them, defeating them in an instant. Chapter 177, Help. The beetle suddenly started moving its wings really fast and created a gust of wind. However, these weren't normal gusts of wind. Ning had taught the beetle one of the only 2 beast skills it knew, the blinding gusts technique. The gusts of wind suddenly blinded 3 people that the beetle had targeted. The beetle then slammed onto 2 of them at the same time before piercing the other one with its trident-like horn. The one that got pierced was sent out of the secret realm, but the 2 that were slammed on still remained. Apparently, the damage wasn't fatal. The beetle simply flew up and slammed back down on them with its hard back. This time, the 2 were sent out of the secret realm before they could be hurt. Now there were only 4 of the people remaining. Ning slashed at one of the men with his sword, sending out an energy slash towards them. However, just as it was about to land, a sword flew at the slash and destroyed it. "What's going on here?" a voice came from a little further back. Ning looked behind the man and frowned. He was getting into more trouble now. "Where are the rest of the guys?" the man with the sword that was fighting the bird asked as he walked up to his fellow sect member. "Brother Jan, why are you here? Is the bird dead?" the man asked. "No, we left it because of the sounds here. The bird's not going anywhere with its eggs being there." The man with the spear also walked forward. "Where are the others?" he asked as he looked around. "That man and his damn beetle defeated the rest of us. They already left the secret arena," the guy answered. "What?" The 2 of them were a little surprised and looked towards Ning and the golden-shelled beetle who had jumped close to him to protect him. "I've never seen such a beetle. What is it?" the guy with the sword asked. "Me neither. But it should be strong to be in the first foundation establishment realm," the guy with the spear said as he turned to look at Ning. Within a second, his eyes went from disinterest to confusion, to anger, and to finally happiness. "It's you, bastard," he shouted. *T, he recognizes me, Ning thought. "You are the one with the spear. Yes, I recognize you. Give it back to me, you bastard," he shouted. "You recognize him, brother guy?" the man named Jan asked. "Remember what I told you about the auction where I lost that amazing spear? It was to this guy." "Hey, bring the spear out, I want it," he said. Ning said nothing and just stood there with the sword pointed in front of him. "I said give it to me," guy shouted and immediately dashed forward to stab Ning with his spear, but the beetle got in between them. Clang! The spear was stopped without a single damage to the beetle. "What the?" the man was surprised. He tried to stab the beetle once again, but it didn't work. Slashing, stabbing, or even just pushing, nothing worked. "Brother guy, why are you taking so long?" Jan asked. "This damn beetle is," Ning suddenly attacked with his sword from the side. Guy blocked the sword with his spear and parried it sideways. *CK, it hurts, Ning said as he held his chest. The sudden movement had agitated his ribs once more. While he wasn't in any danger, the pain was too much. Guy thought he had an opportunity and stabbed at Ning, but the beetle arrived once more to block his attack. Tisk. "Brother Jan, I need your help. Can you handle the beetle?" he asked. "Sure," the Jan guy said, and he too dashed up to beetle to attack it. When his advancements were stopped as well, he was shocked. "Damn, how is a beast realm below us so strong?" Jan asked. "How should I know? I have never even seen a beetle like this before today, Guy said. Keep it busy. Sure, Jan said and started furiously attacked the beetle. None of the attacks were making a single scratch on the beetle's back, but it was enough to keep it busy and stop it from going back to Ning. Now that Ning was without protection, Guy immediately tried to stab his shoulders. He didn't want to give him a fatal wound and risk him leaving the realm before handing over the spear. Ning parried spear attack with his sword and slashed back. A water barrier appeared out of nowhere blocking most of the damage, while a bit more went and landed on Guy. However, that wasn't strong enough to even ruffle his robes. Guy was a little surprised. This barrier can block attacks from other Second Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. Just how strong is he? And why is he fighting so stiffly, he wondered. Ning was only using one arm to fight to avoid moving his entire body. That was the same reason why he wasn't using any movement techniques either. Guy started attacking him with barrages of spear attacks, while all Ning could do was block them and maybe throw in an attack or two. *T, I won't be able to keep up much longer, he thought. Off to the side, the beetle was also suffering from a ton of attacks. The remaining 4 people had joined the man named Jan and started attacking the beetle. All that the beetle could do was get onto the ground and take the attacks. The only way for it to get out of it now was to either call it back to the beast space or help defeat its attackers. *CK, it's not time yet, Ning thought. He really didn't want to do this since the timing wasn't right, but he was about to die and this was his last resort. Suddenly, he slashed at Guy horizontally and sent him flying a few meters back. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted. Come out, Knight! Chapter 178, Half Evolution. The crowd didn't understand why Ning had suddenly shouted, but at the next second, they did. Space itself twisted as a black figure appeared in front of Ning. It was a black feathered blob about half of Ning's height. Light started dimming in the surroundings as if clouds were blocking the sun in the sky, yet nothing was there. What is that thing? Someone asked. Jan, who was beating the beetle, stopped and looked at the feathered blob, unable to figure out what exactly it was. However, he didn't worry much for his friend as it was only at the first realm of the Foundation establishment. Suddenly, the blob of feathers started moving. Wings unfurled a bit followed by a head poking out, and finally, the talons standing up on the ground. When it finally stood on its legs, the blob, which turned out to be a bird, was half a meter taller than Ning. It was none other than Knight. So big, Ning couldn't help but admire. The beetle was taller than Knight right now, but it was a fully evolved beast. White Knight's evolution was only halfway through and he was called out during his sleep. Knight's eyes were still closed, but now he slowly opened them. Knight was unfortunately disrupted out of its hibernation. Like darkness itself, his eyes were now fully black. The same was true for his talons as well. In fact, there was not a single part of his body that wasn't black in color. As if lights were sucked in through those eyes, when Knights opened them, the light around them dimmed a step further. What the *CK is this? Guy said in exclamation. Do you need help? A bunch of broken but fully coherent set of words appeared out of Knight. Ning was surprised at the level of intelligence he had gotten. And he's not even fully evolved yet. I wonder how much better he would get once he is fully evolved, Ning thought. Yes, help the beetle, Ning said. The words hadn't finished leaving his mouth when suddenly Knight disappeared. Guy was surprised too to see the bird disappeared from in front of him. Where did it go? He asked. He looked around, but couldn't find any signs of Knight anywhere. However, he did see something weird. Hey, where are the other 2? He asked January. What 2? Jan looked back to see that 2 of the 4 sect members of theirs had suddenly disappeared. He turned to the remaining 2 and asked, where did the TW? Before he could even finish his words, the 2 people suddenly turned to yellow lights and disappeared. Jan neither heard nor saw anything. And yet, all 4 of his sect members were gone. What is going on? Before he could finish the sentence, he saw a flash of black before his eyes, and similar to the rest of them, he too vanished in yellow light. Seeing his sect members disappear, Guy knew he was in trouble. Without a second's delay, he took out a talisman and threw it on the ground immediately. The talisman spilled out blue energy that engulfed him in less than a second and he vanished. In the same second, the vanishing energy was moved a little, but it didn't affect much at all. After another second, Knight appeared next to Alex and looked at him with his dark eyes. "Did I do good?" he asked. "Yes," Ning said as he put away his sword. "You did very well. You must be tired right now. I'm sorry I called you out while you were hibernating, but I needed you." "Knight. Like to help. Master. I see. Thank you. You can go back and rest now," Ning said, sending Knight back to the beast space to continue evolving. He probably couldn't call him next time until he evolved. Interrupting his hibernation more than once for the sake of a tournament was not worth it. "Come here," Ning called the beetle. The beetle flew up to him and landed. "Sigh, with how much you helped, I guess I can't just keep calling you a beetle, right? You need a name," Ning said. "What name should I give you?" Ning thought for a second. Oh, I know. How about Aegis? That was the name of a shield or something in my world. I remember reading about it once." "Yeah, Aegis is a great name. You like it?" he asked. Aegis cocked his head in confusion and for the first time spoke. "Name. Holy sh*t, you can speak." Ning said in surprise. He had tried talking to the beetle the first few days he had got him, but it couldn't at the time. "What changed? Did your evolution bring it? Or your increase in cultivation base?" Since your mental strength increases with cultivation base, then it's probably your cultivation base," Ning said. The beetle didn't speak any further. "Sigh, alright, you two can go back too," Ning said and sent Aegis back to his beast space. "Ai. The pain is getting stronger," he said as he clutched his chest once more. "Damn, just how strong is that flood dragon to crack my chest like that? Its strength definitely doesn't match its cultivation base," Ning thought. He brought various ingredients out once again and started mixing them in his hands before dripping the juices directly into his mouth. The sweet juices entered his body and brought out a cool feeling that took away all the pain. His chest stopped hurting and he laid back down on the ground. He laid there for a few minutes before standing up and walking towards the blazing toucan. The bird was tending to its wound while constantly being on the lookout for the 2 men returning. When it saw Ning, it immediately got in front of Ning and protected its eggs. Parents were a soft spot for Ning. He couldn't possibly think of hurting someone or something that was fighting for their lives to protect their children. Seeing the situation, Ning just shook his head and walked away. Chapter 179, Charm. Ning slowly trekked through the jungle. He was walking very slowly to not agitate his wound, so it took him forever to come out of the jungle. However, just as he did, yellow light surrounded him and he disappeared for the 3rd time. When he reappeared, he was inside another jungle. *CK, I just got out of one, he said in anger. However, there was nothing that could be done, so he just sighed and moved on. Now that 3 days had gone by, finding a single ingredient or beast worth killing was hard to come by. He kept on walking forward to get out of the jungle. Unfortunately, after an hour or so, he couldn't walk anymore. In front of him was an iridescent barrier that shifted to purple the further up it went. "Did I walk all this way only to get to the edge?" Ning was in disbelief. He couldn't even fault anyone for this. He looked back and thought, I have to walk all that way and more again, don't I? He didn't want to, but the forest was too narrow and obstructive to let Aegis carry him. Sigh, whatever, let's go. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm sorry sect leaders, I wasn't able to last through the entire tournament, a bald, buff guy said to Jun and Yelka. Sigh, I guess it's hard. There are so many strong participants this time around. It's not surprising you were thrown out, Jun said. By the way, how exactly did you lose? Yelka asked. It was a guy in orange cloth. He had a really high cultivation base and kept attacking everyone in sight. I actually tried to team up with 3 other guys, but none of us was his match, the disciple said. I see. You did well either way. Take a rest, Yelka said. So, that's all but Dr. Ning, right? Jun asked. I'm afraid so. How many participants are still left? 300? The top 128 should be revealed soon, Yelka said. They all were now looking for Ning through the many screens hovering in the air. Now that the ground was shrunken down, there weren't as many screens like the initial times. Still, the center of the secret realm was where most of the fun stuff took place, so the tournament holders had made sure for there to be enough screens to see all the important places, some from multiple directions. Still, after all of this, they still couldn't find Ning at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ah, finally, Ning said as he left the forest and reached a long stretch of grassland. The sun was coming down and the evening was approaching. I guess this is as far as I get today, he thought, and started searching for a rock or similar place to cultivate throughout the night. Just as he was searching, he saw a group of people walk towards him. Sigh, I'm not in the mood to fight right now, he thought. Still, he took out his sword and got ready. Oh, there is someone there, a voice said. He has a sword, another voice said. As the group approached closer, Ning could see a group of unfamiliar faces consisting of 3 girls and 2 boys. They all had different robes, so they couldn't be from the same sect. Ning got a little curious about this. The strongest one of the group was a girl with a 9th chi condensation realm cultivation base. That wouldn't really be a problem to Ning. Brother, please put your sword down. We aren't here to fight you, the girl said. Oh, then you wouldn't mind taking a different route away from here, right? Ning asked. Actually, we are looking for people to add to our group and we're hoping that you would join us, the girl said. Ning looked at the group carefully and acted like he was cautious about it. What is your motive? To kill people to make their points? Or steal their corpses and materials? No, our motive is to survive, the girl said. Sorry, what? Ning asked. To survive. We hope to gather enough people so that people get scared of us enough to not mess with us. Like that, we can all survive for the rest of the competition, and we can definitely use someone with an 8th realm cultivation like you, the girl said. Ning thought. He was quite surprised by their motive. It does make sense though, he thought, and looked at the group. They had 2 7th chi condensation realms and 2 8th chi condensation realm cultivators along with this girl. If they were together, the only ones who could fight them were Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, and those were few and far in between. Ning didn't want to believe her, but she looked so innocent saying that. He almost wanted to believe what she was saying. It was like his brain kept telling him that she wasn't a liar at all and that he should follow her. Interesting. Is this hypnosis? Or charm? Either way, she must have the incredible mental fortitude to make me even have these feelings, Ning thought. Whatever was coming up, he thought it was going to be fun. Sure, Ning said and joined the group. The group didn't rush through the grassland and Ning was thankful about that. Well, at least the bones seem to have set properly. I should properly treat myself once I go out, Ning thought as he checked his ribs. They were much better now, but he still didn't want to do anything to worsen it. The 4 people conversed like normal people, asking each other about their lives and how their day was going, and they surprisingly answered very easily. One person asked for the points they earned and the other person even answered very simply. Is their mind influenced to just accept suggestions and be truthful? Does she not really control them, he wondered. Whatever the girl was doing, however devious she was, Ning couldn't help but secretly applaud her for being so amazing at it. He couldn't wait to see where she was taking the sheep to be slaughtered. Chapter 180, Big Fish. Brother Ning, what sect are you from? A person in the group asked. Oh, I am from the Blue Dragon sect of Deep Skull Island, he answered truthfully. Just in case someone from the group knew his clothing or had seen him before, he didn't want the girl to be tipped off about him not being truthful. Are you one of their strongest? Another person asked. I'm in the top 5 for sure, Ning answered. Brother Ning, why do you walk so slowly? Someone else asked. I was injured when fighting a monster 2 days ago. My ribs were nearly broken and it hurts when I make sudden movements or move too fast, Ning said. Oh, what monster was this? A person asked in surprise. A serpent monster. It only attacked me once and I was thrown far away with broken ribs, he said. They kept conversing as they asked Ning various questions. Ning answered them as truthfully as he could while also asking questions of his own. During this whole time, the girl never participated in any of these. She was even constantly looking for new people to add. Ning noticed 2 people far away, a man and a woman. However, they were away from the path Ning's group was walking to. However, the girl suddenly changed her direction towards them. It was only sudden to Ning. Everyone else took this as natural and followed her. The girl kept on walking and even when she saw the 2 people, she didn't speak. Oh, there are people there, one of the other girls in the group said. Only then did the girl act as she noticed them. Where? Oh, yes, there are 2. Good job, friend, she complimented the girl. Ning was really surprised. No wonder these people aren't the least bit curious. They think these encounters are random and they are the ones finding the people, Ning thought. The 2 cultivators were vigilant at first, but once the girl spoke to them, they were lulled into accepting her request and joined the group. This easily. Ning was truly surprised. He knew the charming/hypnosis skill of hers was strong, but this was way too fast. The 2 joined their group and now they were 8. They walked under the moonlight for another couple of hours and collected 5 more people. There were now a total of 11 people lulled into following the girl. Bang! A firework exploded in the sky. Firework inside the secret realm. Ning was surprised. Oh look, something interesting must be going on there. Let's go check it out, okay? The girl finally spoke for the first time in a while. The group accepted without question. The fireworks had come from a very close location that would take them around half an hour at most to reach. So the group walked there as fast as they could. Soon they reached the location from where the firework had been set off, yet no one was there. The group tried to find a hint of someone, yet they couldn't. Ning was stunned too. Nobody, he thought. But after a more careful check and use of his divine sense, he found that there was something right in front of them. He just couldn't tell what. Hey, there is nothing here. You guys check what's forward, the girl said. The 11 people slowly walked forward, and Ning followed behind them. But the girl wasn't moving at all. What's going on, he wondered. He couldn't tell what was wrong with the situation but he stopped moving. What's wrong? Go ahead, the girl said. I'm sorry, my chest suddenly started hurting. I can't move, Ning said as he tried to fake his chest hurting. Oh, just move forward then. It will be okay, the girl said with added influence on her voice. Is that so? Ning asked. Yes, the girl said. Very well then. Why don't you come with me then? Ning suddenly grabbed her by the neck and dragged her forward. As soon as he walked forward, the girl started screaming. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I'm inside! Don't shoot. Who are you screaming to? Your friends who are waiting to kill us? Ning asked. The girl was surprised. She couldn't believe he had so much mental freedom right now. And no, she tried to lie. She struggled to get his hands off of her, but no matter what she did, she couldn't open his arms at all. Stop lying, you dumb BTH. Your charm never worked on me. Now tell me, why did you bring us here? Ning asked. The rest of them were still blissfully unaware of what was happening. Oh, RIA. It seems you caught a big fish, hey. Tisk, you messed with someone big and now it came to bite you back, a voice appeared from somewhere. Ning looked up to see a man with a bow and a bunch of arrows. Haha, she actually failed and got herself locked inside the formation. This is too funny, another voice came from the side. Ning soon realized there was more than just a single person. There were actually 5 people surrounding them. Each one at the precipice of entering the Foundation establishment realm. Formation. Ning sent out his divine sense and realized that there were Foundation flags stuck on trees around a 10-meter radius. Hey, help me! Let me out you dipshare *TS, the girl named RIA shouted. We would, but it's a shame. The formation only releases automatically after 6 hours of activation. So just wait there, the first man said. Actually, never mind. I will just take your points too, the man said as an evil grin appeared on his face. You bastard! You think yo? The girl suddenly turned into yellow light and disappeared. Yeah, I liked you more when you spoke less. Ning lifted his sword and propped it on his shoulders before looking at the surprised faces of the 5 people. You weren't wrong about her baiting a big fish. Only you failed. You realize that I'm big enough for the lot of you as well. Chapter 181, Stuck Here. The people who were charmed by RIA were starting to have their freedom back. What's happening? They felt like they were a different person just before this, and the facade suddenly shattered. Ning suddenly turned around and said, Sorry guys, it's been fun, but it's time you left the realm. What do you mean? A single slash from Ning made everyone vanish. Ning didn't know how many points he must have gathered, but he assumed it was a lot. Swish! Ning tilted his head to the side and let the arrow fly past him. He then turned around to look at his attacker and said, That's not very nice of you to attack behind my back. Divine sense. You are a Foundation establishment realm expert, the man who just shot said. Bingo! Nice analysis. But I'm afraid, you must die too. Ning suddenly slashed in his direction and sent a black slash flying towards him. However, before the slash could even reach him, it hit something mid-air and vanished. Hey? What happened? Ning was a little confused. Ha ha ha. You scared me for nothing, you idiot. You can never attack me as long as you are stuck in the formation, the man said. What sort of formation is this? Ning questioned them, but instead of answers, he got arrows. Each one of them let go of an arrow propped on their bow, sending them all flying towards him. Ning stopped 2 arrows with his sword, dodged 2, and caught the last one with his bare hands. Let me test it, he said and threw the arrow back towards the attacker. However, same as the attack last time, the arrow was stopped at the barrier. Haha, I told you, you idiot. You can do nothing to us as long as we are outside the formation, the man said again. Ning walked onto the edge of the formation and felt a physical barrier on his hands. So, this formation allows one free entry, but exit is stopped, hey? Ning asked. Yes. As long as you are inside the formation, you can never leave. So, big guy, no matter how strong you may be, you are stuck here with us for the rest of the night. You think you can last our barrage of arrows the entire night? The man asked. I do have a rib injury, so I can't go on for the rest of the night. But you seem to be mistaken about something, Ning said. I'm not stuck here with you, Ning said. The 5 men felt a slight tug on their bodies. Suddenly, the tug changed into a violent pulling force that brought them right in front of Ning. Ning squatted down in front of the man's face and said, "You are stuck here with me." What? H how? The formation should stop all chi from escaping, the men said in fear. Well, bad luck for you guys. I don't only have chi. Ning sent out a black slash to one of the guys and he immediately turned to yellow light before disappearing. Ning smiled back to the rest of the guys and asked, "Do you think I can last the entire night or not?" Cries of fear and despair rang out for a few minutes. The 4 remaining men ran up to the barrier and started attacking it to open it up, but none of it worked. So, they turned towards Ning to hopefully beat him. That was just wishful thinking. In less than a minute, the 4 of them turned to yellow lights and were sent out of the secret realm. Now that that is over, what do I do with the rest of the night? Ning wondered. He walked up to the barrier once more and placed his hands on it. They said it lasted for just 6 hours, right? I can try attacking it and see if I can break it. Or I can just rest here. Seems like the perfect place, Ning thought. Aegis, come out, Ning called the golden-shelled beetle, Aegis once more. All right, I will cultivate. You look after me, okay? Ning said. Aegis did nothing but just stare at him. Are you going to talk at all this time? You talked this morning, Ning said. Aegis cocked his head to the side and asked, "Talk?" It was like he could hear the words but not understand them. His intelligence would still have to increase a bit before he could comprehend sentences. Never mind, just protect me, Ning said and started cultivating. He had reached a bottleneck and needed time to break through. He tried the entire night, but he couldn't do it. Still, the period wasn't fruitless. He did feel that he had made massive advances and that with just a single more day of cultivation, he could break through. He opened his eyes to the sun rays in the morning. Dawn had arrived. The final 6 hours of the competition were here. Come back, Aegis, Ning said and sent Aegis back to the beast space. He then stood up and went up to feel the barrier, but there was nothing there anymore. He went to the trees and grabbed the 7 formation flags that were stuck on there. Once I learn something more about you guys, I will use you, Ning said and put them into his interdimensional space. He took out a bunch of ingredients and made a pain relief medicine that he drank once more. He didn't want a repeat of last time. He started walking in a random direction away from where he had come from. The first 15 minutes of walking, he thought nothing about the forest. However, after half an hour of walking, he could feel something, a sense of déjà vu. Have I come here before? Ning thought as he walked out of the jungle into the grassland. That was when he remembered where he was. He had been here before. He had cultivated overnight on a piece of rock not far ahead of him. Beyond that was a forest and beyond that. That is where the lake is, right beyond that forest. The lake with the flood dragon, and the angel's touch. Chapter 182, Lies. For a second, Ning stood there with slight fear boiling inside his heart. Damn that flood dragon, it's got me scared. But I need to go get my spear, Ning thought. He controlled his fear and started walking. He took a familiar path to the lake. The grassland was wide, so he called out Aegis to carry him once more. He had gathered all the ingredients along the way with Hijaka when he last walked through here, so he couldn't gather any this time around. Ning put Aegis back into the beast space once he was in the forest and started walking forward by himself. At his speed, it would take around 2 hours for him to cross the forest and reach the water. He slowly trekked along the way for more than an hour when suddenly he heard movements. A group of people was coming towards him. Fawebno. Ning brought out his sword and got ready to fight. However, what showed up was a jumbled mess of people that just ran as fast as they could. They all seemed to be running for their life. Ah, they must have awakened the flood dragon, Ning thought. Still, Ning was quite surprised how many of them managed to survive. He quickly ran through the forest, disregarding the status of his ribs. He had taken the medicine, so he didn't worry it suddenly flaring up for today. Once he reached the lake, he saw the blue-scaled flood dragon rising high above the water, sending out waves of water at a man down below. The man wore orange clothes similar to the ones from the dazzling sect. I killed 13 of them except for that one guy that escaped. So does that mean he is the 15th member? Ning wondered. The man wasn't fighting the flood dragon at all. From what Ning could see, he had a third foundation establishment realm cultivation base, not even close to enough to fight the flood dragon who had a fifth foundation establishment realm cultivation base. The man was instead running around the lake, dodging the attacks. He had a small and nimble body, so he could easily dodge the flood dragon. Still, he couldn't find openings that he could use to go get the fruit. Ning hid behind a tree about 50 meters away from the lake and kept tabs on those two's fight. He wanted to use the opportunity to sneak in there and steal the fruit if possible. Suddenly, something weird happened. The man suddenly split in two. One ran towards the right and another towards the left. The one that ran left was a simple illusion that was there to distract the floor dragon. The one on the right was the real one. When the flood dragon attacked the illusion, the man saw his opportunity. He immediately flew towards the fruit. But before he could even make it a meter away from the shore, he was stuck midair. No, you don't, Ning thought as he stopped the man from flying forward. Due to the incredible strength of the man, Ning started feeling a little lightheaded due to using too much mental energy. However, that was all Ning really needed. The flood dragon turned around, and the man couldn't escape anywhere. He was doomed. Whoosh! A single blast of water turned the man into yellow lights and he left the realm. Even as he left, he didn't know what had happened to him at the last moment. Sigh, now I have to find my own opportunity, Ning thought. Suddenly, the flood dragon turned around and looked directly towards the tree where he was hiding. Ning felt something wash over his body. **T, its divine sense goes so far out," he said in surprise. The flood dragon had found out his position and it was time to run. Suddenly, the flood dragon spewed out water that reached everywhere. Before Ning could run away, the water reached behind him and created a barrier that stopped him from escaping. Now he was in the flood dragon's domain. He turned to look at the floor dragon and saw a hint of surprise and happiness in its eyes as well as cruel impulses. "You came back," the flood dragon spoke. "I should have known." Of course, it has enough intelligence to speak, Ning thought. "You remember me?" Ning asked. "You can understand me?" the flood dragon asked. "Yes, I can understand beasts' languages," Ning said. "Since you understand me, can we talk things out instead of fighting?" "You want to talk?" it asked. "Yes. You see, I only came to find my spear. It was flung around here somewhere," Ning said. "To find weapon? To kill me?" the flood dragon asked. "No, no, 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 I just want to find my weapon because it's precious," Ning said. "You don't want my fruit?" it asked. No," Ning said. "Lies." It suddenly shouted and prepared an attack. It sends out slashes of water all around Ning. Ning couldn't bring out Aegis as he could take a lot of damage right now. Ning used his divine sense to the fullest and dodged every attack that came towards him without worrying about his chest for now. He then started running around the lake, similar to what the other man was doing just before. At the same time, he used the third layer of Qi analysis. Flood Dragon, 5th Foundation Establishment Realm. Skills: Water Shoot, Water Scythes, Water Barrier, Water Armor, Become Like Water, lesser dragon scales, truth detection. What the f***ck? Why does a flood dragon have a truth detection skill? Ning couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder it knew I was lying. Ning took out his sword and sent out a black slash towards the flood dragon, but it didn't do any damage. Of course, even though it's lesser dragon scales, it's still dragon scales. I can't defeat it like this. If this goes on for any longer, I will get sent out of the secret realm. Chapter 183, Become Like Water. The water scythe attacks that the flood dragon threw at Ning were too much for him to block. So instead, he ran as fast as he could to dodge. He was trying to do what the other guy did, but was failing miserably at it. Thankfully, he was moving around so much that the flood dragon couldn't use the water shoot technique that broke his ribs last time. Stop running! The flood dragon shouted at him. You will kill me if I stop, Ning shouted. That island. Only because you wish to kill me too, the flood dragon spoke. Not true. I only want that fruit there, Ning said. You speak truth, the flood dragon said. But taking my fruit island. Even worse. Suddenly, the barrier around Ning started to clear up as the water fell to the ground. However, as soon as it came down, it went back up as well. The only thing that changed was that the radius of the barrier had become smaller. Ning had less room to maneuver now. Even the top of the barrier was closed now. He was now inside a water dome, with the flood dragon in the 5th Foundation Establishment realm as his enemy. REOBL.cm *T, he thought. Am I going to lose here? Hey? The barrier got smaller and covered up the top. I can't see any more, Dion complained. Is Dr. Ning going to be alright? Yelka asked anxiously. The group kept taking a quick glance at the portal from time to time to see if Ning would leave. If he was to die inside that barrier, he would come out here. Ning jumped forward and did a barrel roll as he dodged another water scythe flying towards him. *T, this is too much. I can't keep this up anymore, he thought. It was a do-or-die moment for him now, and he decided to do something. Suddenly, he stopped moving and raised his sword high in the air with both hands. His sword slowly started turning yellow, even a little golden. This was his strongest attack and he hadn't used it ever since he reached the Foundation Establishment realm. He was about to see how strong it was. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The glow got even brighter as he put everything he had into this attack. Even the flood dragon was a little surprised at the attack. He suddenly opened his eyes and swung down his sword as hard as he could. Radiant Holy Slash. Massive golden energy was released from the sword in the form of a slash. It flew at incredible speed and moved towards the flood dragon. The flood dragon tried to dodge but the attack was too fast and it landed directly on its chest. Urgh! The flood dragon shouted. Ning gave everything he had into this attack and now he had nothing left. He dully looked up and saw that he had managed to open a massive hole on the side of the flood dragon's chest. The flood dragon suddenly flopped onto the water causing massive waves. I did it, Ning said as he too dropped to the ground, very tired. He felt like sleeping, but he knew he couldn't. How much longer, before I get to leave? He asked as he looked towards the sun to check its location. But what he was instead was just water. Suddenly, he got more attentive. The barrier hadn't loosened yet, which meant the lake's surface started moving once more as the flood dragon stood up from it. Ning looked at its chest and saw that what was once its chest was substituted by water, which was slowly turning into blood, muscle, bones, and skin. How? Ning couldn't help but ask. Only then did he remember the skill that the flood dragon had, the one he didn't know what it meant. Become like water. Is that what it is? Ning asked. That hurt. The flood dragon said and immediately sent out many water scythes. Urgency helped give adrenaline to Ning's body to help him move, but at the same time, his body wasn't in the best of condition. So, he was just a moment late. Slash! His left arm took one of the scythes directly and was thus cleanly chopped off. Arg! Ning shouted as he tumbled on the ground and hit his back on the barrier. He tried to grab it when he was cut from it. Unfortunately, he wasn't lucky enough to have the wound be fatal. Thus, he now had to suffer the pain. Arg! He shouted once more and opened his eyes only to see that the flood dragon was right in front of him. Die! You hateful human! Suddenly, it sent out a blast of water right at Ning. It was the same one that broke his ribs. Ning brought up both his arms to block, but only then remembered that he now only had one. Still, he used that to stop the attack. The water hit his hand and his torso. He blocked it for a few seconds, but then the flood dragon made the water smaller and in return, more deadly. The water sprout was now around 10 centimeters in diameter and it was ripping away Ning's hand little by little. First the skin, then the muscle, then the bones, then the muscle on the other side, and finally the skin. His right arm was destroyed too. Finally, the attack landed on his chest and it started ripping away his skin again. The force was starting to break his ribs too. At any moment, he would be sent out of the realm. The pain relief medicine he had taken had already stopped working given how much pain he was in and the slightly mended ribs were back to breaking and got even worse. I lost, Ning thought and gave into the pain to lose and leave. But then, he couldn't feel the water anymore. He opened his eyes to see that the flood dragon was still blasting away water, but he didn't feel anything. Instead, he heard a single thing. Chapter 184, Do you agree? Suddenly, Ning felt like he was alive again. It was someone who had taken a large stone off his chest and instead put a blanket on top of him. He had never felt this free before. Suddenly, he appeared on the other side of the lake. He was missing both arms and most of the skins on his chest. Heal me, Ning said. Ning suddenly felt relief as all of his wounds disappeared in a second. That feels much better, he said as he looked at both of his arms. Should I leave or should I fight? He thought. Do I have enough energy? Status, he said to check. Status. Name, Ning Ruogong. Energy, 6,211,000,000. Separated energy FAWEBOLO. Heat energy, 5,623,000,000. Sound energy, 432 million. Chi energy, 0. Kinetic energy, 156 million. Skills, simultaneous thinking, omniscient map of Kumia, omniscient Clavian language, candle fire, yin to heat conversion technique, night vision eye, interdimensional storage, stop time, 722 kilograms, air cutter, telekinesis, yin to sound conversion technique, water filtration, earthly jade cultivation method, sun god's morning cleansing technique, chi cultivation analysis, body cultivation analysis, basic all language, 8x chi acclamation rate, radiant holy sword, supreme dominance, beast space. Earth shattering, heaven tempering art, divine vortex devouring. I can't tell if it's enough or not, Ning thought. I should try to find out. The flood dragon was surprised to see that Ning had disappeared and immediately sent out its divine sense to check. When it found Ning behind itself, it immediately turned around and went to attack him. Before fighting, give me information on the skill Become Like Water, the one that is less than 300 million energy, Ning said. Confirmed. You have bought intermediate knowledge on Become Like Water for 248 million energy. Ning got the familiar sense of information being sent directly to his head. Oh, how I've missed this, he thought. He understood the information and thought, no wonder. You are nigh invincible as long as you are inside water, hey? That's why you haven't left the lake yet. I could have killed you with my previous attack if not for you staying inside the lake. It seems water heals you easily if you have the chi for it. You will die. Now, let's talk in the land. Suddenly, the flood dragon started floating in midair and was dropped out onto the land. After long last, it was finally out of the lake. The flood dragon struggled and sent out water scythes once more, but this time, Ning didn't care. He had enough energy to move aside the incoming attack with his telekinesis. Seeing that the scythes weren't working, the flood dragon resorted to shooting out a water blast. However, Ning wasn't going to let it do that. He used telekinesis to redirect the flood dragon's head sideways and it blasted water all over the side of the barrier. Tisk! That cost me quite a little energy, Ning thought. Since you serpent-like monsters like water so much, I shall let you go back to the lake. Suddenly, Ning disappeared. The flood dragon felt him appear right next to him, but then he disappeared once more. The flood dragon searched for him a little longer but was unable to find any hints of him. Ning was truly gone. Seeing that he was no longer anywhere, the flood dragon slumped back into the water. Sect leader, the barrier is opening up, somebody said. Jun and Yelka barely managed to see the tail of the flood dragon enter the water. What? What happened to Dr. Ning? They asked in confusion. Ning was neither inside the barrier nor was he outside the secret realm. Plus, they were keeping an eye on the barrier and never saw him leave either. Is something wrong with the secret realm? They asked, but could not come up with any answers. I hope nothing is hey, the lake is moving again, Dion said, and everyone looked back on the screen with full attention, wishing to see what was going on. The lake was deeper than one could imagine. The flood dragon swam to the bottom of the lake to rest. Suddenly, its body started vibrating slightly against its control and sound started escaping from its skin. So this is what the inside of the lake looks like, hey? Ning's voice appeared from his body. The flood dragon jumped in fright and immediately sent its divine sense out to check but it couldn't find him anywhere. Don't bother, you won't find me, Ning said. Instead, I have a proposition for you. Where? The flood dragon started to get scared. Shut up and listen. I want you to be my subordinate. And in return, I won't kill you, Ning said. You can't kill me. The flood dragon shouted. Wanna bet? A massive amount of yin qi in the water gathered on the surface of the flood dragon and started turning to heat. Ning's cap was already full today, so he absorbed none of it. The heat energy gathered more, and soon, the flood dragon was getting uncomfortable. It wasn't used to feeling the heat a lot at the bottom of the lake, so the slightest heat caused a lot of pain. The flood dragon tried to swim around the lake to remove the heat, but nothing worked. It didn't know that the cause of the pain was the water it was swimming in, so it didn't leave the lake. Ning stopped. The heat turned back into yin once again. Will you agree to be my subordinate now? Ning asked. No. The flood dragon shouted. The heat returned once again. After a while of hurting the flood dragon, Ning stopped. Will you agree now? He asked. No. The back and forth went on for a little longer until the flood dragon was hurt so much that he couldn't keep up the will anymore. I agree. Please stop. Chapter 185, Outside the Infinite. I don't need a body to do it right. Ning thought. He was currently inhabiting the flood dragon's body inside the lake. Don't struggle or resist now, Ning said. I understand. The flood dragon said. Ning prepared himself and said dominate. Supreme domination was a skill that used energy to dominate another being. It cost more energy the more mental strength or mental resistance the target had. So, Ning had to first lower the flood dragon's defense before he could easily submit it to himself. He could see the energy number dropping in his status very quickly. Before he knew it, he lost over 600 million energy. Holy sh*t, that's a lot, he thought. Fortunately, that was all he lost. The flood dragon turned docile and stopped moving. Can you hear me? Ning asked. Yes. Master. There he is, oh thank God he's okay. He must have jumped inside the water to escape from the monster, Yelka said. Yes, it's relief, Dion said and looked up at the sky. There is only half an hour or so left now, he said. But, now he will have that. This might cause us some problem, Yelka said in a serious tone. Ning landed at the center of the lake. He stood on the small land and looked at the fruit in front of him. The angel's touch, he said softly and slowly picked it off of the branch. He then stored it inside his interdimensional space rather than the storage bags given by the elders. He then flew out of the lake and walked into the forest. He sent out his spiritual sense everywhere, but couldn't find his spear anywhere. **T, did someone else get it, he wondered. He really liked that spear. Well, whatever, I can make a better one later, he thought. He could finally see the sun, so he knew how much longer he had. He slumped down on the ground and finally took a rest. Many thoughts started coming in and out of his mind. Some happy, some sad, some angry. He, however, kept a rein on them all and finally asked the question he had been burning to ask all this time. Did I really deserve to be punished like that, system? He asked. While the last 16 months hadn't been particularly bad, it was still 16 months of time without the system. He had come to rely on it a lot and not having it felt like walking with a leg missing. No, I get that. I actually think it's the proper thing to do. But, couldn't you have stopped me before I got there? Ning asked. You could have teleported me somewhere, or made me unconscious, or do whatever the hell else you could to stop me from killing those people. Why didn't you? Why did you not act proactively and instead just did stuff after they were dead? He asked. The energy system is not allowed to interfere with how you live your life. It is only allowed to watch over you and help you on your infinite endeavors. Then why the punishment? If I'm allowed to do whatever I want, then why was I punished? Ning asked. Ning heard all of this and curiously asked, the creator. He sat straight and asked, does that mean someone made the system? Who? Can I know? So the creator stays outside of the multiverse. How does that work? Ning wondered. By the way, why did you disappear for 16 months? Ning asked. So. One dead innocent person is 2 months. 2 is 4 months, 3 is 8 months and 4 is 16 months, Ning said. There should be better ways to punish the hosts. For one, you can tell them about the punishment beforehand. That should deter a lot, Ning said. The system will gladly accept any suggestions. Please give it more suggestions if you have. Maybe. No. That's a little bad. How about, stopping a host's you can't interfere, right? Damn, this is hard, Ning said. Ning thought for a minute and said, the cause of the problem was that enhanced emotion you put in me. If I wasn't enraged and bloodthirsty, I would have probably made a more sound decision. How about, removing that? Ning asked. The system stayed silent for a little while and finally spoke. The system has decided to send your suggestions to the creator. The system would like to use 800 million energy to transfer the message. What? 800 million just to send a little message? Ugh. **T. The creator is outside of our world, right? Fine, use it. Maybe that will help the next host, Ning said. 0. Chapter 186, Secret Realm. How much energy do I have? Ning wondered and checked the system. After the battle, using the supreme dominance, and making a third beast space that was large enough for the flood dragon to fit, he now had about 3 billion energy. That's still a lot, he thought. Arg, it seems my spear really isn't here. I spent so many coins on it too. Sigh, whatever, I will just make a much better one. System, help me make a spear, Ning said. Might as well use my last one as a design, Ning thought and told the system about the design of the blue spear. How much energy do I need for it to become a mid-tier spirit artifact? Ning asked. *T, I will have less than 1 billion energy left after that. Use 2 billion. Whatever, I will go collect some more after this, Ning thought. Light shined in front of him as energy escaped from his body to create a silhouette of a spear. Soon, the spear gained mass and after that, it gained color. Finally, it fell onto the ground as a physical spear. Ning picked it up and moved it around a little. Not bad. Although, for some reason, I feel like I can't use it properly right now. Probably because it's way too high of a spirit artifact for me, Ning thought. He then slumped back on the ground, with his back to the tree, and waited. There was still around 10 minutes before he would have to leave the realm. So he just stayed there and waited. System, what is this realm? Is it a different space or dimension or what? Ning asked. 40 million hui? And you could have just answered too. Well, I guess I need to go back to being used to you not answering questions. Yes, give it to me. A flood of information entered his brain. The things he was curious about, the thing everyone wanted to know, he knew it now. Haha, I didn't expect the answer to be so simple, Ning said. The secret realm was actually land inside the hub island. However, due to some natural phenomenon, the space around a certain part of the land was folded in on itself. The outer walls of that space were stable and closed off from the rest of the island, giving it an appearance that the island was all it was. From time to time, the walls would get unstable and show up as the portal on the outside. What others thought was making the opening stable, was simply just them making the stable walls unstable. The unstable walls would lead to anyone who entered being thrown into different parts of the secret realm. The tournament holders knew about all of this. From the information they had gathered, they saw that forest life flourished in this land and they wanted it. However, there was one problem for them. First, the secret realm was too big for them to clear it all on their own. That would take days and that just wasn't worth it to them. Secondly and most importantly, there was a natural restriction on this place. Anyone who wasn't in the 5th Foundation establishment realm or lower would automatically be rejected. If they forced entry, the laws of this place would crush them to death. As such, these people needed workers that were high in number and strong enough to fight the beats in this land, were talented enough to recognize the different ingredients, and finally didn't get rejected by the realm. They came up with the brilliant idea of making exactly that a competition. They would force the disciples of another sect to farm for them and make this the hub of the entire scattered isles. So that's the reason, hey? Bastards! Forcing us to work for them for free. Well, I guess I can get 50% of what I earn, so that is nice. But aside from the top 128 disciples, nobody else gets to choose their own items to keep, Ning said. Sigh, you really never know when someone is making you work for them. Poor guys, Ning said. Suddenly, Ning felt something. He looked down and saw that his talisman was starting to glow a little. Oh, it's time. Sect leader, look. Somebody pointed at the screen. Hey? They're glowing? Ah, they're coming out, Dion said and started looking towards the door. Soon, one after another, the remaining participants started pouring out of the portal and landed outside on the stage. There were about 60 people remaining inside the secret reel when the time was up. Ning stood straight and watched in front of him to see the plethora of people in the audience. Are you Vel.M? I will kill you soon, you bastard, a voice came from Ning's left. He looked to the left to see that the orange-robed disciple of the dazzling sect called Guy was looking at him with eyes that would kill if they could. Ning did nothing but smirk at him and looked forward to seeing 5 men appearing on the stage. These were the people who opened the portal 4 days ago. The people came and took away the formation flag. Then the host came up and started speaking to them. Congratulations on lasting till the final days of the competition. Everyone else who has come before you has put in their points into the ranking board. It's your turn now, the host said to the rest of them. Please gather in a line and hand your talisman to the staff. If you land below 128, you have a choice in giving away only that which you don't need. Ning looked up at the ranking board and saw a lot of names there. And at the top of the list was a person called Farron. Chapter 187, Points. Farron. I wonder who that is, Ning wondered. Next to the name was the number 10,341. This was the number of points he had gotten. What's at 128? He wondered and checked. It was exactly 4,392. About a 6,000 point difference, hey. That's quite a lot, he thought. Although, seeing that the second and third only have 8,000 and 7,000 respectively. I guess this Farron is just a beast, Ning thought. He decided to get into the line after seeing everyone get into it when he heard someone calling him. Inakaka, Hijaka called him as he ran up to him. Oh, hey Hijaka. Did you survive until the end? Nice. I hope you've got a lot of points, Ning said. It's all thanks to you Inakaka. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost on the second day from that enormous serpent-like beast. I saw from far away from how it killed nearly everyone. I thought you might have already left because of it, but it seems you didn't. I'm glad, Hijaka said. All right. Let's go back into the line, he said and brought Hijaka to the end of the line. 3,765 points, the person checking the points shouted. 5,343 points. 2,611 points. He started checking the points and shouting it one after another. The points in the top 128 kept on changing as more and more kept on getting added to it, and more kept on getting thrown out of it. 8,825 points. Ning was a little surprised to see that number pop up. Isn't that? He thought and looked up. It was indeed the new second place, and the name that popped up was Guy. Ah, it's that bastard, Ning thought. More and more points got added to the rankings. Finally, it was just him and Hijaka left. Hijaka went forward and handed his talisman. The man looked and said, 7,430 points. Oh, that's 9th place. Not bad, Hijaka, Ning said. Haha, Inakaka, please don't tease me. You have much more than me, Hijaka said with an embarrassed face. Ning smiled and walked forward. He took off his talisman and handed it to the man. The man at the register glanced at it once and announced, 2,228 points. The man who just said that made a weird face as if something didn't make sense. Ning smiled at him and said, read again. The man complied, checked the numbers again. Oh, I apologize, that was my error. The real points are actually 22,228 points, he announced. Jun, Yelka, and the rest were dumbfounded when they heard the points. Did he just say 22,000? Jun said in disbelief. I think so, Yelka said as he looked at the top of the ranking. The first place on the ranking was still Farron, but suddenly, it changed to Ning, 22,228. They were finally sure that he had in fact gotten so many points. Everyone in the 128 please, follow me. Everyone else, please follow him. Two staff appeared out of nowhere and started speaking. Ning followed him and went where they were taken. The man then handed them all a talisman once again. With this talisman, you can check how many points each of your bags have. You must return half of the points worth of items to us, they said. Ning checked his bags and started separating items. He knew what he wanted to keep and what he didn't. In the end, he was left with 2 bags, while he returned 3 bags. He only kept the most precious of items, which were mostly just ingredients. Ning walked out and returned to the seats where the Deep Skull Island folks were. As soon as they saw Ning, they all stood up and congratulated him, calling him their benefactor. Sect leaders, after the competition tomorrow ends, I will be leaving. You do remember that, right? Ning asked. Oh, why yeah, we remember, they said as he got a little dejected after the reminder. He smiled and said, don't worry. I will win the grand prize and you can take it all back. For now, let's go back to the hotel. Along the way, he saw Guy and the other 13 disciples all look at him with hateful eyes. The only one that wasn't was the man he had helped the Flood Dragon defeat. When he realized that he was responsible for nearly all of their loss, he got a good sense of happiness inside of him. Once he returned back to the hotel, he got on his bed and started cultivating. He was so close, that he just wanted to finish it. However, he wasn't able to break through even after an entire day of cultivation. Arg, I am so close. If only I had more time, Ning thought. However, it was time, so he stood up and left the room. Along with the rest of the people from the Deep Skull Island, he walked to the center of the island, which he now knew wasn't really the center. He entered the arena and waited for the tournament to start. More and more people came in to watch. He then saw a man in an orange robe fly down from the sky. Are people allowed to fly in here? Ning asked the sect leaders. Oh, that's Malus, the sect leader of the Dazzling sect, the only golden core cultivator of the Scattered Isles, Dion said. No one is going to bother stopping him, Yelka said. Ning looked up and saw that he was looking towards him as well. Did his disciple tell him about me? Ning wondered. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the hopefully final but most likely the penultimate day of the tournament. Today we will start the 1v1 matches that you had all been waiting for. This will be between the 128 participants that got the highest points in the previous match, the host spoke. In front of me is a box with 128 numbers. I will now pick 2 numbers, the host spoke and picked 2 numbers from the clear box. The first match is going to be between number 45 and number 10. Chapter 188, Yang Conversion. Hijaka walked onto the stage and stood in front of his opponent who had a cultivation base of the 8th Chi condensation realm. Hijaka would easily be his match even with just his own cultivation base, not to mention his body cultivation. They were both made to keep talismans on their body that would teleport them out of the arena if they were mortally harmed. The fight started, but Ning didn't bother with it, he knew who was going to win. It was obvious. The next few days started to seem very boring to him. What's the time again? Around 10 a.m.? I still have an hour and a half before my cap resets, he thought. What should I do? Should I buy something else? Should I instead gather energy just in case, or should I think towards increasing the cap? Increasing the cap seems like the best idea. Let's see, what was the next cap doubling price again? System, help me, Ning asked. RWVEL.O. It's 10 billion for each, since I collect 160 million each day, which means in 10 days, I get 1.6 billion energy. Then it should take me around 60 days to gather 10 billion, Ning thought. What should I do? Ning thought. He wanted ideas. He opened his status and checked them to see if there really was something. Oh right, that should work, he thought and asked the system. Hey, system. How much do the yang to energy conversions cost? Oh, I would have probably complained a few years ago, but now these prices are very cheap to me. Buy it, system, Ning said. Are you sure? The system suggests you don't buy these techniques. Hey! Ning was surprised. It wasn't every day that the system opposed his ideas. What's wrong with these techniques? Ning asked. Ning thought for a second and said, that's right. He remembered back in the village when he used to suck in yin energy. From time to time he would run out of yin to convert just because he took everything from the surrounding. And that was back when his cap was around 5 million. Aish, that's a problem, isn't it? Ning asked himself. Is something wrong, Dr. Ning? One of the disciples next to him asked when he saw Ning mumble. Oh no, nothing's wrong, Ning said and finally paid enough attention to see that the contestants had changed. He looked up and saw that Hijaka had already won. He watched the next competition for a while and said in his mind, buy it. It might come in handy as the yin one did. I will try when it's time, he thought and waited. The fight at the stage was boring to him, so he just stayed where he was and started cultivating. At least, that would help him reach a little closer to a breakthrough. He cultivated for a bit and felt he was making some progress when suddenly he got a nudge on his shoulders. Dr. Ning, it's your turn, a disciple said. Ning nodded and stood up before walking down to the stage. A staff member put a talisman on him and sent him up the stage. His opponent was barely worth mentioning. The moment the game started, Ning rushed forward and immediately kicked his opponent's head. Had it been a real fight, his opponent's head would be crushed like a watermelon dropped from a very high height. However, here on the stage, he simply turned yellow and got out of the stage. Ning Ruogong, number 1 wins, the host said. Ning simply went back to the seating area and started cultivating. He didn't give a bother to the rest of the cultivation as it was not worth his time. Oh, my cap limit has reset, Ning thought and started activating the yang to kinetic conversion technique. It worked for a while and he got around 30 million kinetic energy, which was the most he had gotten in a single day. However, that was nowhere near the 160 million daily caps he had, and he wanted to increase it. Ning knew the best way to get energy, but it seemed that getting just kinetic energy was going to be cumbersome. Whatever, he thought and looked at the disciple next to him. Hey, attack me, Ning said. What? The disciple asked in confusion. Hit me on my biceps, Ning said and got ready. I can't do that, the disciple said. Just attack, Ning started to get annoyed. The disciple nodded quickly and attacked him. He instantly got 160 million from the punch. Alright, that is better. Thank you, Ning said and went back to cultivating. The day was long and the people had to wait for all 64 matches to finish. Only then would the next set of matches start. The host started the top 64 matches on the same day as well. There were around 2 hours left in the competition for today, and so the host wanted to have as many fights finish as possible. In the end, the host was successful at ending exactly 16 matches in that 2 hours. Once that was done, everyone stood up and left the arena. They couldn't wait for tomorrow, the final day. Chapter 189, Final Day. Ning was in his room cultivating. Ever since returning from the arena, he had been continuously cultivating. Tomorrow was going to be a long day of fighting. Worst of all, it was probably going to be a boring one. He kept on moving the same chi he had in his body around to break through. He cultivated for the entire night and at around 4 a.m. in the morning, he finally managed to push through that invisible barrier and crossed it. He finally entered the second foundation establishment realm. Sigh, that's good enough, he thought and slumped onto the bed. Even if it was for only 4 hours, he decided to just sleep. Dr. Ning, can you, please rethink about leaving? Where will you even go? Dion asked. He really didn't want to see Ning leave the island. He was strong and could also take part in the next 3 years in the tournament once more. I've already thought of it for a long time. My mind is made, I am leaving today, Ning said. Sigh, I guess we can't change your mind then. Well, let's just go to the arena, Yelka said and the group started moving from the hotel. Along the way, there were a few people that turned around to look at him. He had effectively gotten more than double the points of the second place holder in the last competition, so everyone was expecting him to do great. Ning didn't show any reactions to these people, however. His mind was focused on where to go next. That place Hijaka said, I should go there, he thought. It wasn't that far away for him and he could easily see himself having fun there. Sigh, I also need to find myself a way to leave this planet as well. I wonder what other ways there might be aside from just teleportation. Ning looked up to the sky and thought, can't I just fly away, he thought. That's probably going to take a lot of energy as well, he thought and stopped thinking about it any further. Hey? What is he doing here? Dion's comment brought Ning out of his mind. He looked forward and saw the sect leader of the dazzling sect standing near the arena's gate, waiting for the arena to open. Why is someone who can simply fly inside waiting outside in a line? Ning wondered. Malus was with his 15 disciples and as soon as they saw Ning, they whispered something into his ear. Malus's face showed no emotions as he heard the things and walked up to Ning. Are you the junior named Ning? Malus asked. Ning was a little surprised that he was here for him. Yes, that is me. What does sect leader Malus want with someone like me? Ning asked. Malus gave a smile and said, I heard Junior was the reason my disciples did so much poorer this time around in the competition. I was just wondering what you had to say about that. The hell does he want? An apology? Ning wondered. I guess. I am a little sad I missed one of them, Ning said as he looked at Malus dead in the eye. Golden core aura flared for a split second before dying down, however that was enough to scare everyone in the vicinity. It seems you have a rather sharp tongue on yourself. Make sure it doesn't cut you by accident, Malus said and left them. Dear God, that guy scares me, Dion said. He could probably hurt me even though my body cultivation is so high. He's not the strongest for no reason, Yelka said. I just hope Dr. Ning's words don't leave an impression on him. If he decides to target Deep Skull Island for some reason, we will be in trouble. I'm sure that won't come to be. I will make sure of that, Ning said. Finally, they were allowed entry and the entire group went to their seating areas to view the remaining matches today. Welcome to the final day of the triennial tournament. I hope you are all having a fantastic day. Today's battle will be the continuation of yesterday's, so we will have the remaining 16 matches today. I shall now choose our next contestants, the host said and picked up 2 papers from the lot. Number 33, and number 1. Ah, Dr. Ning is first. Please go ahead, the disciples let Ning walk down to the stage. Similar to yesterday, Ning was given the talisman to wear. He walked onto the stage and saw that his opponent was a girl wearing violet robes. He didn't immediately finish the match like yesterday. He let the girl attack first. He was so bored now that he would do anything to make the tournament a little more fun for himself. And that meant seeing what the others could do. The girl suddenly summoned 3 earth golems that seemed like puppets. Oh, Ning said with slight amusement. This looks like the ice puppets that Freya made. Only this one is made of earth, he thought. The puppets were very rigid with not much flexibility to their limb movements. But since Ning wanted to have some fun, he let the puppets attack. The girl sent them to punch him down, but Ning just took it. With his body cultivation, there was no way he would ever feel this pain. It was a little fun at first, but the constant pounding soon got boring. He lifted his arms and caught one of the falling fists. He used the arm to swing the earth puppet and slam it into the other one. He then took the last one and threw it directly at the girl. Arg! She shouted, but there was no yellow light. She's not lethally damaged, hey, he thought and went to help her if she was injured but not enough to disappear. He threw the puppet behind him on the empty stage and looked at the girl. She was unconscious. Well, seeing a giant earth puppet falling on top of you would be quite shocking. He looked towards the referee for some help, and only then did the referee realize that she had fainted. You win, he said and asked someone to take the girl away. Chapter 190, Body Breathing Cultivation Method. Ning didn't really watch any of the matches. He simply closed his eyes and listened to the sighs and cheers of the audience. He really wanted to see all the participants' powers for the first time with his own eyes. The top 32 started and he only opened his eyes when his own name was called. His opponent was a man with a 9th Chi Condensation Realm cultivation base. Meaning, he would have no problem winning against him. The man tried to fight with his best of abilities, but they were of no concern to Ning. He easily destroyed each of his attacks, and in the end, defeated him as well. The next one fighting after him turned out to be Hijaka. His opponent was someone that was in the 9th Chi Condensation Realm. He decided to watch this one match that looked like it would get interesting. However, thanks to Hijaka's immensely strong body, the match was not even a bother for him. In less than a minute, he managed to win against his opponent with no problem. Sigh, it really is boring. Maybe it will get better starting the next match, Ning thought. Did you see that, Yelka? Did you see? Jun said excitedly. Yes, I saw, Yelka said. I told you. Cultivating both body and chi at the same time as possible. You said the disciple will turn out mediocre if they did that, but I never lost hope. You said Dr. Ning was an exception, right? Then how do you explain that disciple? Jun said. Sigh. I guess you are right. But we need some better techniques than the one we currently have, Yelka said. Do you think we should ask him for the technique? Jun asked. Stop talking nonsense and act like an actual sect leader. You want to ask a disciple for their cultivation method? Yelka asked. Oh, you're right. I was so excited that I stopped thinking straight. Ning listened to the two's bickering and smiled. Hey system, prepare a cultivation method that can cultivate both body and chi at the same time. The total price must not exceed 500 million, he said. Make it a physical book, he said. He asked the system to create the book inside his robes and there it appeared. He slowly took it out and read it for a bit to see what it was about. Oh, so you absorb chi through your body, hold it in for a bit, and send it out forcefully with your body. That way it cultivates your body while cultivating your chi as well, hey. Ning thought as he understood the concept of the book. It was a very good book. Given that one didn't have to learn multiple methods at once and could make do with this single one, this was a very good technique. Of course, his earth-shattering, heaven-tempering art was much better since it tempered the mind as well as the other two, and the divine vortex devouring technique was one of the best chi cultivation techniques. But they were also very expensive, unlike this one. Sect leaders, since I am leaving, take this as a parting gift. It's the cultivation method I use, he lied and handed them the book. Your method? Jun and Yelka both got surprised and immediately jumped on the book and started reading it together. After a while, they looked at Ning with teary eyes and asked, Do we really get to keep it? Yelka asked. Of course, it's a gift, Ning said. Thank you. Thank you very much. With this, our fragmented sects can once again become one, Jun said as tears fell through his eyes. Yes, the Purple Dragon Tiger sect will return to former glory, Yelka said. You mean the Purple Tiger Dragon sect, Jun corrected. No, the Purple Dragon Tiger sect, Yelka corrected. The two sect leaders started quarreling on what to call the joint sect. Ning once again smiled and said nothing. He looked to his left and asked the disciple, Hey, hit me, he said. What? He asked in confusion. You know, like yesterday? Hit me, Ning repeated. Oh, the disciple was a little confused but complied with the request and hit Ning on his biceps. However, Ning only got 40 million energy. What's wrong? Hit me harder, he said. The guy got a little embarrassed and hit Ning twice. In the two turns, his 160 million energy cap was reached. The man took a deep breath and leaned back on his seat. "What's wrong?" Ning asked. "I don't know, doctor. Your body feels a little weird when I hit you. I felt it yesterday as well. It's like I'm hitting a cushion or something. There is never an impact." "That's probably because your body is very strong," the guy said and started taking deep breaths. "Are you okay?" Ning asked. Yeah, I'm fine. I just feel a little tired after hitting you. I wonder if I am sick or something," he said. Alex tried to think of some medical condition this guy might have been suffering from, but nothing came to mind. In the end, he resorted to asking the system. "What's wrong with his body? Give me some information for 100 million energy," he asked. Information entered his mind and his eyes went a little wide in realization. Ning then sighed. "I guess I will have to find a new source now," he thought. It turned out that Ning was basically stealing 160 million energy the man had when he asked him to hit him. So, in turn, the man was feeling tired and lethargic due to the lack of energy in his body. He should be fine for now. I don't think his body had much energy without his cultivation base fully in use, Ning thought. Normal environmental energy was gone from his list of sources due to how much energy he required, and now another source was gone as well. *T, I will have to find better ideas now. Chapter 191, Top 16. The Top 16 battles was now starting. Ning could see a few people he recognized make it into those rank. Hijaka was one of them. With his dual body and chi cultivation, his fighting strength was really high. Next was that orange-robed man he hated, Guy. The next one was the orange-robed man he helped the flood dragon kill whose cultivation base was higher than him. He had found out that this was the man named Farron, the second-ranking participant from the secret realm. Another one of the people he knew was the leader of the group of 5 that tried to use the charm girl to lure people into their formation and kill them. He had surprisingly made this far up. However, this was going to be his final match since all the remaining ones all were in the first Foundation establishment realm. The host started picking 2 names from the box to start the top 16 matches. Number 10 and number 76. Hijaka stood up and walked to the front of the stage. From the other side, Jan walked in. Oh, this guy was here too, Ning thought when he saw him. He hadn't been paying attention much and had missed his fights. Well, I guess this is where he loses, Ning thought and watched. The guy named Jan used his swords to fight and send out very strong attacks. With his massively strong attacks, even with his strong body, Hijaka couldn't handle it at all. After a few minutes of struggle, Jan drove a sword right into his chest. The talisman lit up and Hijaka was brought out of the stage. He had lost. Hijaka was sad, but he knew he was dealt a bad hand. The opponents were just too strong for him. He turned towards Ning, far in the audience seat and made a saddened face, but Ning just shook his head and gave him a smile. Hijaka got a little less sad and smiled as well before walking towards his own seating area. The next few fights went for a little longer than Ning expected. The fighters were almost equally strong, so in the end it came down to a battle of wits, knowledge, and endurance. After 4 different matches, he was finally called to fight a first Foundation established realm cultivator. His opponent was a girl who called out 2 beasts the moment she saw him on stage. He was the one they all feared, so when she found out it was him who would be fighting, she didn't hold back. Her 2 beasts were also at the same cultivation base as herself. One of the beast was a large vulture with a really long neck. The other beast was actually a large centipede that crawled along the ground. Ning smiled when he saw this. Finally, there's something fun to do. He didn't participate in this match by himself. Instead, he called out someone else to fight for him. Come out, Aegis, he said, and Aegis suddenly appeared in front of him. The 2-meter tall body with the additional meter trident-like horn was unique to the audience. The girl frowned a little and asked, "Why is your silver beetle golden? Did you paint it so others wouldn't find out?" "Haha, this is not a silver beetle, it's something better. You'll see," Ning said and gave a single command to Aegis. "Kill." Aegis immediately flew away and went for the centipede. It was the thing protecting the girl, so Aegis tried to get rid of it instead. While it wasn't the fastest flying beast, Aegis still surprised the girl with how fast it flew. How? She felt a little shocked. From her knowledge, this was something impossible for the great shelled silver beetle. Aegis swiped both of its right arm at the centipede. The centipede also jumped to attack Aegis. Aegis got hit in the chest, while the centipede got hit in the face and neck and started bleeding. The girl looked at her centipede, then towards Aegis. While her similarly powerful beast was bleeding, the beetle was perfectly fine. Golden-shelled beetles could block a lot of damage from their back and only a fraction of that from the front. However, that did not mean that their front was weak. It just meant that their back was abnormally strong. The vulture immediately flew and sent gusts of wind towards Aegis. The winds contained many small wind blades that would cut everywhere. To counter this, Aegis simply turned around. All the wind blades landed on him, but none actually worked. "Go!" the girl shouted. Both the centipede and the vulture rushed towards Aegis. Both of them attacked him at once, however, all the attacks landed on his back, so he was fine despite the barrage. Suddenly, he opened his wings and flew up. As soon as he was high enough, he did a U-turn and returned towards the vulture. His horns started to turn golden and shined. The vulture sent out massive wind slices with its wings, but it didn't work. Aegis' horn pierced through the vulture's wings, and the vulture cried out in pain. The girl was surprised and immediately took the vulture back. However, Aegis wasn't done yet. He flew up once again and turned around before flying down very fast. This time, however, his horn didn't shine. Instead, he slowly shifted his body such that his body was what was going to attack the centipede. He was planning on stomping it. The girl felt horrified when she saw that. She was still worried about Ning himself moving if she took part in the battle as well. "No!" the girl shouted and called back the centipede into her beast bag as well. Boom! Aegis landed on empty space. If she had been a split second late at calling her beast back, she would have probably lost it today. The dust settled and the confused look of the beetle was what showed through it. After not finding either of the beasts, he turned towards the girl as she was his main target to begin with. The girl didn't hesitate a single second and shouted out loud, "I give up." Chapter 192, Top 8 and Top 4. The Top 16 ended, and now it was time for the Top 8. The very first battle was between Ning and January. Ning wasn't the least bit surprised when he got one of the dazzling sect disciples to fight. There were 3 of them, so the chances of him having to fight them were nearly 50%. Ning walked onto the stage and saw the man and his sword ready to fight. Ning just smiled and looked sideways to check their sect leader Malus. He gave him a little nod before casually walking forward. The man was ready with his sword, but he was also afraid that Ning was going to call out his bird. The bird was too strong for him and did not want to fight it again. What are you doing? Don't come closer," he shouted, worried that Ning was getting close to summon his bird at close range and attack him. However, Ning kept on walking forward. Seeing that he was not listening to him, Jan decided to attack Ning while the bird wasn't out. "Ha!" he shouted and swung the sword at Ning. Ding! Ning caught the sword with his bare hand. It cut a little into his palm, but that was the extent of the damage. "Not bad," Ning said. "But now it's my turn." He swung his fist and hit the side of the sword, trying to break it in half, but the most he was able to do was bend it. That was still enough to scare the soul out of Jan's body. The bent sword fell to the ground with a little ting sound and Ning grabbed his shoulders with both hands. He forced him to sit down. He then used telekinesis to pull out just his tongue forward so he couldn't speak. Ning then called out Aegis. Remember him? He was the one that attacked you so much back in the forest, Ning reminded him. Now, it's your time for revenge. Aegis seemed to somewhat understand what Ning said and also remembered what happened. He remembered the barrage of attacks he had to suffer while being unable to complete his master's orders. Aegis got angry. Slash! He scratched Jan's face with his sharp claw, and then scratched from the other side with the second claw, followed by the third claw and then the fourth claw. Then, he repeated by scratching with his first claw again. Scratch, 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 scratch. Jan's face was bloody, with blood dripping all over his orange robes. In the end, Aegis used his horn to stab him through the herd. Just then, the talisman glowed and he made it out. However, he still had a bloody face and needed quick treatment. Ning looked towards Malus with a smile and nodded. Ning didn't bother with the next two fights. Just from the cultivation base, he knew that the two dazzling sect disciples would win it. The last one was a mystery, but soon that too was cleared when one of the two fighters turned out to have an excellent armor that blocked most of the damage done to him. Finally, the top four started. The people remaining were Ning, Guy, Farron, and the guy with the armor. When the match was decided, Ning smiled. His next opponent was Guy. Before that, Farron and the other guy fought. Everyone expected the fight to last a while, but that was only because they didn't seem to realize how strong Farron was. He had been acting very low-key and not using any flashy attacks to draw attention. Ning's 22,000 points acted American Samoa, the shadow that hid the impressiveness of Farron's 10,000 points. People somehow forgot that there was a reason his points were so high. The moment the fight started, Farron surprisingly took out a spear for the first time. Until now, he had been fighting with a sword, and while he wasn't great at it, he wasn't that bad either. Now that he took out the spear, they finally realized why he was bad at the sword. That wasn't his weapon of choice at all. When the spear came out, both Ning and Guy reacted with a surprised look. The shaft of the spear was ocean blue in color, while the blade was made up of a long metallic silver-colored metal. Why does Brother Farron have that? Guy asked in surprise. So, that's where it went, Ning said in understanding. Farron's opponent got ready to fight and rushed at him. He believed that with his armor, Farron couldn't hurt him at all. Farron took a deep breath and sent a spear slash towards his opponent. Before the opponent could even react, he turned into yellow light and disappeared. Farron kept his spear back and walked off of the stage. Ning smirked and stood up. He then looked towards Guy, who also stood up and walked towards the stage. Guy seemed to be wary about Ning after seeing his fight with January. Anyone that could bend a low-grade spirit weapon in half with a single punch was definitely not normal. Guy took out his spear and cautiously got into a stance. Ning, however, didn't take out anything. He instead simply walked towards Guy at a slow pace as he did with January. He had a really hard time fighting against Guy when his ribs were hurting back on the third day. However, now he was perfectly fine, his system was back and he had also broken through. He was in the best position he could be in. His bloodlust was returning after seeing Guy, but unlike last time, he was able to keep it in check. Still, he wouldn't mind hearing little cries. However, just as he was about to start his attack, he heard the most rage-inducing words from the man he had heard yet. "I forfeit," Guy shouted out his surrender before the match could even properly take place. The referee accepted and the match was ended. Ning couldn't help but get annoyed at how anticlimactic this round was. Chapter 193, Intent. F***ck, I was looking forward to fighting that guy, Ning thought. The match was over but he didn't leave the stage. It was time for the finale to start. Farron gave a disappointed look towards Guy and shook his head. "What?" Guy said angrily when he saw that. "If you saw what his other beast could do, you would quit too." "Tisk. Go talk with the master, I won't say anything," Farron said and walked up the stairs onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you have all been waiting for. The final fight, between the number 1 and the number 2 winner of the last competition. This will reveal who is the best of the young generation in all of the scattered isles is. Let the battle begin. Farron immediately brought out the blue spear and got ready to fight. Ning looked at him curiously and asked, "Did you know that's my spear?" Farron was a little surprised and asked seriously, "What do you mean?" "I dropped it near the lake when the flood dragon attacked me. I came searching for it on the 4th day but couldn't find it." "It seems you had found it earlier than me," Ning said. Farron looked at the spear in his hand and said, "If you lost such a good spear, then you were never worthy of it in the first place." "Yeah, well." Ning smiled and said, "I've got something better." Something blue appeared in Ning's hand all of a sudden. When Farron saw the thing in Ning's hands, he couldn't understand what was happening. "Why are there 2 of the same spear?" he asked. "Is this part of a pair?" "No, the one I have was made later and is thus better," Ning said. "I doubt it." Farron slashed his spear in front of him, sending an attack towards Ning. Ning blocked it with his spear easily. Ning didn't have spear techniques that could create such attacks, so he decided to use sword slashes instead. He assumed the long shaft was the sword handle, and the small blade was the blade of a sword. He then slashed as well. A not very amusing slash flew forth and was easily stopped by Farron. "Tisk. I guess close combat is all I can really do for now," Ning thought and dashed forward. With his incredibly fast speed, he reached in front of Farron and launched the one true spear strike. Farron barely managed to stop it and was pushed so far back that he nearly was thrown off of the stage. Farron finally realized just how strong Ning was. His arms felt numb from the hit on the spear shaft. He knew it was time to get serious. He took a deep breath and got into a low body stance where the end of the spear was pointing top behind him, and the tip was pointing towards the ground a little ahead of where his feet were. Suddenly, his clothes started rippling and so did his hair. Ning could see what seemed like tiny glints of light in the aura that Farron was putting forth now. "Is that chi?" Ning wondered, however, he couldn't tell at all. The glints of lights occasionally turned to spear herd but reverted back to glints of light again. Ning was genuinely surprised for the first time seeing anyone's fight today. "Spear intent," he said in shock. He didn't expect somebody in the Foundation establishment realm to have learned the spear until he got spear intent at all. One had to be very passionate about spears in general and must have practiced it for a very long time to even have intents appear in the first place. Ning got into a stance as well. He wasn't scared of the spear intent, he was happy. Farron made the first move. He launched forward and stabbed at Ning. The spear intent followed the path of the spear and moved forward as well. Ning hit the incoming spear aside, but the intent of the action was still there, so the energy behind the attack still followed through and hit Ning. Ning didn't take any damage, but he was pushed back. Ning looked up and saw that Farron was already doing an overhead swing. Ning quickly held the spear horizontally to block the attack. However, once again, the energy followed the intent and hit him. "Erg, this is annoying. How do I fight this?" he thought. He pushed Farron back and started his own attack. If Farron never got to hit, he wouldn't have to worry about spear intent at all. Ning started swinging and slashing and stabbing as much as he could. This forced Farron to go into a defensive position and he could do nothing but block the attack. Bang bang bang! Farron kept getting pushed back with each attack and was nearing the edge of the stage. With each attack, he was getting closer and closer to falling off of the stage. The audience looked in awe and believed Ning was going to win now. However, such fears never appeared in Farron's face. Suddenly, Farron's aura erupted and the glints of spear intent started appearing once more. They were constantly fluctuating, turning to spearheads, before returning back to normal glints of light. Ning kept on attacking, however, he couldn't push back anymore, and with each attack, the period of time the spearheads lasted started getting longer and longer. Ning suddenly stopped and stepped backward. *CK, he's using me to temper himself right now, Ning said. Farron was continuously getting better with each attack he handled. His spear intent was slowly treading towards its higher form. Ning tried to attack but his hits were not being blocked more efficiently. Farron was continuously getting better and at some point, he started counter-attacking. Ning could have probably won already if he used his full physical strength to fight, but he wanted to have some fun before he did that. Just then Farron spoke for the first time in a while, "You can't beat me like that. Bring out your beast that the others are scared of." Chapter 194, Result. Ning stood completely still, however, his face showed a little bit of surprise as he asked, "My beast? Did your fellow disciple tell you about him?" Farron's chest moved up and down as he tried to catch his breath, yet his face still didn't show any emotion. "I saw how scared they were. It must be a really strong beast, other than the beetle you have," he said. "Yes, my beast is strong, but he's not in the condition to be called out right now," Ning said. Farron's face immediately darkened. It was almost like he was disappointed a little. "Haha. But if you really want to fight one of my beasts, I can help you with that. You see, I just recently acquired a new beast, and, well, I haven't had the opportunity to use him yet. In fact, I haven't had the time to even name him. Let's see. I will just call him Blue for his skin color. So, what do you say? Do you want to fight Blue?" Ning asked. Farron got back into his attacking stance as spear intent rose off of him. "Do not disappoint me," he said. Ning smirked a little. "As you wish. Come out, Blue." Blue light suddenly flashed as a large beast appeared on the stage. The blue beast looked like a snake to the people with its large body that had scales all over it. However, when they saw the head, they showed fear. It had the head of the fabled true dragons. That's the monster from the lake," Farron said with a trembling voice. How did you tame such a beast?" Ning didn't answer the question, instead, he asked his own. "Are you disappointed yet? How about you help me test how good this beast of mine is?" "Why did you call me master?" The flood dragon spoke as he looked at the different people around him. However, what should be like words to Ning, sounded like beastly screams to the rest of the people. "He called you out," Ning said as he pointed towards Farron. Blue slowly moved his head as he looked straight at Farron. Seeing the large lizard-like eyes blink scared him very much. The handle of the spear dropped from his right hand and hit the floor with a ting sound. The flood dragon breathed warm air into his face as it said, "It. Island. You." However, to Farron, that just sounded like normal growling. Farron was unresponsive. He had no idea what he could even say in this situation. Not only was the beast 2 realms higher than him in terms of cultivation base, but it also had a very high defense, which he knew from his fight 2 days ago. Aside from that, just the fact that it was in some way, a dragon that was going to fight him, scared him the most. Ning didn't bother waiting any longer and said, "Finish him." Whoosh! A massive blast of water erupted from Blue's mouth and hit Farron. Before the water could even touch him, however, he disappeared and appeared elsewhere away from the stage. The water blast however kept on flying until it reached the audience. The different sect masters of the sect seating in that general area immediately put up a barrier of their own. Even then some of the water spilled through and hit the audience. It didn't hold the same power, however. The sheer power of the attack left the audience in shock. Ning put his spear back into his storage space and walked up to Blue. He gently caressed his scales and said, "Good job, you can go back in now." "But, Master, he survived," Blue said. "That's okay, he hasn't done anything bad yet," Ning said. "But he tried to steal my. Go back! Ning commanded with a stern voice. Blue immediately complied and went back into Ning's beast space. He sighed and looked at the audience, who looked at him like he was a monster. He then turned to the host, who also was similarly befuddled, and said, "Aren't you going to announce the result?" "Oh why yes. You win," the host finally spoke, and then addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the winner of the triennial tournament, Ning Ruogong." The audience didn't react at all. They were still in shock. Ning looked at the whole crowd, yet not a single person seemed to be themselves right now. Clap clap. A set of claps rung out amongst the audience. Ning looked towards the person who clapped and smiled. It was Kazire, who had come out of his shock and started clapping. Michaela, who had been sitting next to him, also started clapping. Hijaka started clapping next, followed by a massive clap and cheer from the people of Deep Skull Island. They were genuinely happy at the result. Following them, everyone except the Dazzling sect clapped. Ning ignored the claps of the others he didn't care about and walked up to the host. "I have rewards, right?" he asked. "Why yes, of course. We always give rewards to the winners," the host said. "Good, give it to the people from Deep Skull Island," Ning said. "That's your island, right?" the host asked, and Ning nodded. He then walked into the audience. However, he didn't go to Jun and Yelka, he instead went to Hijaka. Hijaka walked out from his group and went to Ning. "Inakaka, is something the matter?" he asked. "I came here to let you know that I am leaving now. I will come to visit sometime soon. If you meet Heisei, tell him to stay alive until then," Ning said. Hijaka nodded and thanked him. Ning then walked up to Kazire and Michaela. "Mr. Kazire, I am leaving. Thank you for everything you did for me," Ning said with a bow. That's all right, but why are you leaving? Are you ill?" "I can help you," Kazire said, not really understanding what was going on. "Haha, no. I'm not just leaving the arena, I am leaving the Scattered Isles itself," Ning said. "You might not remember it as it was a small event for you, but you once saved me in the forest back in Starsight City when I had just arrived from Clovis. I will never forget that. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you." Chapter 195, Come with me. Ning left Kazire and Michaela with their shocked faces and moved to the people from the Deep Skull Island. Dr. Ning, congratulations! That was amazing, Dr. Ning! How did you tame that monster? Multiple congratulations and questions appeared one after another, which Ning just smiled throughout and reached Jun and Yelka. "There you are, Dr. Ning, you did amazing back there. You won us the tournament," Jun said. "Haha, we can go back with a proud smile now," Yelka said. Ning smiled and then dropped the bomb. "Sect leaders, I am leaving now," he said. "Hey? What do you mean? Why are you leaving now?" Jun asked. "You still haven't taken your rewards, Dr. Ning," Yelka reminded. "I don't need those. I asked the host to pass everything along to you guys. As for why I'm leaving, the answer is simple, I got bored," Ning said. "Well, not exactly bored, I guess. You see, I didn't expect to spend so much time in the Scattered Isles as I did. I was interested in a few different things at first and joined various sects, but after I got the experience, I needed to leave but I couldn't for some reason. Finally, I can, so I decided to waste no time and leave," Ning said. "Sect leader Jun, please take care of Anya for me. She is a fantastic little girl and will be of great asset to you. Who knows, she might be the one to win this whole thing for you in the next 3 years, Ning said. She is the same as me, capable in both body and chi. I'm sure that once your two sects join, she will be the most important person there, Ning said. Also, I have left my entire medical knowledge with her, so let her go out and treat people from time to time. Jun smiled and asked, "You seem quite worried about the little girl. Why didn't you take her with you? I'm a rogue cultivator who can survive anywhere. But she is a young girl who is barely starting her journey in cultivation. I don't want her life to be as harsh as mine could be sometimes, Ning said. Don't worry, Dr. Ning. We will treat her like we treat you, Yelka said. Ning needed nothing more than that. Very well then, I shall leave now. Goodbye everyone, if fate wills it, we will meet again. Ning bowed towards them once and started walking away. He didn't look back once and directly went out of the gates of the arena. The hotel he stayed at was towards the south, the ship he came in also was towards the south. However, Ning wasn't going there, he was going north. He was now going to go to the northern continent. Ning stopped for a moment and looked at the various people that were still focusing on the massive screen from outside. Even though the tournament had ended, they were waiting for the reward ceremony. Ning saw Yelka and Jun hurriedly walk upstairs to accept the reward. Ning felt a little melancholic seeing this, but he immediately let go of such emotions and turned around. He was determined now and wasn't going to turn around anymore. He made his way to the northern gates and booked a ticket for a ship that was going to go to an island up north. Ning was going to take the scenic path up north. The cold breeze of the sea moved his long hair as he stayed on the deck and looked at everything. Everything in front of him was nothing but ocean, but Ning knew that around 250 kilometers up north, there was a major city in one of the islands. Ning would drop there and then take another ship from there to another island where he would. Ahem! Someone coughed from behind him. Ning suddenly sent out his divine sense and was surprised when he saw who it was. Oh, might I ask what you are doing here, sect leader Malus? He asked as he turned around. Behind him was Malus and the rest of the disciples of the dazzling sect. Oh, what a coincidence, Junior Ning. You see, we were returning back to our sect. We have spent a bit too long here, Malus said with a fake smile. I see. Then you must be tired from your journey. I am too. How about we both go to our rooms and take our deserved rest, Ning said. Haha, we both know what's happening here, Junior. You have something I want, and I am going to get it, Malus said. Oh, what might it be? Ning asked. He had a general idea, but he still wanted Malus to say it himself. The angel's touch. That is something I need to reach the nascent cultivation realm. After that, I will be the strongest person in the entire lower half of the northern continent, he said. Ning smirked a little and asked, Oh, you weren't here for the mid-grade spirit artifact I showed on the stage today or any of my beasts? That caught Malus's attention a bit. Guy came up to him and whispered something in his ear. He looked towards Jan and asked, Is it true that his bird killed you before you could see it? Yes, sect leader, Jan replied. I see, it seems Junior Ning has a surprisingly high number of exotic stuff that we have never seen before. Can you tell us where you got them? Malus asked. Oh, you know, here and there. I find stuff lying around and it turns out to be gold, Ning started talking big. Sigh, I guess Junior Ning doesn't want to speak so easily. Then I must insist you come with us so we can persuade you a little, Malus said. I'm afraid I can't do that, Ning said. Instead, how about you come with me? Suddenly, Ning disappeared. Malus was surprised for a second, but on the next second, he felt a hand lay on his shoulder. Same thing for Guy as well, he too felt a hand on his shoulder. After that, they all disappeared. Chapter 196, Maelstrom. A minute earlier. When Ning saw Malus appear behind him, his heart skipped a beat. Not only was Malus there, but even his disciples were also there as well. This is troublesome, he thought. As they talked, Ning realized why they were here. He first wanted to immediately teleport to a faraway location so he didn't have to worry about him. But then he remembered that if he left after antagonizing the strongest cultivator in the Scattered Isles, he would certainly show retaliation towards the Deep Skull Island folks. While he cared about Jun, Yelka, and the other folks, he was especially worried about Anya getting mixed in all of this. So, he asked the system a question. Hey, system. How do you determine innocence from the guilty ones? How do I know if I can kill someone or not? He asked. I see, so I can consider everyone here not innocent, right? He asked. No. There is someone innocent that holds no malicious intentions towards you amongst them. Others hold to a very low degree. Only 3 people amongst the group have a very high malicious intent. Ning looked at the group and thought, I can tell which 3. But who is the one that doesn't hold a malicious intent towards me? He asked. The system showed a disciple from the group that surprised Ning. That foreign guy actually doesn't hate me enough to want to hurt me. Ning said curiously. Now that was resolved, he needed to find a way to escape this predicament. It's really just Malus that I have to worry about. I need to take care of him. I need to think of a way to kill him without dying myself. Ning looked into the map and looked for places that looked dangerous. One place, in particular, stood out to him as weird. System, can my body survive here while a golden core cultivator dies? He asked. Just give me a damn yes or no answer. Take as much every as required, he said. That was all Ning needed. Sigh, I guess Junior Ning doesn't want to speak so easily. Then I must insist you come with us so we can persuade you a little, Malus said. I'm afraid I can't do that, Ning said. Instead, how about you come with me? He teleported to Malus and Guy, grabbed them, and teleported again. It didn't even feel like they were teleported. In fact, all that changed for them was the location. Suddenly, a large vortex of colorful lights engulfed them 3 and started to pull them on a downward spiral. The multitudes of lights in the vortex started making minor cuts on their body as well. Ning and the others immediately put up a barrier of their own chi to stop the outer chi from attacking. Malus's barrier was strong enough to block those attacks, but Ning's wasn't. While he stopped some still managed to enter. Not only that, Ning immediately felt very cold, far beyond what could bother a cultivator. He tried to move his arms, but the cold was making it hard to do. The large vortex was not only a vortex of chi but a vortex of snow as well. So, this is what the northern pole of the planet looks like, Ning thought. Malus and Guy were both beyond shocked. They tried to fly away, but the vortex kept on sucking them into the maelstrom below. Where are we? Where have we brought us? Malus shouted with a bloody face. In the fraction of a second when he didn't have the barrier up, the chi around him had ripped away a lot of the outer skin. The same was the case for Guy who needed his protection. Haha, to your death, Ning shouted. The chi was still cutting into his skin. Malus immediately attacked Ning. He did not bother wasting any time dealing with him right now. A large yellow ball of energy left from his hands and escaped his barrier. However, the moment it left the barrier, it was completely destroyed by the ever-moving specks of chi. What? Malus shouted in fear. He had never witnessed anything like that. Holy, Ning thought. Even he was amazed at how terrifyingly strong the outer chi was. And given the fact that his own chi was continuously draining due to the barrier and he too was falling onto the maelstrom, he would no doubt have his body destroyed. Was the system wrong, he wondered. That should have been impossible, yet somehow he was the one taking damage, while the person he wanted hurt didn't take any. Something is wrong, Ning thought. Malus tried attacking a few more times but none of his attacks survived the bombardment of the chi. Suddenly, Ning felt himself falling faster. Not only was the vortex pulling them, but for some reason, gravity also increased all of a sudden. It took them nearly 5 minutes of falling to reach the maelstrom deep in the planet, and there they disappeared. Ning felt nauseous. All of a sudden he felt gravity shift. He hadn't changed the direction at which he had moved and yet the gravity was on the opposite side of where he was going towards. Ning could feel himself slowing down a bit. Then, the intense gravity disappeared. A burst of force pushed him up as he was sent high in the sky and then, out of the colorful vortex of light. Suddenly, his barrier disappeared. He fell from a massive height and landed into fluffy snow that killed his momentum. Thud thud. Two more sounds came not far from him as well. The snow wasn't as cold as before and Ning could finally move. He stood up and looked at Malus and Guy who were standing up as well. Malus gritted his teeth knowing that Ning was the cause of what was happening to him right now. He immediately put his palms in front of him and shouted as he sent forth an attack, Die! Chapter 197, Bloody Rain. Die! Malus sent out an attack through his arms. Die! He tried once more. What is happening? He said in shock as he looked at his own hands. No matter how much he tried, his attacks weren't launching. Ning was surprised and tried to feel his chi as well. However, there was nothing. The feeling he got was the same as when he was just a normal person back on Earth. What's going on? He couldn't understand either. What did you do, you bastard? Malus tried to bring out a sword but not even his storage bags worked. Everything that required chi to function, including divine sense, didn't work anymore. Chi is not working for some reason, but that doesn't concern me, Ning thought. He immediately jumped forth and landed right in front of Malus. Ning looked at him dead in the eyes and said, Here I am. Come, kill me. Malus shook a little. It was hard to say whether that was because of the cold environment or his pure terror of Ning jump so far with just his body. Either way, he couldn't stop the shaking. Yo you, how do you still have your strength? Malus asked with a shaky voice. Oh, you didn't know? I am a body cultivator too. My body is just that strong, Ning said with a smile. He then looked behind those two, at the massive crater that kept shooting out chi and snow into the sky, making an aurora in the night sky. Why is there chi there, and yet not here? Ning asked out loud. Senior Malus, won't you go check that out for me? He said. Why would I do any? Ning suddenly grabbed him by the robes and threw him into the crater. The moment he entered, the chi started cutting up his body. However, he also immediately set up a barrier to protect himself. The burst of chi reaching the sky once again threw him up and down onto the snow with a thud. Ning picked him up from the snow and looked at his more bloody face. Can you use your chi now? He asked. Malus seemed to be severely distraught and didn't answer at all. Sigh, I guess you will have to find out for me, Ning said and walked towards Guy. And no, don't come towards me, he shouted. Don't you dare come towards me. Guy tried to escape, but he couldn't walk anymore. The cold was getting to him. He stumbled and fell back onto the snow. Ning went forward and grabbed him by the collars. Please, spare me, Guy tried to beg for mercy, but Ning didn't care about any of it. He simply tossed him into the crater. The moment he entered, Guy immediately put up a barrier around him as well. However, similar to Ning's situation, the barrier wasn't able to protect him completely. Multiple specks of chi blasted through the barrier and started making multiple cuts on his face. However, unlike Ning, he couldn't heal as fast. He too was thrown back onto the snow, and he slowly started bleeding the snow red. Malus barely stood up and saw his disciple being treated like that. You! He shouted, but the cold was getting to him as well. Ning walked up to Guy once more and took away his storage bags. Better not waste this, he thought. Oh, you're up, Ning said as he looked towards Malus. Can you use your chi now? No, right? Ning asked. Put down my disciple, Malus shouted. Him? Nah, Ning said and tossed Guy behind him into the crater. This time, there was no barrier protecting him. So before his body could even be sent flying upward, it was shredded into millions of bloody pieces and the blood showered as frozen ice. Yikes, I didn't expect that to get so bloody, Ning said as he winced a little. He then walked towards Malus. Malus was getting scared now. Ning once again took him by the collar and threw him into the crater. Malus managed to save himself with a barrier, but it was slowly getting weak. His cultivation base was running dry. In a few more turns, he could no longer have any chi to use, and would thus die as well. Until that, Ning would keep throwing him in. Again and again and again. Each time he threw him in, Malus's body would get a little more bloody due to the fraction of a second he didn't have his barrier up. With each time, the barrier started letting more and more chi in. Finally, he fainted. Ning realized that he could no longer survive like this, so he took away his storage bags and tossed his body into the crater. Similar to Guy, he too turned into bloody mist within minutes that started raining down on the snow. Ning stood there and looked at the crater. Damn, what do I do now? He thought. The crater did nothing but shoot everything up, and it felt very hard to survive in a place where the chi shredded you to nothing in seconds. Damn, this is a problem, he thought. In the first, why can't I use my chi? He sighed once more. He turned around and finally looked away from the immediate scenery. Far away in the sky, he could see light coming from the sun as if it was about to come up at any moment. It was daytime just now, so does the sun not show up in the northern pole, or am I just on the wrong side? He asked. Either way, I will need to get out of this place. Let's see. I should go to this place and I can take a carriage or something to see the path along the way to the Seven Lights City, Ning thought as he looked at the map of Planet Kumia. Alright system, teleport here, Ning said. Hey? What's wrong with this place? Ning was confused. Whatever, go to this place then, he said. What the hell? What about this location then? Ning asked. What the f*** is going on? Why can't I teleport there? Ning asked in frustration. Hey! Chapter 198, Vilmarie. Ning tried to understand what the system meant. Wait, why do you think I want to teleport out of the planet? I just want to go to this location, Ning said as he showed the spot on the map once again. How can it be? Ning suddenly stopped. He looked around. He remembered the maelstrom, the flipping of gravity he felt, and the lack of chi in the area. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked, Is this a different planet? Yes. You are now on the northern pole of the planet Vilmarie. And this planet doesn't have any chi? Ning asked. Ning was a little flabbergasted. He couldn't believe that he was on another planet right now. Wow, what? He made nonsensical sounds as he tried to make sense of the situation. So, you are telling me that thingy at the bottom of the northern continent, a portal? Ning asked. A wormhole. He finally got the answer. Did that maelstrom create a wormhole? He asked. No. The wormhole created the maelstrom. Ether, is that another form of energy? Ning asked. So, can I absorb it? Is it in the air around me? Ning asked. Oh, yeah sure. Also, give me the map of the planet at the same time, Ning said. The system showed him a list of knowledge he could choose from. Ning decided to go with the intermediate version of all of them to save energy for now. He immediately learned about them. The planet was a truly unique planet. The upper half of the planet, the northern hemisphere, was just a massive ocean. Rebol.com. The southern hemisphere was a single continent with no name to it. Ning was shocked when he realized that he was currently on the southern pole of the planet. Sigh, I need to acclimated to it before I can properly use ether. Ning said as he realized that he would have to go through the same thing he went through with getting acclimated to the chi. How much energy to fully acclimate this body, right now? Ning asked. Yes, acclimation is good, Ning said. He thought for a second and asked, you said a cultivator can collect those, right? He pointed towards the crater that was spewing out a mixture of chi and ether into the air. Yes. Your body will reject ether and only collect chi. And I do not need anything special like a spiritual root to collect ether, right? Ning asked. Alright then, let's see if I can collect it then, Ning said and walked close to the crater. He had his arm stretched up front just in case there were invisible blasts happening near the crater. He looked at the barrier-like wall that was forming due to the blast of chi being thrown upwards. Ning slowly put his hands inside it. The moment he did that, the chi and ether amalgamation started cutting his arm. He was a body cultivator, so it didn't immediately shred it. However, if he kept it there, he would have lost his entire hand in less than 10 seconds. He immediately pulled his arms out and watched it heal in front of his eyes. The wounds were many but tiny enough that his healing could easily fix it. Ow! I can't even keep in there for 10 seconds, how am I going to return? Ning asked. He took out something from his storage and threw it into the crater. That too immediately got destroyed. What about the spear? Ning thought and quickly brought out the blue spear he had with him. It was one of the strongest objects he had created and so he wondered if even it could be damaged. He didn't want to throw it in completely, so he put the end of the spear to test it first. At first, it seemed like it was okay, but at some point, it started taking damage and in less than a minute, it was close to being completely gone. Sigh, not this too. System, fix it. Blue light shined as the spear end regenerated and fixed the end of the stick. Suddenly, he had an idea. Wait, what if I jump in with something ridiculously tough, and continuously fix it with the system as I make my way through the maelstrom? Ning wondered. I really just need to make something really small yet really durable. I also need to move on my own against this upwards blast too. I guess I will have to collect a lot of energy then. Sigh, the next few days are going to be horrible, he thought as he looked at his healing hand. He slammed the spear into the ground and jumped into it. At the same time, he also pulled in his body into his storage space. System, wake me up when my cap returns, he ordered. The moment his consciousness slipped away from him, he woke up as well. It was like he never slept at all. I've missed doing this. Now that I can get the energy in a split second, I should be able to collect billions in less than 10 minutes, Ning thought and started to get excited. He jumped out of the spear into his body and put his hand into the crater. The chi ether specks hit his arms, but instead of damaging, they only gave him energy. It didn't even take a split second for him to collect hundreds of millions of energy. Wow, this is going to be quick. I should sleep again. Chapter 199, Low-Level Heat Ignorance. Ning's consciousness had returned back to him. Instinctively, he sent out his body out of his storage and jumped into that body. Then, he stood up and plunged his hands into the dangerous burst of chi and ether. Within seconds, he absorbed a lot of energy and took his arms back. He was starting to get the timing right, so he was no longer getting injured when he plunged part of his arm in there. Once that was done, he jumped back into the spear. It's getting way too boring. How many times have I done it by now? 20? 30? Can I not do this again? Ning complained to himself. How much energy do I even have? He wondered. Status. Name, Ning Ruogong. Energy, 12 billion. Separated energy A/N, I've decided to put words instead of 000s going forward. Hope you guys don't mind. Heat energy, 8.25 billion. Sound energy, 750 million. Chi energy, 0. Kinetic energy, 3 billion. Skills, simultaneous thinking, omniscient map of Kumia, omniscient Clavian language, candle fire, yin to heat conversion technique, night vision eye, interdimensional storage, stop time, 522 kilograms, air cutter, telekinesis, yin to sound conversion technique, water filtration, earthly jade cultivation method, sun god's morning cleansing technique, Chi cultivation analysis, body cultivation analysis, basic all language, 8x Chi acclimation rate, radiant holy sword, supreme dominance, beast space. Earth shattering, heaven tempering art, divine vortex devouring, intermediate map of Vilmarie. Whoa, 12 billion? Then that means I can wait no. Right, I still need nearly 2 billion in heat energy, Ning thought. Well, at least I don't have to worry about kinetic energy for long. He would now have to continue doing the same thing for another dozen or more days. He looked around him and saw that the bloody mess he had made had been buried under fresh snow. There was no sign that there was a massacre that took place in this place around. How long has it been? Ning wondered. Hey system, when did I come to Vilmarie? He asked. 2 months. Hey. No wonder my energy increased by so much. Let's grind a little more, he thought, and asked the system to put him back to sleep. The grind was boring, but he kept it up. Waking up, taking out the body, jumping into that body, plunging your arm into the deadly burst of chi and ether to get energy, jumping back into the spear, taking in the body, and then going back to sleep. That was the routine Ning followed for as long as he could remember. Finally, he stopped after many iterations. Once he plunged his arms, he took it back out and checked the status. According to it, he had nearly 11 billion heat energy, 10 of which he could use to double the cap right now. He didn't hesitate at all. Double it. Ning was a little surprised at the notifications he had just received. Wait. I've bought all heat energy cap increment. He asked as he read the notifications. Yes. You can no longer increase your energy cap through heat energy. So, there is no more doubling with heat energy? Are 3 doubles the most? Ning asked. Damn, that sucks. The other energies are a little harder to come by than heat energy. Although, this new skill isn't bad, Ning thought as he checked the information of the low-level heat ignorance skill once more. If I can ignore 15% of all heat energy at all times, doesn't that mean I don't have to absorb 15% of the heat I come across? What's more, I can toggle it to not work too, Ning said as he rubbed his chin. Yes, let's try it. Now that Ning had 160 million energy before he could reach the cap, he decided to try out his theory. He put the toggle on so that he ignored 15% of the heat energy that he would be feeling now. He breathed in and plunged his hand back into the light. He waited for just long enough so that it was time and pulled his hands back. He then opened the status to calculate how much heat energy he got in comparison to before. Hey? Did I not hit the cap? He thought when his calculations showed that he hadn't reached the 160 million he had still left. Oh, wait. I really did ignore it. No wonder I didn't hit the cap, Ning thought. He put his hands back for a split second to hit the cap and then pulled it back. He thought of restarting the routine once more but stopped. Wait, I need to think of ways to get sound and kinetic energy. Heat is pretty much useless to me now, he thought. Once I get sound and kinetics final cap increment 2, the cap increments will stop there. At that point, I will need to unlock the next energy, Ning thought. System, can you tell me what the next energy is? Ning asked. One qua what the hell? Why would you require so much? Ning asked. Fine, whatever, do what you do. I will go back to following the routine. I need to leave this place fast. I have people I need to go back to, Ning said solemnly. He wasted no more time and jumped back into the spear and took his body inside his storage. It was time to start the routine once more. Chapter 200, Ether. Around 20 or so iterations later, Ning stopped once more. He was getting a little frustrated at this point. On one hand, doing the same thing over and over was very vexing, and he was about 3 more iterations away from tearing this hair out because of the monotonousness of the task at hand. On the other hand, even after 20 iterations, his kinetic energy had only barely increased by less than 2 billion energy, which was a far cry from the over 4 billion energy he had got from heat energy. I need to find another way. This is going to take too long, Ning complained, but there was no other way. He had to stick to it. Sigh, let me refresh my mind, he thought, and sat down on the cold snow to clear his mind. He started to cultivate. Of course, there was no chi there for him to cultivate his inner chi, but there was ether, and he was going to try cultivating that. However, that worked. He recalled what he had learned about ether a few months earlier. Ether was a liquid that one could keep in their body and use to conduct what the ether users called ether arts. They would have to burn the liquid and use what powers they got from it. However, even though ether was a liquid, finding it in the liquid form outside of one's body was damn near impossible. Only in rare places where the ether was concentrated at a very high amount would one be able to find liquid ether. Otherwise, most people used the ether that was in the air, or perhaps the rarer version, ether ores. The ether in the air was very diluted, so most people stuck to ether ores that could be mined from ether pits. Even then, both air and ore were really just vessels for the tiny amount of ether liquids. So, the ether in this chi and ether amalgamation is liquid ether. Ning asked the system. I see, then I need increased acclimation rate for the ether, right? Ning asked. Give me the costs. Get me the 4 times 1, Ning said. So, I also have to get cultivation techniques and such, right? Can't I get automatic ones that do it passively? Now that I think about it, I need those for chi as well, Ning thought. Ether per second? What's the normal amount needed to go from ether starter to ether student? Ning asked. Ether starter and ether student were the ranks that were given to invokers and enchanters based on how much ether they could hold at once. Invokers were ones that could use ether to create stuff, while enchanters were ones who could use ether to control existing stuff. All people in Vilmeri had the ability to use ether, but not all of them could use a lot of it due to the physical limitations as well as resources. Ether starter was the starting rank and everyone in this world was one. Ether student was the next rank after that. There were 11 ranks in total and the world's hierarchy was set with that. You need 10 million ether to go from ether starter to ether student. The requirement to go up a rank will increase by 10 times for each rank. Wait, do I technically count as an ether starter? Ning asked. No. You were not born in this world. You will need to intake ether and store it into your body to become a starter. And I will require the ether cultivation method for that, hey? So let's see. 10 days should be fine. Give me an automatic one that can collect 100,000 ether in a day, Ning said. 12 billion for just 100,000 ether in a day? Isn't this just robbery? Ning was flabbergasted. *T, you're right. However, at least with automatic, I won't have to worry about finding different cultivation techniques. In fact, I should buy this for all. After I have the energy, of course, Ning thought, and decided to start the routine back up. He disliked doing it a lot, but he was determined to get both of the automatic ones for ether and chi, so he ignored all thought and just followed the routine. He also toggled off the heat ignorance skills so that he didn't have to worry about losing heat energy. He got hurt a few times while going that due to not knowing how much he could go on with the. In the next 30 iterations, he had enough heat energy to waste on ether's cultivation method. Alright system, give me the ether one first, Ning said. Yeah, that was why I waited all this time to begin with. In fact, only use heat energy for everything if possible, Ning said. Ning suddenly felt something change in his body. It was like a new stomach had appeared inside his guts and it was hungry as hell. So, it started sucking in as much food as it could find. I can feel it. It's right next to the sea of chi. Wow, is this what they call the sea of ether? Ning wondered. While he couldn't see it, the feeling was the same as when he first formed his sea of chi. I guess, that makes me an ether starter now.